माँ, सृष्टि का आरंभ, माँ, गृहस्थी का स्तंभ, माँ, ममता की छाँव, माँ, खुशियों का गांव, माँ, प्यार का सागर, माँ, शीतलता की गागर। माँ, तुम ही हो जननी मेरी, तुम ही जीने का आधार, तुम ही से रोशन दुनिया मेरी, कैसे प्रकट करूं मैं अपना आभार। बस कहना चाहूंगी यही कि हर जन्म मुझे मिलता रहे बस तुम्हारा प्यार। आई लव यू माँ, हैप्पी बर्थडे। बहुत बहुत पोस्ट।
हैप्पी बर्थडे टू यू आंटी।
बहुत बहुत पोस्ट आंटी।
नमस्कार नानी मम्मा, a very happy birthday to you. Here's your birthday gift.
महगनिशमिति दितुत्सादन नितब कर है चान्यरादन पर लगयो चान्यन पादन नितब कर है चान्यरादन महगनिशमिति दितुत्सादन। चाहे ध्यान मन छेदीछ गला शुद्ध मन सपदन मंगल बनन नितब कर है चान्यरादन महगनिशमिति दितुत्सादन नितब कर है चान्यरादन। पार्वती माज हुंद सटोट संतान महादेवन द्युतुई सेवरदान। पार्वती माज हुंद सटोट संतान महादेवंद तुझसे वरदान कारस छे गोडचे गारन नितब कर है चैनरादन महागणेश मिति दित साधन नितब कर है चैनरादन काम क्रोध मोह तै लोकालतम अज्ञान गट्टी मंस मुखलावतम अज्ञान गट्टी मंस मुखलावतम नासे छुकरान अंधकारन नितब कर है चैनरादन महागणेश मिति दित साधन नितब कर है चैनरादन निर्मल पन्ने गरे तारा लोल पोषक छै से छारा लोल पोषक छै से छारा से हावतस छस चलादन नितब कर है चैनरादन महागणेश मिति दित साधन नितब कर है चैनरादन पर्प लगयो चानन पादन नितब कर है चैनरादन महागणेश मिति दित साधन नितब कर है चैनरादन नितब कर है चैनरादन नितब कर है चैनरादन नितब कर है चैनरादन
Hello everyone, I am Vivek Ranjan Agnihotri. I am a filmmaker and an author. I live in India. Today I am going to tell you a story of a place which is called Heaven on Earth, and politically it's called Kashmir. Kashmir is in north of India, surrounded by Afghanistan on one side, Pakistan on the other side, and communist China on the other side. The whole world today is interested in knowing the story of Kashmir. 5,000 years ago, it is believed that this was heavenly abode. All the gods lived in Kashmir. Many years later, when the tyrants came with some poets in their caravan, they called it heaven on earth. Greeks called it cradle of civilization. A whole lot of world recognized Kashmir as the knowledge center. Some of the greatest philosophers, writers, metaphysicists, biologists, social scientists, grammatians, people from the field of art, they lived in Kashmir. Then what happened to Kashmir? If it was known as the knowledge center, as the cradle of civilization, as heaven on earth, why it is one of the most disturbed and violent regions in the world? Because somewhere in 1300s, some tyrants and invaders from the Middle Eastern part of the world came to Kashmir, and they were loaded with all kind of weaponry and armory. With the help of the knife and the power, they forced these native Hindus of Kashmir to convert into Islam. And when they refused, they started beheading them. And slowly, out of fear, a whole lot of people converted and a lot of people fled Kashmir. But still, the native Hindus were living over there. But 33 years ago, in an independent India, in 1990, on the night of 19th January, when they declared that Kashmir is an Islamic republic, and they started raping women, killing small babies, killing innocent people, old people. That was the time when Kashmir became a theater of blood and violence. That's when whatever limited a few Kashmiri Hindus were there, or Kashmiri Pandits as they are locally called, fled and left. In fact, they were forced to leave Kashmir, which can easily be defined as ethnic cleansing or, in reality, a genocide. And since then, whenever these Kashmiri Pandits or Hindus go to Kashmir, they are systematically and regularly being killed. It is unfortunate that the issue of Kashmir is not in the global mainstream and the world doesn't know much about it. And that's why I made a film called The Kashmir Files, which started making people aware. But the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Kashmiri Pandits by religious fundamentalists, militants, separatists, and terrorists is not the only story. There's another part of the story. And that is the story you'll be proud to know. These are the only victims of any genocide who never resorted to violence as an answer to violence. They peacefully conducted themselves. Instead of being reactionary, they educated their children. And today, Kashmiri Hindu community is one of the most educated, one of the most successful, one of the most independent, self-reliant ethnic community in the world. Be it the field of philosophy, science, art, philanthropy, social service, politics, defense, research, poetry, cinema. In every field, you will find some Kashmiri Pandit shining and extremely successful out of their own merits. The global Kashmiri Pandit diaspora has non-stop raised awareness about this genocide in the world, but being extremely busy people, successful people, they have not been able to garner the kind of awareness this issue deserves. I dare to make a film on this issue, which became the biggest blockbuster ever in Indian cinema, which also raised awareness globally, but then my life is threatened by these religious fundamentalists and terrorists. Dear friends, in a world where these terrorists with guns or terrorists with the power of media who are trying to shut every sane, logical, compassionate human voice. So if you really want to do yourself a favor, I would suggest you go and do some research on the Kashmiri Hindu genocide issue of 1990. If you don't know, if you don't find enough information, try and find some Kashmiri Hindu or Kashmiri Pandit in your locality, in your office, or through somebody. Talk to any Indian, he will introduce you to one. I can guarantee that somebody in his or her family must have been the victim of this, the most gruesome, inhuman, tragic genocide in the history of humanity. During the research for the Kashmir Files, we interviewed hundreds of victims of Kashmir genocide, where the indigenous inhabitants of Kashmir, the Kashmiri Pandits, not just lost their lives and homes, but also their dignity and homeland. They wish to return to their homeland, Kashmir, and enjoy a secure and peaceful life. They want to take up jobs and run businesses and contribute towards economic prosperity of their homeland exactly like any other human being. As of now, the community remains internally displaced, and therefore I appeal to all of you to help support the cause of Kashmiri Pandits in Kashmir. Thanks for listening to me patiently. If you need more information on this issue, you can write to me on vivekagnihotri.com, or you can contact me through direct messages on Instagram or Twitter on my official handle. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just to let you all know, this video was requested by US Congressmen and Senate. And the governor of Florida has constituted a 4-member panel to get all information about our genocide. So big round of applause for him. Namaskar, everyone. On behalf of my team, GKPD, Jammu Kashmir Vichar Manch, our partners, and the entire Kashmiri Pandit community, I welcome all guests, speakers, and respected delegates from across the globe and those watching us live through social media to this global Kashmiri Pandit Conclave at this prestigious Sai Auditorium, Lodi Road, New Delhi. I'm Mirja Sadhu, originally from Ranawari, Srinagar, and currently living in New Jersey. I'm one of the volunteers at GKPD. In the long, long history of Bharat, Kashmiri Pandits, as Vivek ji mentioned, have contributed immensely in every field, be it education, be it music, be it Natya Shastra, and above all, spirituality. Kashmir, that was once considered cradle of civilization, is now bereft of Kashmiri Pandits, barring a few thousand who chose to stay back and are under constant threat every day. The peaceful, deeply patriotic community have been genocided in a democratic and independent India, and it still continues. Just this past year, several of our community members and Hindus were brutally killed in public view. Our brothers and sisters employed under the Prime Minister package have been on the road for the last 6 months. Their only ask being a right to live. In these past 33 years, we have lost 2 generations. While they struggled through the turmoil, built a life from scratch, amidst total apathy from the administration, any administration and every administration that came in power, and justice system as well. Most of us continue dealing with PTSD, anxiety, and other ailments due to the trauma which was inflicted on us and never got addressed. We have a huge, huge challenge of keeping our youth rooted in our culture, as they are losing physical and emotional connect with Kashmir. And the way the population is declining, our community may soon be extinct. The aim of this global KP conclave is to brainstorm and devise a way forward with the consistent efforts of GKPD, JKVM, and other organizations across the globe, and the movie Kashmir Files by Vivek Agnihotri, which gave us a new and renewed approach. Our story has reached far and wide. While it's important to create awareness, our basic rights as children of Ma Sharada and Bharat need to be restored. I'm one of the survivors of KP genocide. While I feel blessed to be here speaking in front of you today, my heart is full of sadness for all those martyrs of our community, armed forces, security agencies, and their families who have yet to get any justice. Praying and wishing that there is a resolve soon. I once again thank you all for being here with us today and joining this historic conclave, and those who are watching us live on social media. With that, we begin the inaugural session of this conclave, and I would like to invite Sri Dilip Mattu, Jammu Kashmir Vichar Manch President, Dr. Surinder Kaul, Sri Utpal Kaul, Sri Preetosh Wali for lighting of the lamp. anymore.
To promote individual growth.
Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampadah Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampadah Deepa Jyoti Parabrahma Deepa Jyoti Janardana Deepa Jyoti Parabrahma Deepa Jyoti Janardana Deepa Pavam Sandhya Deepa Namostute Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya Deepa Jyotir Namostute Deepa Jyotir Namostute Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Deepa Brahma Rupasya Jyotisha Prabhurakaya Deepa Brahma Rupasya Jyotisha Prabhurakaya Arogyam Dasha Abhayam Rajmi Sada Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya Deepa Jyotir Namostute Deepa Jyotir Namostute Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Ravirastam Samarabhya Yavat Suryodaya Ravirastam Samarabhya Yavat Suryodaya Yasya Drishti Deepa Tasya Nasita Nitata Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya Deepa Jyotir Namostute Deepa Jyotir Namostute Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shubham Gurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Ya Kunde Tushar Mangala Ya Shankar Prabhati
Big round of applause for these young, talented Kashmiri bachas. I would request everyone to stand up for our national anthem.
Vinayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Uttal Banga Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Uchchal Jaladi Taranga तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल गायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind. Vande Mataram. Jai. 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 Thank you, sweethearts. Thank you so much. We are going to now play a short video clip that has been sent to us by Isha Foundation, Sadhguru's foundation. It gives an insight into what they are doing, and they want to create certain awareness amongst all. So could we have the clip, please?
In the next half hour, you're going to meet a man who has a devoted following across India and indeed around the world. While yoga and meditation are at the core of his teachings to promote individual growth, the work of the foundation covers conservation, education and health. And you'll find him astonishingly pragmatic on a range of very modern-day problems. Let's meet Sadhguru.
For the very first time in the history of humanity, we have the necessary resource, we have the necessary capability, we have the necessary technology to address every human problem on the planet. Even 25 years ago, we couldn't have dreamt of it. But the only thing that is missing is consciousness.
Today, the spotlight is on a project called Green Hands in India.
We started a mass campaign and 6 years I spent planting trees in people's heads. That's the most difficult terrain, believe me. And now in the last 6 years, we've been transplanting it, and that's happening much more easily. action for rural rejuvenation is mainly aimed at rejuvenating the human spirit. This is an incredible movement that is started in Tamil Nadu. We want to see that this happens to the whole country. The idea is not necessarily about developing competitive sport, but the important thing is to bring the spirit of sport and revitalizing rural societies.
ईशा आउटरीच को वर्ष 2018 के लिए राष्ट्रीय खेल प्रोत्साहन पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जाता है। सद्गुरु जगदीश वासुदेव, संस्थापक ईशा आउटरीच।
English and computer skills are very essential to make these children come out of the hopeless economic and social pit they are in.
If you could first tell our viewers, what is the idea behind the initiative, Insight, which is more specific towards entrepreneurs?
Whatever the nature of your business, ultimately, it is all about human well-being.
Isha Foundation, a non-religious, non-profit public service organisation headquartered in southern India.
We've engineered the outside world in so many ways, but we've done nothing about this one. If you want to know well-being, in is the only way out.
This is what I want to teach you too. That is, you can be completely intoxicated without any drug, just on life. This is a shift from wine to divine.
How can you love one and hate the other when the same divine exists in all? Spiritual process is not about looking up or looking down, it is about turning inward. See, the only thing that I'm really good at is just this. I can just make the air around me just crackle with energy. Adi Yogi is the source of yoga, the first yogi.
Adi Yogi will inspire many generations to take up yoga. One truly remarkable thing that Sadhguru has done is, he has made yogis out of ordinary common people.
We're tracking a mammoth movement, an incredible rally starting from Kanyakumari, reaching up to the Himalayas, with the sole purpose of rejuvenating India's rivers.
Every state is responding. This is concurrence and this is wonderful.
I'm very happy that Sadhguru has taken up this cause. It should also become a people's movement for our own survival, for the survival of our children.
We are also launching another campaign called Kaveri Calling. These 83,000 square kilometers of Kaveri basin, we want to bring it back, at least 1/3 of it back into some kind of green.
ಪರಿಸರ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಯ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ನೀಡುತ್ತಿದೆ.
அதிர்ச்சி அவர்கள் எடுக்கின்ற முயற்சிக்கு எங்களுடைய அரசு துணை நிற்கும்.
The whole purpose of this moment is to first to bring this home, that when you walk upon the soil, you know it is the source of your life. Keeping it alive is the most important thing. Will you make it happen? All of us come from the same soil. All of us eat of the same soil. All of us die and go back to the same soil. The soil is a unifying force. Soil is not our property. It's a legacy that's come to us from previous generations, and we must pass it on as living soil for future generations.
Dear Sadhguru, one of the world's voices and leaders in soil conservation and lands.
It's extremely important. It must be a single point agenda incentive-based agenda. I don't want this COP15 to end as one more convention with more paper and more paper. This must end with concrete action, and action in such a way that it's implementable. We are launching a campaign called Youth and Truth in the month of September. Youth and Truth, unplug with Sadhguru, ask whatever you want.
I want to know the truth about ambition.
Technology.
Why do we have to wear a tie or a proper dress code in our place?
What is the meaning of competition both for individuals and society?
For every one of you, your life is precious, isn't it? This precious life, where are you going to invest it? What is it that will be worthwhile today and worthwhile after 50 years for me to invest myself into? You invest your life into that. This will be a life of fulfillment.
He has a different swag. He's kind of Buddha to us. Sadhguru has become this new friend of youth.
One important thing about Fashion for Peace is shifting back to natural fiber as much as possible. The way we dress is destroying the world. Textile has become the third largest polluter on the planet. The polyfiber, it has entered our bodies, it's entered our water, soil, our food cycle. This is not just about fashion, this is going to make millions of people's lives. If you have to describe yourself in one word, would you consider wildlife as two words or one word? It's…
President Pranab Mukherjee felicitating his Sadhguru for all his spiritual contribution.
In the next half hour, you're going to meet a man who has a devoted following across India and indeed around the world. While yoga and meditation are at the core of his teachings to promote individual growth, the work of the foundation covers conservation, education and health. And you'll find him astonishingly pragmatic on…
Well, as you all know, we were expecting Sadhguru here physically, but due to certain pressing matters, he could not, but he expressed his deep regret and wanted to be with us. So he is going to be virtually with us at 10:30. So between that time, we can have Vanshika present another of her favorite songs. Vanshika Bhatt.
नमस्कार मारा सायरनी। ये जो कोशुर बर्थ इसके बोल कुछ इस प्रकार है। मोसुम शुर गैत्सी ख्वाइने लल नावन कथ करनावन कोशुर बर्थ tells us the importance of our language, our culture. So इसकी कुछ पंक्तियां मैं आपके सामने यहाँ गा के पेश करना चाहूंगी। मौसम शुर गए खैने ललनावन मौसम शुर गए खैने ललनावन कथ करना उनका शिपट कथ करना उनका शिपट खान मोल सुलवन मंजिल से द्रावन खान मोल सुलवन मंजिल से द्रावन कथ करना उनका शिपट कथ करना उनका शिपट मौसम शुर गए खैने ललनावन वतनी गुरस सैत वतनी थावन वतनी गुरस सैत वतनी थावन कदमास पर तसलोल कदमास पर तसलोल लोत लोत जीर दिथ ब्रोह पकनावन लोत लोत जीर दिथ ब्रोह पकनावन कथ करनावन का शिपट कथ करनावन का शिपट मौसम शुर गए खैने ललनावन लोकटिस गए लोकट लागुन लोकटिस गए लोकट लागुन कथे कथे सुत करना जान कथे कथे सुत करना जान गिंदनस गिंदनस मंज हिचनावन गिंदनस गिंदनस मंज हिचनावन कथ करनावन का शिपट कथ करनावन का शिपट मौसम शुर गए खैने ललनावन ये छुखाबन हुंद असवन तबीर ये छुखाबन हुंद असवन तबीर कोशुर नादिम तरसुलमीर कोशुर नादिम तरसुलमीर कशिर जेवी छुई मरतब दावन कशिर जेवी छुई मरतब दावन कथ करनावन का शिपट कथ करनावन का शिपट मौसम शुर गए खैने ललनावन मौसम शुर गए खैने ललनावन कथ करनावन का शिपट कथ करनावन का शिपट कथ करनावन का शिपट कथ करनावन का शिपट कथ करनावन का शिपट। धन्यवाद।
Do we have Sadhguru?
Kalo न जानति तव जननम
Namaskaram, Sadhguru.
कालो न जानाति
and the
तव
entire Kashmiri community, I welcome you
समापनम
to to this global
Drishto
KP conclave.
maya
We are honored and
tava
immensely grateful to you for being here with us
mahakarah
today and look forward to your keynote address
yogeshwara
and gain from your
kala
spiritual wisdom. Sadhguru, with your permission, may I invite Dr. Surinder
yogeshwara
Kaul on stage to present objectives of this conclave. Dr. Kaul is our guiding light
Namaskaram to all
and
of
the
you.
brain behind GKPD.
I'm extremely sorry I'm not able to be there
A civil society
physically,
movement
but
across
I'm with you.
countries and continents, and an inspiration for generations to come. Dr. Kaul.
They're not able to hear me, is it? Nothing they heard, is it?
Namaskaram, Sadhguru.
Namaskaram. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, who is this? Doctor? Dr. Surinder? Are you able to hear me?
Hello.
Namaskaram, Dr. Surinder. What's happening?
Can we have Sadhguru's audio, please?
They didn't hear anything. Hello?
Recording in progress.
Namaskaram.
Namaskaram.
Can you hear me, Dr. Surinder?
Once again, Namaskaram, Sadhguru.
Are you able to hear me, Doctor?
Members. We can hear you, Sadhguru.
Okay.
Should I proceed?
Please.
Yeah. So members from media, members from my extended family, ladies and gentlemen. Sadhguru, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the Global Kashmiri Pandit Conclave, and your presence is a blessing for our community, and we immensely thank you for your compassion and empathy for us. I also take this opportunity to thank Isha volunteers, some of them are in this auditorium, for their valuable help in coordinating this session. This two-day international conference will be attended by our community members in diaspora from various states of India and abroad. Eminent scholars, academia, scientists, entrepreneurs, lawyers, media personnel, defense experts, leaders from within and outside our community will discuss some of the burning issues that our community is facing and will deliberate on the way forward. It has been 33 years since our community
No audio, it's gone.
It has been 33 years since our community faced with an existential crisis at all levels. We had to escape with our faith and honor the land of our forefathers for thousands of years to save our religious identity. 33 years of trauma, turmoil, fragmentation, and scattering across the globe, only to receive no acknowledgement, justice, healing, and closure. We have had to first build ourselves up, unhealed, only to be told by the judiciary of this country that it was too late now. Too late to get FIRs registered, too late to initiate a white paper, too late to set up a time-bound SIT, too late to record testimonies of primary witnesses. Soon, it will be too late for anything and everything. When we, the last remaining primary witnesses, will be no more, and the subsequent generations raised away from the valley, ignorant of their heritage and insensitive to the pain suffered
will continue as if nothing happened. Political parties of various ideologies and hues have been using our tragedy to score political brownie points, but have failed to do anything concrete for us. There have been just words, words, and words. And of late, words full of insensitivity, willful ignorance, and even threats. Words that gaslight us and invalidate our lived reality. There has been no concrete action to deliver justice and restore our dignity and honor. No concrete action for our rehabilitation in the valley. No concrete action to ensure our right to life. No concrete action to empower us, to protect ourselves, or provide us with security to guarantee our right to life. The action that we have seen being taken against is that of threats and arm twisting, forcing the latest generation to go back in the face of proclaimed genocide by the terrorists. Our elders and youth have been protesting for months and are still protesting. Does anyone care? Our community remains deprived of justice for the last 33 years with a looming threat for our extinction. We have remained rootless and homeless for the last 33 years, and every passing year and targeted killings of members brings us very close to extinction. Political parties and politicians have disappointed us and left us disenchanted. No serious engagements with the community to address our issues make us believe that the political conscience of India has written us off. Our imprints of being stakeholders are being willfully eroded and erased. Our plight and tragedy have been reduced to a number game. We had great hopes from Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, but we don't seem to figure in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas framework. Imagine the state of nation where the persecuted community not only have to build themselves up all over again on their own, and then upon being ignored and castigated to the back burner of history, have to struggle to have their trauma documented through a movie, the Kashmir Files, on their own effort, only to be ridiculed and mocked by public intellectuals, politicians, activists, and influencers who called our pain propaganda and lies. Many a times I wondered about the political and intellectual conscience of the nation. Our community has to drink this poison in silence, and we have been drinking this poison for the last 33 years. That is why, instead of any politician, we have invited our spiritual guru to this occasion, for it is only the blessings of divine that have kept us going in these 3 decades. As we remember the atrocities inflicted upon us, I urge the members of our community to never give up hope, but also don't keep any expectations from the establishments. We have to work for our poor and downtrodden brethren, for all pillars of democracy seems to have forsaken us. The judiciary has closed its doors on us, but when some doors are closed, new doors open. And even though we are disappointed, we still see a glimmer of hope in the Prime Minister Modi, who has emerged as the best Prime Minister of India. But we don't seem to figure in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. It is time that we see some concrete measures being taken to engage with us, the aboriginal natives of Kashmir. Our return to Kashmir and rehabilitation with dignity and security is the responsibility of the government of India. We want development in Kashmir. We want development of Kashmir. A development that includes the common peace-loving people and ensures the elimination of radicals and jihadis. We want the land of our deities to resound with the pluralism of our faith. We want Kashmir restored to its glory. But more than anything else, we want justice delivered. I urge every Indian to become our voice and not let us be relegated to the sidelines. Let us speak up and get the Indian state to recognize the genocide and ethnic cleansing of Hindus in Kashmir, because for reconciliation to occur, there needs to be acceptance and appreciation of truth, howsoever bitter the truth may be. On this note, we all look forward to the spiritual and healing message from Sadhguru. Namaskaram.
This is the pain that each one of us is going through, and I'm sure Sadhguru will enlighten us with his wisdom. Sadhguru, may I invite you to address the audience because they've been eagerly waiting for you since 8 o'clock. Sadhguru.
Kalo na janati tava jananam, Kalo na janati tava samapanam, Drushto maya tava mahakara Yogeshwara Kala Kala, Yogeshwara Kala Kala. Namaskaram, every one of you, and I'm extremely sorry that I'm not able to be physically there due to certain engagements here, but my heart is very much with you. I have followed the Kashmir situation since mid-70s. Well, it's one atrocity after another. And I have also reasonably acquainted myself with the last 600 to 700 years of history, both the glorious aspects of it and the atrocious things that have happened. The genocide and pogroms are not just 3 decades old, been happening for 6 centuries. The demographic shift did not happen overnight. When that was happening, what should have been done, for whatever reasons, could not be done. I am not here to blame anyone, nor am I here to say anything insensitive to those of you who already have been peeled off your skin, that anything can hurt you. You're in that condition, I understand. My words are absolutely inadequate for the empathy that I feel. This was not just done, that is, the necessary things to shore up a society and to protect things that are valuable to us. The people, the rulers, those who were invested in knowledge and the sacred institutions could not act. The world is still in a state that no one can protect and nurture anything that is of value just with scholars, sans soldiers. This is a mistake that's happened right across Hindustan, and the brunt of it has been taken by the Kashmiri people, but it's happened all across this land. When you have something of value in your home, you need a lock, you need a guard dog, and maybe you need a gun. This is an aspect that we as Hindustan neglected. With the comfort of geographical protection of the mountains around us, we lived thinking nobody will ever come and touch us. We invested in subtler aspects of life, but those who did not understand such things and those who had their own cruel agendas took advantage of us completely. I'm saying in many ways, not to insult you please, This is a case of like spilt milk, strengthening the spiritual backbone of Bharat, which is beyond religious divide and of deep humanism, which is what this culture is about, and doing whatever else that can be done economically and in terms of restoring some parts of geography at least, without putting too many people back to risk once again, is an onerous task. Some efforts are going on. I can understand Dr. Surinder saying what he said, because what efforts are going on is not important, what results have happened is important. Results are not much. Though 370, repealing of 370 was a big step, still to manifest it on the ground, to make it socially safe for ordinary people to be on the street, has not happened yet. Well, the government is trying to encourage people to take jobs. Even the labor who is going from various different states to work there, their lives are not safe. But at the same time, when nearly 85 to 90% of the population gets involved in something of this nature, very hard for security forces to control this. This needs a political and military solution. Military is out there, nearly close to 500,000 soldiers out there for many years, but you know the kind of international campaigns and narratives that have been built around you, as you already mentioned. So one important thing that I feel is we must take charge of the narrative. Well, in recent times, some cinema has been made and well, it has brought some light to people, the generation of people, the next generation beyond me, did not even know that something like this has happened, it's brought forth. But I feel still we have not taken the narrative in our hands. Our time has definitely come where our identities of geography and ethnicity need to be transcended but not lost. An identity with precious knowledge that we hold is the way forward, because with this identity and this capability, we can be who we are, wherever we are. I'm not trying to write off Kashmir, please do not misunderstand me, because it pains me to see every couple of weeks or 3-4 weeks, we are seeing 2 Kashmiri Hindus shot dead here, there. For me, these are not numbers. These are people like you and me. 2 people shot dead, oh, just 2. It's not just 2 lives and 2 families and people connected with them, everything is gone. So one thing, this may look very meager to many of you, but I am thinking of long-term well-being of your community. We need to capture the narrative. Many more things have to be done. I think capturing the narrative, how to do it, if you are willing, I'm willing to spend a day with you, with a close group of people, how can we capture the narrative? I'm saying all across country, you can demand with the central government, as a tragedy that has unfolded in Kashmir, the injustice that has been done to the people, at least to acknowledge that. There must be in every city, at least every major city across the country, there must be a street named after Kashmir, a circle or a square named after Kashmir, or there must be a Kashyapa mountain or a peak. I know these are poor substitutes, but if we want the glorious and atrocious nature of Kashmiri history to be remembered, celebrated by all in Bharat, we need to create symbols. Because going back and taking that land straight away, let us be practical about this, because recently I was with someone from your community who holds a very eminent person, who holds a significant position. He was telling me, Sadhguru, once I retire, I'm going back to Srinagar. I said, please don't do that, because especially someone of your stature, you should not do that, it'll be somebody's pleasure. to do something terrible. So we must understand that the essence of all this is there is religious bigotry, and bigotry is written into the scriptures, and if we do not bring that narrative everywhere, if we do not say that it is this narrative that needs to change, just changing one situation, trying to fix one situation is not going to work, because we must understand from Azerbaijan to right up to Cambodia, there was Hindustan. Now it shrunk to this size. And now Kashmir is a problem where they're trying to shrink it further. So this shrinkage didn't happen overnight, the demographic change did not happen overnight, the shift in demographics is the technology. Because there are people who are committed for 100, 200, 500 years, they don't mind if their intentions are fulfilled after 500 years, they are willing to work for it. That commitment creates many cruel situations, but generally our communities are committed to bringing well-being to people who are living here, not sending them to heaven. So having said that, but if we want this, can everything be corrected? No. Can we bring back the lives, precious lives we've lost? Not at all. But even to get back the geographical entity is very, very difficult. This making Kashmir into a union territory, I think it's a positive step. Fortunately, even the Supreme Court has validated that as a law. And many historical blunders we have done. This is the important thing we need to understand. At a given time, what needs to be done, if we don't do it and we try to do it tomorrow, it will be late for us. Mistakes that have been done, we cannot fix the past, but how do we ensure there is a future? We cannot go on being soaked in the pain and suffering of our parents, but to establish a secure and a culturally rich and identity, enjoying the identity of who we are, the future of our children, this is very important. Because I'm not saying you can forget this, I'm not saying some philosophy, don't worry, tomorrow will be okay. I'm not saying those things. All I'm saying is, I'm not a very good I'm not good at consoling people, but I've been thinking of solutions, I've spoken to various aspects of the government regarding this, but every solution that you think of, it is being beaten down by somebody because they have the narrative in the world. I think shifting the narrative is very important. I know I already mentioned one movie was made, but an hour and a half, two, whatever the length of the movie in a theater is one thing, that's fine. But I feel you need like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, like ad films, taking the sufferings of individual families and highlighting it and melt people's hearts across the world. This is very important. We have come to a place in technology and reach where we don't need a theater to spread the message. Just about in everybody's phone, everybody's computer, it can be there. I think focusing on shifting the narrative is very important if we want any solutions. I understand you mentioned a timeline, all of us who have seen this suffering, who are witnesses to this, in another 20, 25 years we may not be there. I deeply feel for this, but changing the narrative and making Kashmir visible all over the country, at least in India. Everybody who lives in India must know that this has happened to our people. Without this, if it doesn't live in the minds and hearts of people, well, so many things have happened. Absolutely terrible things have happened in this country. It's all gone. It's simply gone, as if it did not happen. The millions who died of famines which were engineered, the millions who were slaughtered, millions who were poisoned, so many things have happened, and thousands and thousands of temples which were demolished, all this forgotten, all right? because somebody has stolen the narrative. This is a time where we must get the narrative back to truth, we must get the narrative back to some sense of historical justice. We clearly understand cannot get back everything, we cannot build back everything, we cannot be carrying grudge against people for what their forefathers did, but the narrative must be captured. Without the narrative, we will be a rootless and prideless community, which we must change. So about Kashmiris going back to their land, I know that's the dream, but every few weeks I'm seeing 2 dead, 5 dead. We don't want to see that. How to ensure this? Well, it is between military and politics, it needs to happen. Efforts are being made, but even if one person dies, we feel the effort is not enough. So many soldiers have laid down their lives, but it's not been enough. One fortunate thing is, in our neighborhood there is chaos, so the amount of support that was coming from there will be receding in the coming years, definitely. That we must make use of and ensure the cross-border support that was happening should be arrested. In arresting this, the internal security could be largely secured. To what extent, we must see, because when ordinary people who just regularly walk on the street, who go to the vegetable shop, who sit in tea shops, they have a gun at home and they once in a way, they fulfill what they think is their religious duty or whatever. It's very hard for any agency to catch all of them. Across the world, such movements have happened and they have gone on for decades and centuries, because this is a lesson the government of India and every state government in the country, and above all the people of India, of this great nation Bharat, all of us must learn this, that if we do not attend to a problem in time, tomorrow could be too late. This is the condition where we are in. I know I have not provided any consolation, I am not using sympathetic words, but I'm telling you, my heart reverberates with empathy for every one of you. Your suffering is unparalleled in many ways in this country, but similar things have happened everywhere. At least you are at least speaking, others are not even speaking. So many things have happened. But the worst thing about you is it happened now, nearly in 21st century. And if you allow it, it'll happen right now in 21st century. So, this is the terrible thing. In independent India, this happened. As I said, I have no adequate words either to express my empathy, nor do I have a hotshot solution, just like that, this is it. I don't have either. I only have profound empathy for every one of you. If you have any questions, please.
Sadhguru, as you said, we need to create symbols, we need to capture narratives. We cannot fix the past, but we can ensure future. And you also said that you are going to be available for us to guide us through all this. And we feel blessed to hear it from you. We don't need sympathy, Sadhguru. We need empathy. We need addressal. We are beyond sympathy now. We are doing well, but there are so many of us who are still living in camps, not doing too well, out there on streets, fighting for their right to live. Sadhguru, thank you so much for being here with us and enlightening us with your wisdom. May I request
If I can say one word, ma'am?
Questions from the audience.
If
Would
I
it
can
be
say
okay?
one thing, I'm very conscious about the situation in the camps. I hope Rahul Pandita is there among you, and I have read his writings and stuff. I have spoken to many people, but nothing has happened. But I'm saying, the camp situation. Well, the nature of governments, you know how it is. Even if they have the intentions, they have a machinery which rolls extremely slow, not at a pace that will matter for human well-being. Generally, it rolls too slow. So having said that, I feel you can definitely, as many of you are entrenched in corporate world, you can recognize a corporation because this camp doesn't take too much. If somebody invests a few crores per year, it could be revived and made into a more decent and human habitation could happen in a better way, and also employment and stuff can be created. If you identify a corporation, I can also speak to some people as a part of their CSR or something, they can take up this camp and revive this. That would be a quicker solution than constantly waiting for the governments to do it.
That's exactly what we're asking for. We're not asking for sympathy. We want people to be with us. Priyatosh ji has a question for you, Sadhguru.
Pranam Sadhguru ji.
Namaskar.
The question I have is related to what everybody knows about, which is we are a rootless community now. Though we've shown resilience over these years, we are doing well, most of us are doing well, but there is a deep-seated despair which continues. Sadhguru, can you please suggest the way forward and how to overcome this trauma and how to resolve this?
As I said earlier, that our identity, because this is happening everywhere, even if there are no atrocities of this kind, in spite of that, it is happening to all communities around the world. Our identities of geography is being transcended, and our identities need to shift to our culture, our spirituality, and the knowledge base that we hold. If we do this, one of the things that we can do is all the Kashmiri Hindu youth can get involved in this. If you want the first one, I will provide you the base and the entire infrastructure that is needed for you. If you want to come and do, let's say, a one-day Kashmir day in the south, we will provide you everything that you need, present your literature, present your art, music, everything, and let people come to know, and also the stories, but let the stories be of the beauty and the power of Kashmiri culture, not just of the terrible things that have happened. That also need to be said, but it's important that people vibe with you for who you are, not for just what happened, what was done by somebody else to you. What you have done with yourself, which is of significance, it's the land of Kashyap. Kashyapa is one of the 7 sages. As you know, we celebrate Adiyogi and the 7 sages, and we are doing a process, and some research is going on to identify the footprint of 7 sages across the world, in North Africa, in South America, in Central Asia, Southeast Asia, and of course in India. We are making efforts towards that, and if you bring the knowledge, the culture, if you cannot bring all of them as one big festival, if you bring literature, we'll provide you a base in southern India. If you bring music, we'll provide you a base, or if you come as one cultural fest, it's fine. But I'm sure similar things can be done all over the country to start with, and also around the world it can be done. But it's very important that this happens in India, that you present yourself, so that the youth will not live in despair. The youth will have something to do, and this will also be a very important part of shifting the narrative.
Thank you so much, Sadhguru. Yes, that's the kind of help, that's the kind of support we need, and we need it from you. You being the spiritual guru, we look forward to interact with you personally and get to the real solutions, so we go back to our Kashyap land. Thank you so much, Sadhguru. All of us appreciate you being here. And I would also like to thank Team Isha for facilitating this. Even though you had so many pressing things at your end, you still made it happen. We are very grateful for that, Sadhguru. Thank you so much and namaskar, Sadhguru.
As a part of this, hello, am I still on? As a part of this, as I said, in a time-bound way, if you approach this both in terms of providing a platform in major cities in southern India, we can easily gather 5 to 10,000 people minimum for you so that Kashmir and the message of Kashmir and the glorious nature of Kashmir and above all, the spiritual knowledge that was held and invested in the people of Kashmir, because the future of this world, what I say right now may not make sense to a lot of people because of the suffering and the kind of power that they are exhibiting right now. But this is something that I have noticed talking to the youth of the world, across the world, in the major universities, in Europe, America and various other countries. What I see is, in another 30 to 40 years' time, the dogmatic religions will recede significantly. Because anything that doesn't make logical sense in people's heads will slowly recede. Already it's beginning to happen. In Europe, in the Western Europe, nearly 42% of the people say they have no religion. In UK, about 36% of the people are writing in their forms that they have no religion. 32 to 33% of the people in United States are saying no religion. This is simply because selling tickets to heaven and managing people, those times are over. Unless it makes logical sense, people are not going to ascribe to anything. This number will increase to 70 to 80% in 25 to 30 years. We can hasten it, we can make sure that happens in next 10, 15 years' time. Essentially, the entire work that I'm doing is about moving people from religion to responsibility. Spiritual process, which is the basis of who we are, which maybe over a period of time is being presented as a religion, but essentially this is a spiritual process for the inner well-being of the human being, where this is about human liberation. This is not about somebody sitting up there and you're going to go to them. This is about human liberation, this is about a human being earning the grace to function like the divine. This is about becoming the divine, not going to heaven. This aspect of attaining liberation to become free from what we are entangled with will become the most important aspect, and this will rise in the next 10 to 15 to 20 years' time. The sooner we do it, the better it is. In that context, you identifying with your knowledge, you identifying with your spirituality, in many ways is the ammunition for the future. Not that we are going to fire at somebody, but our way of doing things is to embrace the world, not to destroy the world. Our way of including people, our way of life is inclusion, not conquest. So, identifying yourself with the spiritual nature of Kashmir, the land of Saraswati and Sharada, it is important. That is what should be the basic identity. I'm saying this with utmost pain, not the mountains and valleys, the knowledge that you carry, because that is the future. Thank you very much.
Many, many thanks, Sadhguru. We really appreciate you being here with us and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you so much. A very warm welcome, Anupam ji. Namaskar. We are actually right in schedule. I would like to invite our GKPD International Coordinator, Shri Utpal Kaul, to present his views, share his thoughts about the conclave and about Kashmir. Utpalji, as most of you know, has spent his entire life as a community activist and continues to inspire us through his selfless work. A publisher, a scholar on Kashmir history, panelist, Utpalji's contribution is huge. Utpalji, the stage is yours.
Namaskaram. Yatra sosti mayamiti vivetso chandrama prabhatibe sahasarvai kapisa vijayate shivratri suprabha prasurabha swarupa. अभी सदगुरु जी हमको संबोधन करते थे और वो आदि योगी की बात करते हैं और हम कश्मीरी पंडित अमरनाथ स्वामी की बात करते हैं। हम अमरनाथ स्वामी की भूमि से आए हैं, हम शारदा की भूमि से आए हैं, हम शारिका की भूमि से आए हैं, हम रागिना की भूमि से आए हैं। कश्मीर was is celebrated land where Vedas were written, where Upanishads were written. भारत की 30 to 40% जो लिटरेचर लिखा गया है वो हजारों साल से हमारे ऋषि मुनियों ने कश्मीर में लिखा है और इसीलिए इसको ऋषियों की भूमि, कश्यप ऋषि की भूमि बोलते हैं, इसको शारदा की भूमि बोलते हैं, इसको केसर की भूमि बोलते हैं। एक समय था कश्मीर में, कलहन लिखते हैं कि हजारों हजारों की तादाद में कश्मीर में मंदिर थे। हरि पर्वत शारिका देवी के बिल्कुल सामने, हरि पर्वत के सामने एक साइड से विष्णु के मंदिर थे, एक साइड से बौद्ध मंदिर थे, एक साइड से महावीर भगवान के मंदिर थे और आज उसमें से कुछ नहीं है। We are victims of generational genocide, and this genocide has started nearly 800 years back. But everybody knows that we are the progeny, we are the sons of Lalta Ditya Muktapida. We are the sons of Samgram Raja. It was Mahmud of Ghaznavi was defeated 2 times only in Kashmir. And because of that, it took invaders 200 years and no army, whether it was from Ghaznavi or from Central Asia, could win Kashmir because our Lady Mountain Brigade was more forceful than the Ghaznavi forces. We are sons of that. But what happened all these 500-600 years, I don't have much time to say about that. आज कश्मीरी हिंदू जो 100% था 900 साल पहले, 800 साल पहले, आज 1% भी कश्मीर में नहीं है. We are refugees in our own country. मुझे याद है कि जब हम कश्मीर से निकले और जम्मू के गीता भवन में हमने पहली एक रजिस्टर लाई 3.5 रुपए की और वहां से हमने रजिस्ट्रेशन स्टार्ट किया. लेकिन पहला जुलूस मुझे याद है जब हमने निकाला 15,000 लोग थे. हम यूएन ऑफिस में गए इवन इन जनवरी 90, ये बताने के लिए नहीं कि हमको रिलीफ चाहिए, हमने ये बताया कश्मीर भारत का अटूट अंग है और कश्मीर भारत का ताज है. We are here because we are the first citizens of India. This is our nation, and for this nation we can give any kind of sacrifice. That message we give to UN and to whole of world and to Muslim world and to Pakistan and to terrorists. हमको ये भी याद है कि 10 साल कैसे 45 डिग्री टेम्परेचर में, पुरखू में, जगती में, बटरबाली में और कहां कहां कैंपों में रखा गया। और उन कैंपों में जो आप फिल्मों में देखते हैं कि लाइट पोस्ट के अंदर ये नीचे कैसे बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, आज जो कैंपों से बच्चे निकले हैं, they are heading billion-dollar companies. And I may tell you, we have nearly 500 of these successful people globally, in Middle East, in Europe, in Australia, in America, and we will provide leadership to the whole world. भगवान ने हमको जो कश्मीर में ये जो आतंक हुआ, इसकी कोई खास वजह है। We may have to provide leadership to this nation. We may have to provide leadership to whole of world. Because we have special kind of DNA. इन कैंपस से निकलकर हमको सभी अभी बोलते हैं कि आप कश्मीरियों के 100 संगठन है। क्या किसी भी कम्युनिटी में 100 संगठन है? नहीं है। I may tell you proudly, हमको जम्मू में सभा है, हम वी आर प्राउड ऑफ दैट। दिल्ली में हमारी कश्मीर समिति है, बॉम्बे में बॉम्बे की समिति है, पुणे में पुणे की समिति है, मुट्टू साहब बैठे हैं बेंगलोर की समिति में। वी आर प्राउड ऑफ ऑल दीज समिटीज एंड फॉर लास्ट 30 years we have constructed, we have made more than 100 temples and 100 bhavans. And कोविड में जो GKPD, KSF और बाकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशनों ने जो काम किया है, वो सरदारों से, वो जीवित से बिल्कुल मिलकर है कि उन्होंने कैसी सेवा भाव से काम कर लिया है। हम शारदा भूमि के लोग हैं और आज रविंद्र पंडिता ने पूरे हिंदुस्तान में, पूरे भारत में एक बहुत बड़ा फेनोमेना क्रिएट किया है, जो माता शारदा कश्मीर से टीटवाल तक चल रही है। आज हमारे पास यहां अश्विनी साधु करके एक यंगस्टर है, हजारों लोगों को उसने बुलेट कैसे दे दिया है, कैसे ऑर्गेनाइज किया है। We are proud of KMCT, and I tell you, just give standing ovation to KMCT. What a great thing they are doing. KMCT is doing great job. मामूली बात नहीं है। 20 करोड़ रुपया KMCT ने 20 करोड़ रुपया 1800 पेशेंटों को ठीक करने के लिए दे दिया। So our community is extra active. बहुत ही जबरदस्त तरीके से हम पूरे समाज को, हम केवल अपने समाज के लिए नहीं काम करते, हम पूरे भारत के लिए काम करते हैं, हम इंसानियत के लिए काम करते हैं। आज ये जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज है, वो समझते हैं कि पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज, हम 5 लाख हैं, 7 लाख हैं, हमको वोट की ताकत नहीं है। ठीक बात है, हमको वोट की ताकत नहीं है, लेकिन भगवान ने हमको जो दिमाग का ताकत दिया है, हम 500 करोड़ लोगों को इन्फ्लुएंस करते हैं अपनी ताकत से, अपनी दिमाग से। हम 500 करोड़ लोगों को इन्फ्लुएंस करते हैं इवन इन इलेक्शन। कश्मीर हमारा है और कश्मीर हम ऐसा बनाएंगे जो एक दिन हम हांगकांग को, सिंगापुर को, न्यू जर्सी को, न्यूयॉर्क को कंपटीशन में डाल देंगे। लेकिन एक हाथ से हम 2 कदम चलेंगे, सरकार को भी 1 कदम हमारे साथ चलना होगा। मुझे पता है मोदी जी इज अ ग्रेट पॉलिटिकल लीडर, ही इज आवर प्राउड प्राइम मिनिस्टर। उनको सब पता है, उनके होम मिनिस्टर साहब को सब पता है, लेकिन साहब हमको भी थोड़ा सा पता है। इसलिए कभी हमारे साथ भी मिलिए। हमारे साथ क्या इतनी नाराजगी है? हमको कश्मीरी भी आती है, हिंदी भी आती है, कई लोगों को गुजराती भी आती है। जिस भाषा में आप बात करना चाहते हैं, हम आपको बात करेंगे और अच्छे से बात करेंगे, अच्छे से समझेंगे। और जिन बातों की ओर आपका ध्यान नहीं गया है, हम उन बातों की ओर भी आपका ध्यान दिलाएंगे। हम कश्मीर के लिए हैं, हम आपके साथ हैं, लेकिन खुदारा हमको भी पूछिए, हमारे साथ भी कभी बातचीत कीजिए, क्या इतनी त्रासदी, क्या इतनी नाराजगी है, क्या इतनी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन दिखानी है। मेरा कलेजा करता है, हम सब का कलेजा करता है कि जब शिवरात्रि पर हमारे 1000-2000 नौजवानों जो उन्होंने कश्मीर में ड्यूटी ज्वाइन नहीं की, आपने उनको तनख्वाह नहीं दी। 8 महीने से वो तनख्वाह का इंतजार कर रहे। इतनी क्या नाराजगी है, इतनी क्या एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन दिखानी है कि हम जबरदस्त एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हैं तो अपनी जगह है, हम आपके साथ हैं, हम पूरा सहयोग करते हैं, हम सब कश्मीर जाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन हमको कोई सिखाएगा नहीं कि हम कश्मीर कैसे जाएंगे, हम कश्मीर में कैसे रहेंगे। हमने रेजोल्यूशन, कल रेजोल्यूशन पढ़ेंगे डॉक्टर सुरेंद्र कोल, और हम सब इस बात को तय करेंगे कि कश्मीर हमने जाना है, लेकिन अपने टर्म्स पर जाएंगे। जो हम सब बोलते हैं कि हम वन प्लेस सेटलमेंट पर जाएंगे, इस पर कल बातचीत होगी। लेकिन मैं बताना चाहता हूं, हम कश्मीर को एक पीसफुल, एक अच्छी ऐसी जगह जो हमारी अपनी एक आइडेंटिटी है, वो हम आइडेंटिटी बचाने की कोशिश करते हैं। न्यू जर्सी में, न्यूयॉर्क में, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में और बहरीन में भी हम बचाना चाहते हैं। बहरीन में एक ने तो मेखल कर ली, हम सब ये बचाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन हमारी आइडेंटिटी जो है, हमारी हैरत होनी चाहिए कश्मीर में। सारे हमारे every festival has its own value when it is in their own topography, own उसी अपने घर में जब हम करेंगे ये सारी चीजें, तो तब इसका एक वैल्यू है। मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। अनुपम जी हमारे he is versatile actor, he is a versatile Kashmiri Pandit, and we are so happy he is with us and he is our energy. और अनुपम जी को मैं बताना चाहता हूं, और आप सबको बताना चाहता हूं, मैं नतमस्तक हूं कि हमारे पास अमेरिका से डेलीगेट आए हैं, हमारे पास ऑस्ट्रेलिया से, न्यूजीलैंड से, अभी अजय जी आगे जर्मनी से, साउथ ईस्ट एशिया से यहां आए हैं, और जगती से लेके बेंगलोर तक, मैसूर तक यहां पर डेलीगेट आए हैं। मैं उन सब का नतमस्तक होके धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आपने टाइम निकाला और अपनी कम्युनिटी के लिए बात करेंगे। हम अपनी बात रखेंगे, पूरी दुनिया को बताएंगे कि हम इन शिकस्त खुर्द टेररिस्टों से नहीं डरते हैं, हम पूरा मुकाबला करेंगे इनको और इनको हरा कर रहेंगे। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
He deserves a standing ovation. Come on, guys. Utpalji for us. This is what Utpalji is about. He energized the entire auditorium here. Utpalji, Jai. Utpalji. चलिए, उत्पल जी तो नालमत में लग गए। यही तो उत्पल जी की बात है जो हमें बांधे रखती है जी की पीढ़ी में। And he is our guide, our inspiration. I have seen him since my childhood, how he used to work as an activist. और उत्पल जी ने जितना दिया है हमारे समाज को, हम सब इनके आभारी हैं। I would now like to invite Shri Rakesh Kaulji. He's come from New Jersey. He will be presenting his points about the conclave, about Kashmir, and a whole lot more. He has a lot more to say, actually. So let me introduce him to you. Rakesh ji, I'm sure most of you know, he's the best-selling author with a distinguished career as CEO of major publicly traded US companies. Rakesh ji was instrumental in the recovery from the German government of the stolen Tengapura Durga, the oldest continuously worshipped Durga in the world. 3 cheers for Rakesh ji. A human rights activist who has written extensively about politics, culture, history of Kashmir. He's also co-founder of our GKPD. Rakesh ji, please come on the stage.
Thank you, Nirjaji. I want to begin by first remembering the chairman of GKPD, Dr. K.L. Chaudhary ji, whose spirit very much ignites us. I want to thank you, Dr. Surinder ji, for your Herculean efforts in bringing us together. I want to thank Ajay ji for being our interlocutor with Sadhguru ji. I want to thank JKVM, GKPD volunteers. You have been selfless role models. You give hope to the entire community. With Utpal Kaulji, I have a very long relationship of affection. So I want to express my deepest thanks to Dr. Advaitidni Kaulji, who is the real Shakti behind it. Dear, dear family, every time Kashmiri Pandits get together, there is deep emotion that flows within us. It is spontaneous. But in the 20 minutes that I have asked Nirjaji to give me, I'm going to talk about a very deadly subject. Over the next 2 days, we will talk about politics, justice, narrative, all Jagti, injustices to them. But I want to take a step back and I want to talk about the subject of war. Because we are in a war. And if you are in a war, then you should know what the art of war is that the Kashmiri Pandits developed to win. Because if we are not going to benefit from the art of war, then we are doomed to failure. This lens, the Kashmiri Pandit art of war, is based on my study over the thousands of years of the war that we are in. And hopefully, some of the thoughts I will present to you will open our minds to new ideas, new battle strategies, new empowerment as we seek victory. Let me begin with the first rule of Kashmir Shaivism. It's a cold rule. It's a very cold rule. It states what happens to us is because of us. So the first step in seeking victory, if you have not succeeded for 33 years, is to understand us and see what do we have to change to become better warriors. The cardinal rule of war is very simple. The cardinal rule of war is never lose the high ground. The Indian military understands it. That's why they committed great sacrifice to capture Siachen and hold on to it. Same is true in Yangtze in Arunachal Pradesh. What is the high ground of the Kashmiri Pandits? The high ground of the Kashmiri Pandits is that to be a Kashmiri Pandit is to be a beautiful human. Beauty not in a cosmetic sense, beauty in an ennobling sense. Now, if you just for a minute think that to say that we are going to be beautiful warriors is in some way be weak, I will share an enigmatic line with you. In the Mahabharata is the longest oath that warriors anywhere in the world take. This oath was taken by the most fearsome Samshaktaka warriors, and the ending line of this oath is very interesting. It says, "And when I strike, may I look beautiful like the vermilion flame of the forest flower." The practical power of being a beautiful people and benefit is very simple. You gain lots of friends. And my first point for you is this. We desperately need to gain friends. Politicians are not friends. They make political calculations. The justice system is not a friend. We have to make friends. And the proof that beauty works is you only have to look at the Tibetan people. If there is a group of people whose situation is far more difficult than ours, the odds that they face are far worse than us. Our culture may survive, their culture is going to get eradicated in Tibet. And yet, they have friends everywhere. They have people who stand up and speak for them. And that's what we have to have. We have to have friends that speak up for us. And Tibetan people, they were our students. They were students of Nalanda University in Sharda Peeth. Our students have learned better, and we have forgotten the art of war. Now, what is this war that we are caught up in? We have to have a good understanding. You will be surprised when I say that this is a very long war, but the piece that concerns us is that 700 years ago, this war morphed into a war between Shariat forces and Sharda forces. The Shariat forces have had complete clarity. Sharda is the titular deity of Kashmir Mandala. She is the ruler of Kashmir. She is our political leader. She is the queen of Kashmir. She leads us. But this may sound very harsh. We have abandoned her. We abandoned her with grave consequences to ourselves. Utpalji referred to Ravindra Panditaji. He has had clarity, hats off to him. But I would say very few of us have kept Sharda in our heart. Why is she so important? First, I may be attached to Ragnya Devi and I may go to Khir Bhavani. Some of you may go to Jwala. Some of you may go to Bala Mandir, as Utpalji pointed out, there's no shortage of mandirs in Kashmir. But it is only to Sharda Devi that Abhinav Gupta says that she has the power to unite her people. She has the power to unite us. If there is no Sharda allegiance, we will end up being fragmented, because then there is no greater unifying cause that we are fighting for. The second thing about Sharda is that yes, she's about learning, and yes, she's about knowledge, and that has helped us. But if you were to do dhyanam on Sharda and keep Sharda in your heart, you would see very clearly that out of her 6 hands, in 3 hands, she holds a spear, she holds a bow, and she holds arrows. There's a very clear message that the Queen is giving us. And most importantly, again, something we have to change. How many of us have actually cared to read Sharda Sahasranama and understand what is this kingdom of Sharda Desh that we are fighting for? Well, if you were to read the Sharda Sahasranama, you'd find some fascinating tidbits. You'd find that Queen Sharda has very fine hips, the better to throw a javelin with. You'd find that Dhyanam on Sharda has the power to give clarity. She is the only goddess that has been given the power to unify us, give us clarity, and turn us into warriors for her kingdom, political kingdom. And in the Sharda Sahasranama, it once again reiterates, she is the leader of our community. So, going forward, she's our leader, and we are fighting for Sharda Desh. Now, any thesis has to be validated as to whether it has been successful. Most of you know that the Sringeri community went all in for Sharda. They have done exceedingly well, but there is one other community that has embodied the power of Sharda to an even greater degree, and they get no recognition, even though their success has been extraordinary. Let me tell you their story, because we are talking about war, and I want to give you proof of everything that I say, that it works and can lead to victory. Shikharji Hill has been in the news. It is a place where 20 out of the 24 Jain Tirthankaras attain moksha. The Save Shikharji movement started spontaneously, just like we are fighting for the Save Kashmir movement for the last 33 years. This movement got the government to back down from their tourism plan. And astonishingly, you now have a document that a state government has signed where it is stated that Shikharji Hill is the world's holiest place and will not be tampered with. How did this happen? Except for a few constituencies, Jains are not a much bigger political vote bank. Yes, they have been traditionally prosperous, but in the new economy, we are too. And our economic prosperity is accelerating at a much faster rate. Let me present a different thesis for your consideration. The Swetambara Jains were very concerned about gaining superpower. At some stage, they concluded that this superpower was to be gotten from Kashmir. They sent their delegates, Hema Chandra came, others came, and they gained the knowledge of Kashmir. And what I'm going to share with you now is going to be a very pleasant revelation. According to Professor Rasik Lal C. Parekh, not a Kashmiri Pandit, he tells us that on the basis of Vastupala Prasthi, the Sharda temple in Kashmir influenced Jain temple architecture all over Gujarat. That next to each famous temple of a Jain Tirthankar, there was built a smaller temple of Sharda and Saraswati. And these smaller Sharda Saraswati temples were replicas of Sharda temple in Neelam Valley. And that the murtis in these temples were called and are still called to this day as Kashmir Avatara Sri Saraswati Murti Dev Kulya. So unconsciously and maybe consciously, when Jains go to their sacred places, they are invoking Sharda Desha's superpower. We should go to these temples too. These temples are our temples. They invoke our superpower. But the lesson to learn from the Save Shikharji movement is, just as they were uncompromising that this is their sacred land, they won't allow 1 inch of it to be tampered with. We have to be uncompromising. Sharda Desh is our sacred land, and we will not compromise 1 bit on it. So while Kashmir is a great tragedy for us, when you and I invoke Sharda Desh, here is a humble submission. Don't merely see it as a civilization. Don't merely recite its heritage. Don't just talk about its stories. Don't talk about its history, but experience its superpower and project its superpower. You are the ambassadors of Sharda Desh. Project its superpower to the people around you, because you are an ambassador, magnet, the way Sharda Desh was a magnet that brought Jains and Chinese and Adi Shankara and everybody else. And by doing that, you become a Sharda Yodha, a warrior for Sharda. And ultimately, we will go back and reconsecrate Sharda Desh as our sacred land. But what is a Sharda Yodha? When I say to you, I want you to become a warrior. Well, the first definition of that was provided by a very interesting man in Kashmir by the name of Vatula Natha. And Vatula Natha said, for Kashmiri Pandits, because each species has its own way of fighting, Vatula Nath guided us by articulating the doctrine of Mahasas. Mahasas is this sudden awakening that I hope comes to all of us of mad courage, mad, audacious courage. And let me give you 2 practical examples. I don't know how many of you have heard of a fellow named Vasukra. Utpalji briefly just sort of mentioned it. But Vasukra lived about 1200, 1300 years ago. And he was facing a big problem. He was a Kashmiri Pandit living in Kashmir, And he knew the Vedas had been lost and then rediscovered, and then lost and then rediscovered. He was very concerned that with the degradation of values, they would be lost forever. What to do? You could write the Vedas, but there was a problem. From the time of Mahabharata to all the Smritis, to all the great scholars like Kumarila Bhatta, they had put down in writing that anybody who wrote the Vedas was committing a sacrilege and would go straight to hell, because Vedas had to be recited in the proper way. There was a sonic energy to it, and to write it straight to hell. And I hope each one of you in your lives makes at least once the Vasukra decision. Because Vasukra decided that he would write a one-way ticket to hell, but that he would put the Vedas down in writing. And today, when you and I go online and I read the Vedas, and there are so many Twitter warriors who now quote the Vedas, they are reflecting Vatulnath's principle of Mahasas that creates a great awakening. And today we remember Vasukra in Kashmir in a very small way. There's a village in Sumbul named after him, and that's the village the Rupa Bhavani went to and settled for her awakening. Now, how do we know the story of Vasukra? Not from any Hindu, not from any Kashmiri Pandit. We know the story of Vasukra from Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni was fascinated by him because he came from a culture where people voluntarily wrote a ticket to paradise and created hell on earth. But Vasukra wrote a ticket to hell to create paradise on earth. This was fascinating for him. And I want all of you to have that moment in your life where you say, I am going to make a Vasukra decision. I don't care what hell I have to face, but I am going to create paradise on earth. The second example, of course, is a current and very relevant one. And that, of course, is the Kashmir Files. For Kashmiri Pandits, the movie did not offer anything new. We've known those stories. We've suffered that trauma. We've suffered the pain. There was nothing new there. But the rasa for us, and why we went over and over again to see it, the rasa for us was the Mahasa of Vivek Agnihotri and Pallavi. For that, over and over again, I salute. They have created what Vatullah Nath would have nodded his head and said, you know what? They are Mahasas warriors. They have created a great awakening. So when Sadhguru talks about the narrative and Vatullah Nath talks about the great awakening, we are all on the same page. Nothing has changed. This is one of the tools of the Kashmiri Pandit art of war. And each one of you has to be a Mahasas warrior. You have to build on this great awakening so that we create a civil society movement that is a tsunami, and that will sweep everything. Nothing will stand in the way. Politicians, judicial system, nothing will stand in the way of this great awakening. So I want to end on the question now of what is it about our karma that as a frontier people, we have gotten caught in this long war. I have written about this long war elsewhere. It'll probably go on for thousands of years. Sadhguru is optimist. He thinks it'll be over in 40 to 50 years. I hope so, but it may go longer. If you ask ex-MLC Surinder Ambadkarji the question, why are you fighting for Sharda Devi? He would probably say, I'm not just fighting for a homeland for Kashmiri Pandits. I'm fighting for Sanatan Dharma in Kashmir. Well, what is it about Sanatan Dharma in Kashmir that is worth fighting for all Hindus? India is a huge land. There are Sanatan Dharma centers all over. If Kashmir goes, so what? Now, Sunil Rana Rajnak is one of the few people who knows the answer. But for the first time in public, I'm going to present to you as to why, if there is a battle of battles that 1 billion Hindus should fight, it is about the Sanatan Dharma stream in Kashmir. And if you agree with me, then you have to assertively claim it and you have to make it part of this grand awakening. My thesis will also help shed light why, when driven mad with grief, the greatest actor of India, the actor with unmatchable multiplicity, the actor who I say is an actor with formless form, our brother Anupam Kherji, in the Mahasasa movie, The Kashmir Files, he kept firm in his conviction in the midst of his grief, trauma, madness. He kept firm in his conviction that Sharda Desh held the secret supreme of Sanatan Dharma that he desperately tried to pass on to his son, the way we all are trying to pass. So what is the secret supreme of Sanatan Dharma? Now, all of you know the literal translation of Sanatan Dharma, eternal laws. But that, we are not planets, we're not like gravity, planets rotating eternally. We are human beings. In Kashmir, Sanatan Dharma culturally became associated with the notion of a surcharged way of life. One that is constantly being watered and kept fresh. So this surcharging is done by whom and what? What does it? Well, Sadhguru said it, and he's totally aligned with our way of thinking. We're born with only one birthright, to be all we can be. And in this one life, we want to have complete fulfillment, complete liberation. And we want to bring this birthright to all of humanity. The greatest fear Kashmiri Pandits had was of rules-based religiosity, because that is a very cruel system. And it limits self-propelled Shakti. The first time we see evidence of this, interestingly, is in the case of Buddha. When the Kashmiri Pandits looked at Buddha, they certainly accepted him, but they became key propagators of Mahayana Buddhism, which accepts Buddha, but doesn't focus so much on the person, focuses on the pathway and the process, and asserts you can become a Buddha. And there can be many Buddhas. And brought in the notion of kindness, which is why we are called Dayalu Bhattas. Kindness that Dalai Lama talks about today, Karuna, was injected into the ethical system of Buddhism by your ancestors and my ancestors. But the idea that it's not the Buddha in the past, but the Buddha within us who will surcharge us, the Buddhas that follow him, basically gives the secret of what Kashmiri Sanatan Dharma is. But before I tell you that, I want to go a little bit further. By the time we arrive from Buddha to Utpala, Abhinavgupta, we were in a post-scripture world already. We had already said, yes, there is a role for revelation. Yes, there is a role for the guru, but the most important source is your own personal awakened self-experience. And so we, Sanatan Dharmis in Kashmir, had built a made in India Bhairava factory. Endless Bhairavas who would come and surcharge Sanatan Dharma. Why is it about Kashmir that there's awakening all over India? There can be awakening all over the world. It is available to all of humanity. I'll finish in 1 minute. But we built the factory. And that is something that is very, very precious. Because if India wants to lay claim to being a Vishwa Bhairav to the world, then Kashmir, that factory has to start cranking. I want to end by saying this. You and me, we are miracles. If you mathematically work out what is the probability that we are alive here today, you know what? It is near zero. Think of 99.9% of the descendants of Kashmiri Pandits who didn't make it to this point. How close our ancestors must have come to death, repeatedly dodging the Islamist cruelty, somehow survived. You and I, we are miracles. Let us take this miracle. You are a beautiful people. You have superpower in you. You should radiate that superpower. You should lead the great awakening with the audacity of mad courage. And you should take the helm of Sanatan Dharma because you hold the key to the factory of Bhairava. As Abhinav said, doesn't matter how much pain and trauma we suffer. He said, we have the Devi's Chamatkara, that just when all hope is lost, there is the great expansion that leads to victory. Thank you.
Thank you, Rakesh ji. As you can see, Rakesh ji is so passionate about it. He can keep you engaged for hours. Apologies, Rakesh ji, because of paucity of time, I had to give you a nudge. This whole conclave is dedicated to our stalwarts, community stalwarts who dedicated their entire life in the service of the community. Can you please put the poster up? Thank you. So we're very, very humbly, we bow to these who have given their entire life for the service of the community. So we have Anupam Kherji here today with us, and I believe he has to leave. So Anupam Kherji, I have to introduce you. I hope you have 1 minute, 1 minute to bear with me. I lost my whole thought now because I was expecting you to be here for a while. So give me. You are absolutely. I mean, yes, who doesn't know you? who doesn't know you, and you don't need any introduction, but it was my wish to introduce you to everyone. And unfortunately, I have lost track here, but I'll get it back. Sorry about that. So Anupam Kher ji, unke bare mein kya bole, but Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri, 534 movies, if I got it right, under his belt, national and international. Anupam ji's significant contribution to Indian cinema has been far, far superior and unmatched. We thank you, Anupam ji, for speaking for the community at national and international forums. Your stellar performance as Pushkar Nath. I know your dad's name is Pushkar Nath, and so is mine. It resonated with every Kashmiri Pandit that has been through that pain of exodus and genocide. Anupam ji, I would like to request you to come on stage and speak a few words with us. Thank you so much.
तो सारनी ते तुंद घर वालन में नमस्कार। सठा नफर आमत सारी हिंदी पढ़ या कशीर पट कथ करान तो ग्लोबल कश्मीरी पंडित कॉन्क्लेव ऑफ लिखमुत इंग्लिश पढ़ी। पहली बात तो थैंक यू वेरी मच तुम मे दितमुत यह सम्मान तुम दितु मे इज्जत बहुत तुंद शुक्रगुजार। मे आव याद 1993 गोडनुक युस कश्मीरी वर्ल्ड कॉन्फ्रेंस गमज तथ मज तस बह बिलोमुत तम दो सुनो मे फेरन आज म्यूल मे फेरन सठा कोशिश कर मे सुप पे फेरन छाड़ने मगर म्यूलुम न क्या। When you decided to introduce me, मैं बास्यो बकर कोशिश यूता कशर पट कर तू इधर नफरन ची कोशर तंगन बकर पूरी कोशिश कशर पटी कथ करने कुंजा अगर रुकोस तो पत कर ब हिंदी या इंग्लिश पट कथ क्या जरूरी कशर पट कथ करें तो सार नहीं करी कथ कॉल साहब बड़ी एलिक्वेंटली एंड मेरे दोस्त साहब बड़े एलिक्वेंटली आपने भी बड़ जान पट कथ करी तो पूरी सोरी के कथ वनियो कि कित पट स्ट्रगल करान मगर अख चीज मशिद गमस मे बासान सारे लग मेन कथ जान आज मगर बस जरूरी पोज बोलन अगर कह कल्चर कह सभ्यता जिंद थवन तथ कुन लैंग्वेज जिंद थवन। दोनों कॉल साबन कर सठा कथ अबाउट शारदा एंड अबाउट कश्मीरी सन क्या कर्मुत मगर मे बासान आदित्य कॉलेज तो कोशर तगान मगर मे बासान राकेश कॉलेज सन निचमस या कोरी कोशर तगान युतान करो पन्न शुरन कोशुर हेचनाव तोतान गो खत्म 15 वरियन मन एंड दैट इज द हार्श ट्रूथ ऑफ कश्मीर। कुछ भी कर लें हम कोई तो करे हम कॉन्फ्रेंस करते रहेंगे धीरे धीरे हम कश्मीरी में कश्मीरी कॉन्फ्रेंस को ख़त्म कर देंगे फिर हम हिंदी में कॉन्फ्रेंस करेंगे और फिर हम अंग्रेजी में कॉन्फ्रेंस करेंगे और आज से 50 साल बाद हम कहेंगे एक ज़माने में हमारी लैंग्वेज कश्मीरी थी। दैट विल बी द डेथ ऑफ कश्मीरी बिरादरी। बाकी तो हम जिंदा रहेंगे, हमारा जो काम हम करेंगे, जो हमारे इंटेलेक्चुअल्स हैं, देयर इज़ नो डाउट उत्पल जी के सोइन नफर च सारी दिमाग पर कत करान सोइन क्वालिटी यह है कि यूता अस पे प्रॉब्लम आमद परेशानी आमद मगर वी हैव केप्ट आवर इंटेलेक्ट and are calm with the brilliance of our mind. मगर as गए 93 पर इतना टाइम गए almost 29, 30 years. There are millions of people who have been talking about our struggle. We must salute all of them. There are so many people, individuals who have given their lives, people like Sushil Pandit, people like Aditya Kaul, people like Ashok Pandit. They have been speaking, and today it's important to remember them, even if they are not here. I would like you to please acknowledge their as bad koshish karein kith padti, because we get a little, and that goes with my brother's children also, my son also. They don't know Kashmiri. It's sad, especially people who, since our lot of representation and the global Kashmiri organization is here, people in America, people in Germany, people in Finland, their children do not know Kashmiri. And हमारे यहाँ क्योंकि शादी होती है तो बिल्कुल कश्मीरी आती नहीं है. अक्समानो सोचते दमोलू बनावन, रोगन जोश बनावन, यखिन बनावन, यो सार नहीं तक मंचु छांडा नफर मासी जी को बनानी आती है, चाची जी को बनानी आती है, ताई जी को बनानी आती है. धीरे धीरे वो सब खत्म हो जाएगा. While we are saying that we have to fight, and I see the tone slightly changing of ours, that we are becoming a little aggressive, which is very good, because we did not have aggression for a long time, which is fine. But we are also losing the speciality. हम बार बार बोलते हैं कि कश्मीरी पंडितों ने कभी जोर से बात नहीं की, वो अपने काम से बात करते हैं. So let's keep that calm alive. Let's keep the power alive, power of silence, power of knowledge, power of Sharda ji, Saraswati, Tulmul, Kheer Bhavani, Shankaracharya. We've reached to a lot of places. That is very important. And हमारी तो सभ्यता में, हमारी तो शांति हमारी सभ्यता में है. अगर हम उस सभ्यता को छोड़कर धीरे धीरे छोटे छोटे नेता बनना शुरू कर देंगे तो हमारी वो भी क्वालिटी चली जाएगी. बहुत मुश्किल है, आई नो, आई अंडरस्टैंड दैट. मुझे भी बड़ा गुस्सा आता है. बट एक काम हुआ है कश्मीर फाइल से कि आप हमारी प्रॉब्लम जो दुनिया को 32 साल तक नहीं पता थी, वो पता चल गई है. उसके लिए कश्मीर फाइल्स के लिए विवेक, पल्लवी, जितने भी कैमरामैन, असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर्स, एक्टर्स, ये सब का नाम हिस्ट्री में जाएगा, बिकॉज उन्होंने कश्मीरी पंडितों की प्रॉब्लम दुनिया तक पहुंचाई. वरना तो कोई मानने को तैयार ही नहीं था. कोई तैयार ही नहीं था. हम सबको पड़ोसियों को बोलते थे हमारे साथ ऐसा हुआ, हमारे साथ ऐसा हुआ. नहीं, ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है, अपने देश में ऐसा कैसे होता है, ऐसे थोड़ा मरते हैं. तो we have to still fight them with a certain amount of perseverance, certain amount of calmness, certain amount of determination. And my brothers and sisters who are suffering in Jammu, while negotiations will go on, while they will rightfully demonstrate, I think it's important that we help them financially. Because that is where will we make a contribution to their lives. वो चलता रहेगा. वो बहुत मुझे तकलीफ होती है, दुख होता है, मैं उनको देखता हूँ वहां पर वो ठंड में बर्दाश्त कर रहे हैं. And we should rightfully also again, Kaul Sahab, we should rightfully again approach again and again the government to see or find a solution. Because confrontation will make us like anybody else. Confrontation will make us anybody else, and they, as you said rightfully, it's not about I think Mr. Modi has always tweeted about Shivratri, about Herat, about everything. So I think it sounds good and we get claps out of it when we say हमें तो झंडा खड़ा करना है. करिए, बिल्कुल करेंगे. मगर pledge money for them while they are fighting this thing. I pledge 5 lakhs of rupees today for them. आपकी कल कॉन्फ्रेंस खत्म हो जाएगी। बहुत पैसा है हमारे पास, बहुत शोहरत कमाई है, कश्मीर की वादियों से निकलकर हमने बहुत अपनी मेहनत से पैसा कमाया है। We give lot of charity to American organizations. We give lot of charities who are already rich. It's important we give money to our own brothers and sisters now. करके यहां से करके निकलिए, कल दो दिन में करके निकलिए, 20 करोड़ रुपया इकट्ठा करिए, तब मजा आएगा। तब इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का मकसद जो है वो पूरा होगा। मातरम मातरम तोयसोनी में नमस्कार उर्जू आयत बत लसिव तो खुश रजिव। धन्यवाद।
प्लीज आप कहीं जाइए मत, प्लीज आप यहीं रुकिए। मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ श्री CL गड्डू जी को और प्रोफेसर सुधीर सोपोरी को स्टेज पे आने के लिए टू फेलिसिटेट अनुपम जी, प्लीज। Please give a round of applause. Anupam ji for us is a huge, not only a huge artist, but a human being who's been championing our cause nationally and internationally. A big round of applause for Anupam ji, please. हाँ जी, प्लीज।
वितस्ता पुरुषार्थ सम्मान। कश्मीर संस्कृति वितस्ता संस्कृति वैदिक काल में से चली आ रही है। वितस्ता पुरुषार्थ सम्मान से श्री अनुपम खैर लिखा है, मगर मेरा नाम खेर है, बट चलेगा। खर TSS। मैं ट्विटर पर किता लोग बना चुचु खर ते क्या मोने खेर गोस बन रहा हमारे तो ना मांगनू चांगनू मांगने सरी शासन ना, तो पर यहाँ खैर बीच का कर दिया है, खैर कर दिया। वितस्ता पुरुषार्थ सम्मान से श्री अनुपम खैर को अलंकृत करते हैं। आपके द कश्मीर फाइल्स में महत्वपूर्ण एवं अप्रतिम अभिनय के लिए वितस्ता पुरुषार्थ सम्मान। कश्मीर संस्कृति इज वितस्ता संस्कृति since the Vedic period. Vitasta Purusharth Samman is proudly presented to Shri Anupam Kher in recognition of your significant, in recognition of I'm very honored and humbled and very happy about Kashmir Files, but also in recognition for what I have been doing for Kashmiri Pandits for the last 33 years. Thank you, Vara. I'm very honored and I'm very humbled and I'm very, very proud of this felicitation. Thank you.
थोड़ा सा नर्वस वैसे तुम्हारा करवे नर्वस है तो करो ऐसे सो रो इसके नर्व ऐसे रो सॉरी
Saga of survival, of collection of in-depth reporting, struggle. First 14 years of Vanvas. नहीं, it's very important कि किताब आप मुझे जो दे रहे हैं इसका जिक्र मेरा करना बड़ा जरूरी है। द सागा ऑफ सर्वाइवल, सर आपकी किताब, ए कलेक्शन ऑफ इन डेप्थ रिपोर्टिंग स्ट्रगल फॉर सर्वाइवल ड्यूरिंग फर्स्ट 14 years ऑफ वनवास 1990 to 2003। चमनलाल गड्डू जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Namaskar. I have written only introduction of this book. This book is full of clippings from the media, print media of that time, and commentaries by different authors, experts, and activists. Thank you.
अच्छा मिशन में आएंगे अच्छा
मैंने नहीं ऑफ कर लिया। I think Anupam ji is going to sit for a little bit more. So we'll start the felicitation ceremony. And we're honored to have the Kashmir Files team. Of course, Anupam ji is also part of the team. And we have amongst us Vivek ji, Pallavi ji, Basha, our own daughter, and Saurav ji. So I would like to invite on stage first, Padma Shri K.N. Pandita ji, Shri T.N. Razdan, Srimati Brij Kishori Zutshi, Shri Moti Kaul, Shri Utpal Kaul, Shri Rakesh Kaul, and Shri Sanjay Ganju. Kindly come on stage so you can present the awards. Sorry. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mara Sarni. Yimchisan community install awards. I say guide karan. I say vathavan. Hindi athav dimnao is award Vivek ji, Pallavi ji, so that they also get their blessings. So let me say a few words about Vivek ji. I mean, we don't need to say anything. You all know, and we've been saying a lot about him. He's been saying a lot about us. He is actually a Kashmiri Pandit now, so is Pallavi ji. But I'll still just say a few words about him. The man who made it possible, putting himself and his family at risk, brought the story of our forgotten community to the forefront. Without compromising on details that were shared with him by 700 plus community members across several countries and continents, and through thorough research on the subject. Vivek ji, of course, everybody knows is a director, film producer, screenwriter, and author. He has created history with his unapologetic scripts. Vivek ji has also won Best Writer Award at Madrid Film Festival for his film Buddha in a Traffic Jam, and has recently been awarded Best Debut Author for his book, Urban Nexus, that's being talked about almost every day. KP community will forever remain grateful to him for spreading our genocide story far and wide. Vivek ji, please, could you come on the stage? May I request Padma Shri K.N. Pandita ji and Professor Supuri to present the award to Vivek Agnihotri ji. Give me one moment.
ना ना नमक ना विवेक जी, आपको इनसे आशीर्वाद सच में लेना चाहिए। Thank you, Vivek ji. May I have Pallavi Joshi ji on the stage, please. Pallavi ji, an actress par excellence, a film producer with a career spanning across films and television. Pallavi ji has received several awards, including 2 National Film Awards. May I request Srimati Brij Kishori Zuchi and Moti Kaulji to present the award. Well, the conviction with which she portrayed the character of Nivedita Menon connects us to the real life Nivedita Menons. Thank you, Pallavi ji, for being one of us, a Kashmiri Bhattani, we call her, and she portrays it so well. The athor she wears, very proud, very, very proudly she wears it. Next is our Kashirkur community daughter, Basha Sumli. Basha, an actress, screenwriter, assistant director, and playwright, born in Sumbul, Jammu and Kashmir, has worked in Bollywood entertainment industry, and her artwork has been released in Hindi language movies. Sharda Pandit, the character she played, which all of you know, resonates with every girl and woman in that year of 1990. Her outstanding performance won every heart and made her a star overnight. Wishing Basha the very best in her near future. I would like to request Shri T.N. Razdan and Shri Rakesh Kolji to present the award to Basha. Next. Next, we have Saurav Verma ji, our Jammu boy who played the character of Afzal in Kashmir Files and killed it, and literally killed it. Saurav is a stage and film artist, born and raised in Jammu. Saurav ji, you really outdid yourself. Congratulations and very best wishes to you for your future endeavors. So may I request Shri Sanjay Ganju ji to present the award to him. Yes. Thank you, Saurav ji. I know you came from Calcutta to attend this function. So happy to have you here. We have excellent sports person in our community, and this is our opportunity to recognize them. Shri Kuldeep Kumar Handu. I guess everybody knows about him. An Indian coach and former Wushu player and the current national chief coach of Wushu team in India, Kuldeep ji has been honored with the very prestigious Dronacharya Award in 2020, first person of Jammu Kashmir to receive it. In the same year, he was nominated by Prime Minister of India as the ambassador of Fit India movement. The community is very proud of his achievements. I know he's not here today, he couldn't make it, but I want Utpal ji, could you please present the award on behalf to Sushma? Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, all of you. Kuldeep Handu is my brother. Just he had reminded Mr. Utpal ji that he couldn't come today because of some job. And he told me, my dear sis, please, on my behalf, mera award le aana. Maine kaha, yes, you are my proud brother. So I will go and I'll collect it. Thank you very much.
Please convey our best wishes to him, Sushma ji. We were looking forward to seeing him in person, but that's okay. Very. Yes, absolutely. Not the stage. Thank you, Sushma ji, for collecting the award on his behalf. The next award is for, again, our community daughter, Ankita Rana. An Indian professional tennis player, regularly being the Indian #1 in both singles and doubles. Ankita has won one title on WTA Tour and one at WTA 125 tournaments, along with 11 singles and doubles titles on the ITF circuit. Ankita Rana has been India's Indian tennis's silent worker. Sorry, I'm just fumbling now. In a country where women's tennis has often struggled to find its footing, our daughter has carved out a place for herself. Wishing her great success. So, okay. So, may I ask, you want to receive it? Okay. Okay, Shafalika ji, you can receive the award on her behalf. And may I ask Srimati Brij-Kishori Zuchisi to present the award. So both of my sisters, that would be nice. That's good. Yes, very proud of her. Very proud of her. Thank you, Shafalika.
साहिल कॉर्डलेस माइक ऑन करेंगे आप? नहीं आ रही आवाज. हेलो 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 हेलो, अब इसमें आई आवाज. शफालिका,
Hello, hello.
That concludes our award ceremony. I request all of you. Thank you so much for being here on the stage. Thank you. Okay, now I want to hear a huge yes. Would you want to hear some words or some nice things about Kashmir from Vivek ji? That's not loud enough. Again, that's not loud enough. And how about Pallavi ji? Okay, so can I have both of you here on stage?
No, I can stand and talk. Yeah, yeah.
आप सबको बहुत बहुत तहे दिल से मेरा प्रणाम. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ग्लोबल कश्मीरी पंडित डायस्पोरा, जेके विचार मंच और तमाम वो सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, एसोसिएशन, संस्थाएं, इंडिविजुअल्स जिन्होंने इस मूवमेंट को जिंदा रखा एक बहुत ही कंस्ट्रक्टिव, ह्यूमैनिटेरियन, पीसफुल तरीके से. उसके लिए उनकी जितनी तारीफ की जाए उनके योगदान की उतना कम पड़ता है. ये जो आज समारोह आप लोग कर रहे हैं, ये एक नया चैप्टर है. डॉक्टर राकेश कौल जी कह रहे थे अभी अबाउट द ग्रेट अवेकनिंग. ये ग्रेट अवेकनिंग किसी एक दिन में, एक मिनट में नहीं आती. ये तमाम चीजों को जोड़ने से आती है. ये सही है कि द कश्मीर फाइल्स चूंकि एक फीचर फिल्म है, उसका इम्पैक्ट मास लेवल पे है, ऐसा हुआ नहीं था, तमाम चीजें बोली जा सकती हैं, लेकिन अगर आप एक लंबे वक्त में चीजों को देखें तो वो भी एक चरण ही है। जब हम रिसर्च कर रहे थे तो मैं जम्मू गया था गीता भवन में, और वहां पे मुझे वो कमरा दिखाया गया जहां पे पहली बार सब लोग आए थे और किस तरह रजिस्टर्स में उनके नाम लिखे गए थे। अगर उस चरण को याद करें, वो पहला जो स्टेप था, तो वो कश्मीर फाइल से कहीं बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा था। हम लोग चूंकि जीवन का रफ्तार इतनी है कि उस वक्त जो घट रहा है उसको महत्व देते हैं, पर आज के दिन मैं उन सब लोगों ने जिनके यहाँ घटनाएं घटी, जिनके यहाँ मृत्यु हुई, जिन लोगों ने सदमे सहे, जिन लोगों ने त्याग किया, और पूरी की पूरी कश्मीरी पंडित कम्युनिटी जिनको 80-90 के दशक में कश्मीर छोड़ के निकलना पड़ा, उन सब की त्याग और तपस्या को मैं हाथ जोड़ के बहुत तहे दिल से उनका वंदन करता हूं, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। उनका जितनी भी तारीफ की जाए, उनको याद किया जाए, उतना कम है। जिस चीज ने मुझे, पल्लवी और बाकी लोगों को प्रेरित किया ये फिल्म बनाने के लिए, उसके हार्ट में, उसके केंद्र में जो भावना थी, वो मैं आज आपसे शेयर करना चाहता हूं। ऐसे तो मैं बहुत बोलता रहता हूं, पर कुछ बातें मैंने कभी नहीं बोली आज तक, और वो सिर्फ ये थी कि आखिर हम हैं कौन। अगर आप मेरी सारी बातें सुने, कहीं आपको दिखेगा एक सवाल मैं हमेशा से ढूंढता रहा हूं, आखिर हम हैं कौन। जब हम कहते हैं सनातन धर्म हमारा है, हिंदू धर्म हमारा है, या भारत हमारा है, हम जनगण मन गाते हैं, हमारा जब सीना चौड़ा होता, आखिर वो किस बात पे, क्या ये जो समुंदर हैं, जो पहाड़ हैं, जो पेड़ हैं, हो सकता है आप कश्मीर में जिस मोहल्ले में रहते हैं उससे ज्यादा खूबसूरत जगह में आज रहते हैं, और कई लोग रहते भी हैं, मैं तो उनके घर भी होके आया। तो ये क्या चीज है, आखिर ये जीवन है क्या। और मैं अगले 4-5 मिनट में आपसे ये बात जरा शेयर करना चाहता हूं, क्यों ये फिल्म बनाना जरूरी है, और क्यों इसके बाद ऐसी और फिल्में बनाना जरूरी है, क्यों ये संघर्ष जरूरी है, क्यों त्याग, तपस्या, ये सब चीजें क्यों आवश्यक है, और आज इसका क्या महत्व है, ये मैं आपको समझाना चाहता हूं। ये लड़ाई को हिंदू मुस्लिम की तरह ना देखें, 2 मिनट के लिए भूल जाएं। ये लड़ाई कुछ लोग बंदूक लेके आए और कुछ लोग जिनके पास बंदूक नहीं थी उनको छोड़ के निकलना पड़ा। ये एक बार नहीं हुआ, ये भविष्य में मान के, लिख के ले लीजिए, एक कश्मीर नहीं कई कश्मीर बनेंगे, सिर्फ भारत में नहीं विश्व के कई हिस्सों में बनेंगे। ये लड़ाई है क्या? आज पूरे विश्व में अगर आप देखें तो ये विचारधाराओं की लड़ाई है। एक विचारधारा जिसने मोक्ष की बात करी, एक विचारधारा जिसने जीवन, ब्रह्मांड, योग, आयुर्वेद, इंक्लूसिविटी, एक प्रोग्रेसिव थिंकिंग की, इंक्लूसिविटी की, एक ज्ञान की गंगा है, प्रेम की गंगा है, इसमें जितनी धाराएं आए मिल जाएं वो सब गंगा ही बन जाती हैं। जो लोग गंगा जमुना तहजीब की बात करते हैं बहुत छोटी सोच की बात करते हैं, क्योंकि हजारों यमुनाएं जब गंगा में मिल जाती हैं तो भी वो गंगा ही बन जाती है, इनको अलग आप कर ही नहीं सकते। तो ये जो एक खुली मानसिकता, एक वो विचारधारा जिसने विश्व के सबसे शांति प्रिय, लगभग शांति प्रिय 3-4 धर्मों को जन्म दिया, जो आगे चल के हिंदुइज्म, जैनिज्म, बुद्धिज्म, सिखिज्म बनते गए, उनके भी पंथ निकलते गए, कबीर पंथ को भी हम लोग मानते हैं। तमाम ऐसे अगर आप देखें, ये जो इंक्लूसिविटी है, ये आज विश्व में इतनी एक्सटिंक्ट विचारधारा रह गई है। दूसरी तरफ आप देखिए सब एक्सपेंशनिस्ट, जो लोग कहते हैं कि हम ही सत्य हैं, एक ही ईश्वर है, एक ही धर्म है, एक ही भाव है, एक ही फिलॉसफी है, एक ही दर्शन है, जो कुछ है वो एक ही है, और हम कहते हैं सब चीज विविधता है। ये जो दो विचार, एक एक्सपेंशनिस्ट है और एक अपने को एक्सपेंड नहीं करती है, जो है उसी में सीमित है, ये दो विचारधाराओं की आज पूरे विश्व को ये तय करना है। ये बात सिर्फ कश्मीर तक ही सीमित नहीं है, पूरे विश्व को आज ये तय करना है कि वो किस विचारधारा को आगे लेके जाना चाहते हैं। वो सारे कम्युनिस्ट और लेफ्टिस्ट लोग जो आप पे भी काफी अटैक करते हैं, बातें इक्वालिटी की और ग्लोबलाइजेशन की करते हैं, लेकिन उनका भी ये माई वे और हाई वे, आप मेरी तरह सोचेंगे तो ही आप इस विश्व में सरवाइव कर सकते हैं, अदरवाइज वो बंदूकों से और तलवारों से नहीं मारते हैं, वो कैंसिल कल्चर लेके आए, आपको कैंसिल कर दिया जाएगा। आजकल मुझे कैंसिल करने की पूरे यत्न और पूरी षड्यंत्र रचा जा रहा है, और इस बात को मैं तय था, मुझे पता था ये फिल्म बनाने के बाद क्या होगा। जब फिल्म की धूमधाम खत्म हो जाएगी तो सारा का सारा इकोसिस्टम मुझे घेरेगा, और जो पिछले कुछ 1-2-3 हफ्ते से मेरे साथ, सिर्फ मेरी नहीं, मेरी बेटी, मेरी पत्नी, मेरे परिवार, जो भी मुझसे जुड़ा उसके साथ ये हो रहा है। लेकिन सिर्फ इस भावना के साथ ये लड़ाई जारी है कि ये जो कश्मीर में ज्ञान पनपा, जो पूरे भारत में और विश्व में फैला, शायद बहुत सारे लोग यहां जानते नहीं होंगे कि अफगानिस्तान के जो पहले प्रधानमंत्री थे वो कश्मीरी पंडित थे। कितने लोग जानते हैं इस बात? तो ज्यादा नहीं जानते हैं, आपको जानना चाहिए। और उनके राज में वहां कभी कोई वायलेंस नहीं हुई, कभी कोई विद्रोह नहीं हुआ, लेकिन उनके जाते ही अगले कुछ 400-500 साल में आप जानते हैं अफगानिस्तान का आज क्या हाल है। जहां जहां ये विचारधारा को खत्म किया जाएगा वहां पे आतंक फैलेगा, वहां पे वायलेंस फैलेगी, वहां से पीस चली जाएगी, वहां से ह्यूमैनिटी चली जाएगी। इसीलिए मैं सरस्वती और शिव का ये संदेश सारी दुनिया में ले लेके जहां भी जाता हूं एक ही बात करता हूं कि शिव की जो फिलॉसफी है वननेस की, उसको हमें आगे लेके जाना है। ये ग्रेट अवेकनिंग क्या है? अब हम और आप नहीं, जो नई जनरेशन है, उनको इस फिलॉसफी की, ये जो शिवा की वननेस की फिलॉसफी है, जो हमारी सनातनी भारतीय मूल विचारधारा है, उसके ब्रांड एम्बेसडर्स बनना है। इसके लिए आपको उन्हें प्रेरित करना है। जहां तक हमारा सवाल है, हमारी ये यात्रा तो इस फिल्म के साथ शुरुआत है। इसके बाद हम लोग पिछले 1 साल से काम कर रहे हैं, एक वेब सीरीज बना रहे हैं जिसका नाम है कश्मीर अनरिपोर्टेड, जिसमें जितना हमारे पास डेटा, रिसर्च, इंटरव्यूज हैं, उसके अलावा तमाम और नया काम जोड़ जाड़ के एक 7-8 एपिसोड का ओटीटी पे जो जून या जुलाई में आएगा, जून और अगस्त के बीच में कभी आएगा, वो एक वेब सीरीज हम बना रहे हैं जिसमें पूरे कश्मीर का जो हेरिटेज है, शिव से लेकर आज तक आपका आर्ट, लिटरेचर, कल्चर, स्ट्रगल, सारे के सारे आपके जो संघर्ष हैं, और जो नई जनरेशन ने किस तरह से क्रिएटिविटी को, साइंस को, फिलॉसफी को, ह्यूमैनिटी को आगे ले जाके जो प्रतिभा से पूरे विश्व में नाम रोशन कर रहे हैं, वो पहले चरण से आज तक की पूरी यात्रा एक मॉडर्न लिटरेचर की तरह से, वो हम एक ओटीटी में जुलाई और अगस्त में आएगा। आगे आने वाली जनरेशन, उसके बाद कोई आपसे पूछा करिए कश्मीर का तुम्हारा प्रॉब्लम क्या, आप उनको एक लिंक दे दीजिएगा। इतनी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव वेब सीरीज शायद भारत में ना कभी बनी है ना बनी। और ये बात यही नहीं खत्म होती है मुझे चुप कराने की। दे वॉन्ट टू साइलेंस मी, दे डोंट। आप जो लोग मुझे फॉलो करते हैं सोशल मीडिया में, थोड़ा तो जानते होंगे क्या चल रहा है पिछले कुछ वक्त से, और मैं उसको अकेले ही लड़ना चाहता हूं। मैं ये नहीं चाहता हूं उसमें कोई और भागीदारी बने, क्योंकि आई हैड साइंड अप फॉर दिस, ये यात्रा शुरू की थी। लेकिन मैं आपको बताता हूं एक बात, अभी 2024 में हमारी एक और फिल्म आने वाली है, द दिल्ली फाइल्स, और खास तौर पे कश्मीरी पंडित लोग, मैं आपको आश्वासन देता हूं, कश्मीर फाइल से जो कहानी शुरू हुई थी वो तो अभी सिर्फ फर्स्ट चैप्टर था। एक बार दिल्ली फाइल्स, इससे अवेयरनेस क्रिएट हुई है, द दिल्ली फाइल्स आएगी तो मैं आपको गारंटी करता हूं कि सिर्फ भारत के नहीं, विश्व के सारे पॉलिसी मेकर्स मजबूर हो जाएंगे इस बात पे कि वो एक साथ टेबल में बैठ के कश्मीर को रिजॉल्व करें। आज के बाद मुझे जो बोलना है, अब मैं सोशल मीडिया पे ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगा, क्योंकि मैं एक पिता भी हूं, मैं किसी का पति भी हूं, दोस्त भी हूं। मेरी जिम्मेदारी है कि वो लोग भी स्वस्थ रहें, प्रसन्न रहें और सेफ रहें। अब मुझे जो बोलना है मैं अपने काम से बोलूंगा। मैं आपके कम्युनिटी का एक पार्टी हूं, आप ही का बेटा भी हूं, भाई भी हूं। मुझे आशीर्वाद दें ताकि ईश्वर इतनी हिम्मत दे कि जो कश्मीर फाइल्स में किया था उससे भी ज्यादा बड़ा काम हम लोग अगले 2 साल में कर पाए। अंत में मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं। मुझे अभी थोड़ी देर पहले खबर मिली कि ब्रिटिश हिंदू सोसाइटी जो यूके में है, आप जानते हैं वहां क्या चल रहा है, उसमें यूनैनिमसली जो चेयरमैन इलेक्ट किए गए हैं वो भी कश्मीरी पंडित हैं, डॉक्टर विवेक कौल। मैं डॉक्टर विवेक कौल को बधाई देता हूं और मुझे ऐसा लगता है पूरी की पूरी कश्मीरी पंडित को बधाई देता हूं। एक बहुत बड़ा काम है, और जब एक जेनोसाइड विक्टिम चेयरमैन बन के काम करेगा तो आप सोचिए कितना ह्यूमैनिटेरियन काम करेगा। जम्मू में, जैसा खेर साहब बता रहे थे, जम्मू में जो संघर्ष चल रहा है उसमें मैं पीछे से काफी काम कर रहा हूं, लेकिन तो कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो स्ट्रेटेजिकली अगर आप बाहर आए तो जो आप अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं वो भी बिगड़ जाएगा। सिर्फ पैसे की बात नहीं, मैं चाहता हूं उन लोगों को सपोर्ट किया जाए। कई लोग, मैं जानता हूं उसकी थोड़ी राजनीति, कुछ लोग अग्री भी करते हैं, कुछ लोग नहीं भी अग्री करते हैं, पर छोटी चीजों में नहीं पड़ना चाहिए। हमारा दिल बहुत बड़ा होना चाहिए। सब हमारे भाई बहन कहीं भी, किसी भी, अगर कश्मीरी पंडित पे कोई समस्या है, हर भारतीय को खड़ा होना चाहिए, और उसके लिए माँ सरस्वती और शिव का आशीर्वाद हम सब पे बना रहे। उन लोग की समस्या का समाधान बहुत जल्दी निकले, सब फले फूले। आगे आने वाली जनरेशन जो है वो सिर्फ कश्मीरी पंडितों नहीं बल्कि इस ग्रेट फिलॉसफी जो है उसके ब्रांड एम्बेसडर्स बने। इसी से मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू विवेक जी। हमें मालूम था कि आप फिर से हमें उसी तरह एनर्जाइज करेंगे, इसीलिए वेट कर रहे थे कब आप बोलेंगे। पल्लवी जी, I would request you to say a few words, just a few words. I know you don't like it, but please, क्योंकि आपके लिए ज्यादा होती नहीं थी।
आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार। ग्लोबल कश्मीरी पंडित डायस्पोरा, जम्मू कश्मीर विचार मंच, इस दोनों संस्थाओं से जुड़े सभी लोगों को मैं बहुत बधाई देना चाहती हूँ। जिस तरह से इस सम्मेलन का आयोजन आपने किया, हमेशा एक योद्धा की भूमिका में रहे आप, और ये भी एक युद्ध से कम नहीं था आप लोगों के लिए। But heartiest congratulations to all of you for pulling this off so beautifully. मुझे बहुत ज्यादा बोलना पसंद नहीं है, और विवेक के बाद तो मुझे बोलना बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं है, क्योंकि जब वो बोलते हैं तो मैं बहुत ध्यान दे के सुनती हूँ और फिर मुझे क्या बोलना है ये दिमाग से उड़ जाता है। तो लेकिन आप सब लोगों का प्यार है तो मैं बिना कुछ कहे यहाँ से नहीं जा सकती। मेरा पहला कुछ भी लेन देन हो या विचारों का आदान प्रदान हो आप लोगों के साथ, आप लोगों के कम्युनिटी के साथ 2019 में शुरू हुआ, और वो एक काम के जरिए शुरू हुआ। सुरेंद्र जी और विवेक की मुलाकात हुई थी और बातचीत शुरू हो गई थी कि एक फिल्म बनानी है। तो मैं तो फिल्म के हिसाब से मैंने शुरुआत की सबसे मिलने, और मैं पूरे अपने रिसर्च मोड में थी कि हाँ ये ऐसे ऐसी कहानियां हैं, इसके ऊपर हमारी स्क्रिप्ट कैसे बनेगी, हमारे कैरेक्टर्स कैसे होंगे। लेकिन इन पिछले 4-5 सालों में मैंने ये नोटिस किया है कि किसी भी व्यावसायिक संबंध जो होते हैं, काम को लेके, जब आप किसी के साथ कुछ रिलेशन जब एस्टैब्लिश करते हैं, जहां वो काम खत्म हो जाता है वहां वो रिश्ता भी खत्म हो जाता है। खत्म तो मैं नहीं कहूंगी, एक पूर्ण विराम तो नहीं, लेकिन एक हाँ अल्प विराम तो लग ही जाता है, चलो अंटिल वी मीट लेटर। लेकिन आपके समुदाय के साथ ये नहीं हुआ, और ये व्यावसायिक संबंध कब पारिवारिक संबंध में इसका परिवर्तन हो गया, ये हमें खुद दोनों को पता नहीं चला। और आज बिल्कुल, तो मुझे तो बटनी कहा ही है सबने। और मैं आपको बता दूं कि अनुपम जी आज कश्मीरी में बात कर रहे थे, मुझे बहुत ज्यादा आती नहीं भाषा, लेकिन मैं समझ गई जिस्ट। मुझे समझ में आ रहा था कि वो क्या कह रहे थे, जो ट्रेडिशन और कल्चर और लैंग्वेज को जिंदा रखने की वो बात कह रहे थे। वो लैंग्वेज बहुत अच्छे से ना जानते हुए भी अगर ये मैसेज मुझ तक पहुंचता है, तो इसमें आपकी बहुत बड़ी एक जीत है, आपका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है इसमें। चंद महीनों के इंटरव्यूज के दौरान जो मैंने जितनी भी कश्मीरी सुनी, उससे अगर मुझे इतना समझ में आता है, तो अगर यही भाषा, अगर हम एक जैसे हमारी सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट भाषाएं जो समझी जाती हैं भारत में, जो वाइडली स्पोकन भाषाएं हैं, उसमें अगर हम लोग कश्मीरी किसी तरह से थोड़ा लाने की कोशिश करें, जैसे मराठी के कितने सारे शब्द, पंजाबी के कितने सारे शब्द हिंदी में मिल गए हैं और अभी वो हिंदी भाषा के शब्द ही होकर रह गए हैं, हम उस तरह से कश्मीरी के लिए कुछ कर सकते हैं। तो आप ये जरूर कोशिश करिए, यंगर जनरेशन शुड ट्राई टू इनकॉर्पोरेट एज मेनी Kashmiri words as possible in their day-to-day vocabulary, both in English and Hindi and whichever state they are in. और राकेश जी ने वॉरियर्स की बात की थी, तो मैं समझती हूँ कि आप सब वॉरियर्स हैं ही। योद्धा होना आपके डीएनए में है। इतने सालों से जो आप जिन चीजों को आप फेस करते हुए आ रहे हैं, तो आपसे हमको इंस्पिरेशन मिलती है, आपसे हमें इंस्पिरेशन मिली, और हमने भी सोचा कि क्यों ना हम भी एक योद्धा बने और हम भी इस महायुद्ध का एक हिस्सा बने। कश्मीर फाइल्स तो बन गई, ठीक है, क्योंकि वो हमने काम के हिसाब से हमने उसकी शुरुआत की थी, लेकिन कश्मीर अनरिपोर्टेड जो आएगी उसमें आप देखिएगा, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि पूरी दुनिया को ये पता चलेगा कि कश्मीर क्या है, क्या था और क्या रहेगा। आज इस सम्मेलन में बहुत सारे जाने पहचाने चेहरे हैं और मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है आप सब लोगों को फिर से यहाँ देखते हुए। सुषमा जी, you were icing on the cake, मुझे पता नहीं था आप यहाँ होने वाली है, but I'm so happy to see you. तो आप सबको मेरे बहुत बहुत मेरा प्रणाम, बड़ों को छोटों को बहुत बहुत प्यार, और इसी तरह हम लोग एक साथ काम करते रहें। भारत के लिए हम सबके मन में एक सी भावना है, भारत की ग्रोथ के लिए, भारत की प्रॉस्पेरिटी के लिए हम यूं ही सदा मिलेंगे और जो पारिवारिक संबंध बने हैं वो ऐसे ही बनाए रखेंगे। नमस्कार।
Thank you so much, Pallavi ji, for honoring my request. So may I invite on stage Shri Dilip Mattu ji and R.K. Mattu ji. We have to formally present the souvenir that we have created for this conclave, and we would like Vivek ji and Pallavi ji to formally present the souvenir for our delegates. Thank you so much. मट्टू जी प्लीज दो शब्द। आई नो आपने बहुत बहुत मेहनत की है।
नमस्कार महाराज। This was the job entrusted to me by Dr. Surinder Kaur, and I roped in one youngster from Delhi. आप जानते होंगे उसको, Sunil Raina Rajnik, and both of us, and I was very happy to work with him, a youngster. I have spent all my life in journalism, but anyway, so I thought, he came forward and he said, okay, we'll do it together. And I thank all the contributors who have contributed at only one call, and they said we'll send the articles. I congratulate and thank all the advertisers who have advertised in this, all the writers. This is a collector's copy. You will see great writing in this. You can keep it for years to come, and it contains everything. And I also congratulate the printer and who worked day and night and brought it in time. So we were running against the time, but he has saved us, and he has given all the copies. And please collect your copies before you leave the hall and preserve them for the years to come. I thank one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, R.K. Matuji. I know this souvenir will stay with us for a long, long time. One more thing. We have with us Ashish Kaulji, who is here for his book release, One More About Kashmir. A business leader, media veteran, research scholar, and best-selling author of 4 books and documentary on Kashmir. This particular book, 1967, Kashmir Ka Parmeshwari Andolan. Ashish Kaulji, आपको बहुत-बहुत बधाई. Many congratulations. And it's an honor to have Vivek Ji and Pallavi Ji here to formally.
Should I?
You can, yeah, sure.
तो सारनीश नमस्कार मियोन हेरत हुंती तो है सारनी मुबारक. Now for most of us who don't understand the language, especially for our not extended, for our new members within the family, thank you so much. We, I was 16 or perhaps 17 when we left the valley in the middle of the night, like most of us. And the biggest dilemma for me was we were always, apart from the other work, Dida and 3 days that I did, but there was something that was always at the back of my mind, always would say, why are you a coward community? People would say, you guys are cowards. Why did you not fight? I have lived with this for 33 years. And 2 years back, I completed the work that is very close to my heart. And that is the greatest story of Hindu resistance that the world has ever seen. However, as has been the case with most of our history, most of our heritage, which was lost over a period of time, 1967 is the time that was a shining example of brotherhood, of bravery, of this small, minuscule community called Kashmiri Pandits. Somewhere in the middle of 1967, a young girl disappeared between love and jihad in Kashmir, never to be found again. Some people believed it was love. Most of us believed it was jihad. And in the middle was a mother who was looking for her daughter, not to be found anywhere. The story of this resistance is based out of a very small mohalla. I happen to be from that mohalla, Sheetalnath Sattu, in Srinagar, which has been the epicenter of many resistance in the past, especially during the British era. Sheetalnath was the epicenter of the freedom movement from Kashmir. उस मोहल्ले को चारों तरफ से घेर लिया गया क्योंकि एक नारा दिया गया, पंज नारे पांडवा दे, छठा नारा जय हिंद. So the movement was every day 5 people would sit on a dharna and they would quote arrest only to be replaced by another 5. This created such a chaos in the community because nobody ever expected that the small community will ever have the spine to stand up and look in the eye and say, no, this can't be done. उस पूरे मोहल्ले को घेर लिया गया, रात में उसकी बिजली काट दी गई, पानी काट दिया गया. The only source of water, which we call a mer, शिव जी के मंदिर में हमेशा पानी रहता है, उस पानी में जहर मिला दिया गया. So the elders who were leading the resistance, they felt it was very important for us to have a loudspeaker, for the message of this atrocity to go out in the valley and for people to know. And this friends, 1967 Kashmir Ka Parmeshwari Andolan is the story of a 17-year-old boy, how he saw that agitation, right being in the middle of this agitation, and he was entrusted the most important thing, to smuggle that loudspeaker so that the sound of the agitation could reverberate across the valley, and how he got that loudspeaker. And finally, next day onwards, about 5,000 people were arrested, many were killed, but a handful of people brought Kashmir to a grinding halt, to the extent that the Home Minister at that time had to take a flight to resolve the situation. Many promises were made, sir, ma'am, that day, and the agitation was sabotaged. The daughter never came back. This is the story of what really happened with that daughter, what really went on with that agitation, and how Kashmiri Pandits were continuously cheated by the erstwhile regimes. 1967 is the peephole into why 1990 happened. Had 1967 not happened, had that been effectively handled, perhaps to me, 1990 would have never happened. This is how we were continuously cheated. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. Thank you. Many languages, English and Hindi, Marathi. The stage of Parmeshwari.
Good luck with your book, Ashish ji. I'm sure this is going to be a fantastic read and bring back so many other memories. Good, bad, different.
Actually, 2 years to find where the girl is. Nobody knew.
Yeah, you did tell me that. Okay. Thank you, Vivek ji. Thank you, Pallavi ji. Thank you, Vivek ji, for being with us and making this happen. I know you guys have been busy.
Thank you very much.
Vivek ji, I know you are in a rush, but I know that you've been busy and you made time for us. Thank you so much. Very, very appreciated. Pallavi ji, you too. So अब बात ये है कि मुझे पता है सबको भूख लगी है और भूख तो मुझे भी बहुत लगी है. So I think we should all proceed to lunch. We'll meet again here at 2 o'clock sharp because we'll have several very interesting topics to discuss. Thank you so much. On your way out, on your way to the lunch.
केंद्र में जो भाव
These are a collector's item. You'll be very happy to see it. I did announce lunch के बाद. I announced lunch. That's why everybody is going. मुझे तो भूख लगी है. मैंने तो तभी बोला. Kindly proceed towards your right. The setup is on the right here, outside of this building. My right. I'm sorry. Yes, my right. I have lost my right to. Yeah, we'll you go ahead, have your lunch, and then we can.
areas, they get posting of their choice. But my father was very young. He became principal of higher secondary school at the age of 41. So he was a youngest officer. He was again sent to a very militant terrorism infested area, which is known as Ghoul, which is near Ramban. So a lot of people, when he, a lot of people told him, because I was very young, I was a kid, and they were telling him, why do you want to go to that place? Why do you want to join? It's a very remote kind of area, and it's highly infested by Hizbul Mujahideen. It was an epicenter of Hizbul Mujahideen at that point of time. My father, I remember, he said one word only. He said, this is my duty, and I am a nationalist Hindu, and I will go and perform my duty. That is what he did. When he entered that school, there was a roll of only not more than 150 students, and it was a higher secondary. My father worked day and night with his team. So he was a team player. He worked day and night. He went in remote villages and educate parents to send their kids to the school. Within 3 years, that role was, the role of the school became more than 700 kids. That was, see, there are some achievements which are being spoken about, but there are some achievements which are actually, which are not spoken about, but they are bigger than those who are spoken about. So my father was, he was working day and night. I used to see him walking, because he was in Ghoul area. The roads would get disconnected in winters. He used to go in winters also. So after completing his whole tenure of 3 years, he was again supposed to be transferred back to Jammu area or a safer area. But that time, the Home Minister and Home Minister of Kashmir and that time Director Education, he was posted to Gandhinagar Higher Secondary. But when he went to take his orders and all that, the order was torn on his face, saying that you have to work there for 1 more year. It was April 1997. So I remember my father's face coming back that now I had to work for 1 more year, so don't worry and all. My father was assassinated exactly after 3 months in the same area where he was not supposed to be. So I remember that night when he left us, and he used to go by bus, and it was a 4 o'clock morning bus. I used to always wake up and say him goodbye. But that day, I was not able to wake up, and I told my mom that aapne mere ko uthaya kyun nahi? I wanted to say him goodbye, and I was not knowing that I would never be able to say goodbye to him again. So they were traveling by bus, and exactly 25. Yes. True. That time it was 20 kilometers before Ghoul. In the bus, terrorists came in the army uniform, and they said, get down everybody and all that. Then they made a chain, who is Hindu and who is not Hindu. Exactly, I remember Mr. Ravindra Kabu ji he came a day before to my father's place, he and Mr. Sushil ji. So they came and they said, they left together, my father and so they were isolated, and they were targeted, and they were taken. They were told that we are not doing anything with them. Our commander wants to talk to them, but they were taken to a cliff and they were shot point blank. I saw my father's body with 11 bullets. I still feel that heaviness in my arms because I was very young at that point of time. So I saw Mr. Ravindra Kabu. Ravindra Kabu was a very handsome man, honestly speaking, and they have busted his forehead. So But I could see my father, but I couldn't see Mr. Ravindra Kabu. But I remember my father used to say when we left Kashmir that because we were kids, and he used to say that, see, we left Kashmir, but you guys have to take it back. So that was the teaching I was given. And I started then my professional life. I have worked in corporate sector IT for 17 years. And the pillar behind my success was my mom. And she was a man in my life. And she's no more. She was diagnosed for cancer in 2021, and she expired. That was the reason of me coming back to Jammu. While coming back, I'm talking about it's a complete circle. So I was in Pune for some time, for not some time, 21 years. I've spent my life in Pune, right from my education till my corporate life. So those words of my father resonated in me, and I thought of settling in Jammu and moving towards Kashmir. So that is how in 2021 I created one company with my friends. They are also Kashmiris. We are into solar, green energy. We are into solar energy. And the first office we set up was in Kashmir itself. Okay. And then we brought operations back to Jammu, and there's still an office in Kashmir. We're working there also, and in Ladakh. So this is what I wanted to do in life. I wanted to come back. This is our land. We cannot get our land by not being there. As Bhatt Sahab also said, हमको इसको छोड़ना नहीं है. We have to create assets. मेरा अभी टेम्परामेंट ऐसा हो गया, अगर मैं ये सब कुछ और भी खत्म हो जाए, but I'll create more. Then during a period of time in 2016, I was thinking of how can I fight? Because I cannot, our temperament is not like taking weapons and killing people. I thought judiciary is the best system. So I opened my father's case for an inquiry, CBI inquiry into, because I inducted directly Hizbul Mujahideen as well as then Home Minister and then Education Chief, Director Education. So that case is still going on. Then I came to know about, I was talking to one of my friend who's a lawyer, and he's a Supreme Court lawyer, and he was saying that I want to do something. He's a non-Kashmiri. He was saying that I want to do for something because this is something very brutal. These many killings have happened. There's no conviction. Can you imagine? Has it ever happened anywhere? I don't think so. So what happened? He told me that I want to do it, and he's a very young lawyer, and we started tracking victims. But unfortunately, honestly, many of the victims didn't came in front. They said, we won't do that. So what is the use now? The killing has happened in 90s. What are you doing now? And all that. And from my community also, I got a lot of discouragement, and they wanted, they said, you want to become a hero, a leader. And nobody knows me here. I have been fighting this for 6 months, 6 years. Do you know me? No, I'm not a hero. I'm just a person who wants to do his duty. So we spoke to Tej Krishan Tikkuji. He is the father, he is the brother of Satish Tikkuji. Satish Tikku is the first victim of Bitta Karate. Okay. And honestly, it took me 1.5 years to convince him to fight this case. And finally he agreed. He is not young, and he agreed to fight this case. Now we have been fighting this case since last 2.5 years. My lawyer was hounded in Kashmir. Case is in Kashmir right now. He was hounded twice. He was not given security once. But the thing is that there's something positive which happened in these after 2019 abrogation of article. When we were fighting this case, we didn't have exact FIRs against Beta Karate. We didn't have any copies, honestly speaking. And nobody was, we were putting some approaches also, we were influencing people also, but nobody was willing to give. But after 2019, I had meeting with somebody in the government who was a powerful man. Things started happening. I might be sounding very this thing, but I am the only person who has all the 22 FIRs copies with me of Beta Karate. So this was for my lawyer also. He traveled distances. He went to Kashmir. He went to Ramban, Gul, my father's this thing. So things have started moving, and I believe, honestly, justice is the only thing which can heal our miseries. Because if a single person is also who is roaming free and our killer is hanged by neck till death, I think the justice has been given to my father also and to everybody. So we have to fight for that. We have to fight for justice. We have to be reasonable, and we have to create things in Kashmir, honestly. They're not going to give you anything, not a single inch. But now it's time, like Rakeshji also told, maybe I am one of those lone Barwas. Maybe we need to create more Barwas. I know a lot of people who are doing this thing. I know a lot of Barwas here sitting, my friends. So we have to create those things. We have to create assets, even if they go, but we have to keep on creating, keep on pushing, and keep on pushing our way towards Kashmir. That's it. Jai Hind, Bharat Mata ki Jai. Namaskar.
Thank you, Vikas. That was very eloquently spoken. So the next panelist I would like to invite is Ajay Chaudhary. Ajay Chaudhary is my co-activist from Global Kashmiri Pandit Diaspora. He's based in Germany for the last 26 years. But here he is as a family next of kin of a martyr. Now, Ajayji's father, Ajayji is born and brought up in Srinagar, like most of us. His father, he was working in a factory there, and his older brother was in the Indian Army. Ajayji spent some time, he was studying outside Srinagar. He was in Madhya Pradesh. When he heard that his father had been kidnapped, it was the 8th of August, 1990. His father was kidnapped, and then, search parties were sent. And 2 days later, on 10th of August, 1990, his badly tortured body was found. And Hizbul Mujahideen then said that they were responsible for it, as they were for most of the killings at that time. Now, Ajay Chaudhary, obviously, he's in Germany. With that trauma, I mean, again, I have to, today is all about positivity. We are talking about resilience. And Ajayji is another example of being so resilient after the tragedy he suffered. His father was actually called Mukhbir. That was, that was what a lot of people at that time were called. And Hizbul Mujahideen said that he was a Mukhbir and his son was in the Indian Army, which was true. But then they said his brother was a RAW agent and his dad was a Mukhbir. And that was the excuse they gave for murdering and torturing him. But again, like Vikas, this hasn't deterred Ajayji. He's a well-known community activist fighting for India's cause in Germany. He is very well known in the embassy in Berlin. At all events, whether it's Independence Day or Republic Day or any flag march, you will see Ajayji at the forefront, and we are very proud of Ajayji. So I would like to welcome Ajayji.
नमस्कार सारनी बिटा जी का अभी लास्ट ईयर ही हुआ था. उससे पहले after abrogation of Article 370, उसके बाद मेरे ख्याल से पहली major killing थी अजय भारती जी की 2020 में, and I was launching a big protest in Berlin in front of the monument there for this killing against Kashmiri Hindus. और फिर हमारे पिताजी की 1990 में 97 में विकास जी के पिता. So it is continuing for the past 35 years. Is this not Nasal Kushi genocide? What else we call it? And I must give a little background to this, that for everybody, Sheikh Abdullah or Muftis were the leaders, but I think they were mercenaries. For me, they were the mercenaries of the cult and who created the infrastructure of jihad in Kashmir through their policies and legislations. And everybody knows they tried to take our land through land to tiller bill, Sheikh Abdullah. And probably most of you may not be knowing that in late 1970s, Sheikh Abdullah was floated another bill which was called rehabilitation bill. Under that, POK residents were to be given the citizenship of Kashmir. So indirectly, they will be the citizens of India. So this was his plan, and the bill was passed, and thankfully, B.K. Nehru, that time governor, stopped it. So the point I am trying to say कि जो इनके आपस में competition था मुफ्तीज का और शेख्स का, उन्होंने ये सब start किया. Now coming back to our tragedy, my father was my general manager in the Vuyan cement factory, also called precast concrete factory, and my brother, we saw our future is not good in Srinagar, so he moved to Indian Army. He was commissioned officer in 1985, sorry, and he was posted in 1990. He was posted in Rajasthan, and I was pursuing my academics and job outside. Also, I moved out in '88. And we were living in Indranagar, though it was a safe area, but my father was doing up down to Vuyan. Vuyan is near about 15 kilometers away on the outskirts of Srinagar. And probably he was the only KP there, I'm not sure, that too holding the highest post. And his Indianness was on his sleeves every time, and he was vehemently criticizing his fellow colleagues, non-KPs, that you are dreaming of Azadi, it is nothing. He must have been saying that he was very vocal about it. And probably they also knew that his son is in Indian Army. So somewhere some conspiracy was hatched. And on 8th August, he was kidnapped, and I was in Gwalior that time, and I heard this news in the TV and radio. Mr. D.N. Chaudhary has been kidnapped, and police is trying to trace him. So I rushed immediately to Srinagar, and at the same time informing my brother, who was that time in Jodhpur. And we were hoping that he may be relieved, but I was having this feeling inside me that it is very difficult, given his character, given his vocalness, and given his brazenness against terrorism, he may not be left alone. But what pained us more was the torture he had to go through. And it was after 3 days, his dead body was recovered, and there were horrible signs which is difficult to explain here. And we were advised by the police that we should not allow the mother or others in the family to see the body. So we had to do, unfortunately, the last rites in a hassled and fast, in a not so as per our traditions and seals. And now what is this barbarism? And here leftist and cabals will speak about human rights. What about our human rights? We have human rights, and I request Mr. Ashwini Upadhyay ji and Ranganathan ji to raise this issue vehemently in the media, that what about our human rights? I demand my human rights. And our issues, our human right issues should be at the forefront of everything. I was not allowed to see the body of my father when he was assassinated. And similarly, there are other cases. And on the other side, When Yasin Malik is in prison, there are dozens of NGOs and fighting for his case as if he is a human. Human rights has to be for humans, not for wild dogs. This has to be the basic point. This has to be very clear to everyone. And we simply demand tribunal on whole of our assassination, killings, and Nasal Kushi and genocide, which we have faced. And this should be our demand, which should be raised at every platform. So with these words, I thank you and give back to Shafali. Namaskar.
Thank you, Ajay Chaudhary ji. Like I said, in spite of his own personal tragedy, he has been at the forefront of demanding human rights for the Kashmiri Pandit community and the Indian community in general. So we were expecting retired Major Gaurav Arya ji, who could not make it for some reason, but he will come later in the day. And when he comes, we will have a talk from him. In the meantime, I would like to invite Ashish Kohli. Now, Ashish Kohli is very well known in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. He's a Dogra journalist, but he is very Kashmiri as well. So Ashish, as you might have seen, he heads Jammu Kashmir News with his team. And every time there's a death in the community, that's what strikes me personally, is you will see Ashish there. He will be sitting on the floor with the family, with a mic in his hand. And he will ask them very personal questions about what they are going through. And I'm very impressed how open the family, I think that's his personality. He's, like that. He just sits with them and they just open out to him. So we have, on his channel, we have people crying and there's children, and it's all very personal. And that's what sets him apart from other journalists. Now, Ashish ji, like I said, he has covered our story for the last 22 years. He's also the media ambassador for the Kashmir Files movie. He has played a part in that as well. So Ashish ji, I would like to invite you now. Thank you.
धन्यवाद, राम राम, और सभी को जय मां शारदा। यहाँ पे बहुत सारे एमिनेंट लोग बैठे हैं, इंटेलेक्चुअल्स हैं। मैं उनके सामने कुछ ज्यादा बोल नहीं सकता। आनंद जी हैं, मेरे बड़े भाई प्रदीप दत्ता जी हैं, जिनसे मैं बड़ा कुछ सीखता हूँ, और ग्लोबल हिंदू कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो मुझे बुलाया गया है उसके लिए सबका धन्यवाद, खास करके सुरेंद्र जी का, उत्पल जी का और सभी का, जिनके मैं नाम भी नहीं जानता, माफी चाहता हूँ। कभी भी किसी ट्रेजेडी के बारे में जब बात करनी हो तो आप तभी बात कर सकते हैं जब आपने उस ट्रेजेडी को फील किया हो। तो 1990 को अगर मैं कुछ उसके ऊपर बोलना चाहूं तो मैं कुछ नहीं बोल पाऊंगा, क्योंकि वो मैंने फील नहीं किया है, वो आप लोगों ने फील किया है, तो आप बोल सकते हैं। लेकिन मैंने भी कुछ फील किया है, तो मैं आज वही आपके साथ शेयर करूंगा। कश्मीरी पंडितों के घर पे जाकर स्टोरीज करना, उनके दर्द को दिखाना, मैक्सिमम मेरी महीने की 10-15 स्टोरीज होती हैं जेके मीडिया के ऊपर। मुझे एक बार किसी ने एक बात बोल दी, उस समय मेरे पास उस बात का जवाब नहीं था, शायद आज वो जवाब है। मुझे कहा गया कि तुझे बड़ा दर्द है कश्मीरी हिंदू पंडितों का, तो इनके घर पे जाता है, बड़ी स्टोरीज करता है, कश्मीर फाइल्स को तुमने बड़ा प्रमोट किया। मेरे पास उस दिन इस बात का जवाब नहीं था, लेकिन आज जो आप लोगों ने मुझे यहाँ बुलाया है, तो मुझे लगता है उनको उनकी बात का जवाब मिल गया होगा। मेरा जन्म 1985 का है, और जब ये त्रासदी हुई उस समय मैं 4-5 साल का था, मुझे नहीं पता कि क्या हुआ। फिर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता उम्र बढ़ती गई, सुनना शुरू हुआ कि ऐसा हुआ था कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ। मेरी मासी जी का घर, जहाँ पर पहले मुट्ठी में आपके कैंप्स थे, वहीं पर है। तो उन्होंने बताया कि जब पानी आता था कैसे वो भरते थे, किस तरह सब कुछ होता था, कुछ हमने फिल्मों में भी देखा। तो लोगों के माइंड में और दिमाग में यही रहता था कि ना, क्यों कश्मीर छोड़कर आगे, कश्मीर से क्यों निकाल दिया गया, क्या हुआ था, क्या कश्मीरी पंडित डरपोक थे। तो ये एक माइंड में भर दिया गया, शायद मेरे भी दिमाग में था कि शायद डरपोक होंगे तभी आगे यहाँ पे। मैं माफी चाहता हूं, मैं ये शब्द का इस्तेमाल कर रहा हूं, लेकिन मैं आगे जो बोलूंगा। फिर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता वक्त बीतता गया, हमने अशोक पंडित जी की फिल्म भी देखी है कश्मीरी पंडितों के ऊपर, उससे थोड़ा बहुत समझ आया। फिर एक और फिल्म आई, उसका मैं ज्यादा जिक्र नहीं करूंगा क्योंकि उसके अंदर दर्द नहीं दिखाया गया, और किसी दर्द को दिखाने के लिए आप प्रेम कहानी से दर्द को नहीं दिखा सकते, इसलिए मैं उसका नाम नहीं लूंगा। फिर कश्मीर फाइल्स आई, जिसने बड़ा कुछ लोगों के माइंड में सच दिखाया, सच सुनाया, हमें पता चला कि ऐसा कुछ हुआ होगा। लेकिन जब एक हिंदू सांबा की रहने वाली रेनू बालाजी को कश्मीर में टारगेटिंग किलिंग्स में मार दिया गया, और उसके बाद जो पीएम पैकेज एम्प्लॉयज की टारगेटिंग किलिंग हुई, और आज डोगरा एम्प्लॉयज भी जम्मू के अंदर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, और 8 महीने से दोनों कम्युनिटीज की जो सैलरी है वो बंद है, और दोनों कम्युनिटीज ने फेस किया है टारगेटिंग किलिंग। तो आज मुझे पता चला कि कश्मीरी हिंदू पंडित डरपोक नहीं थे और वो भागे नहीं थे, क्योंकि अगर ऐसा होता तो आज हमारे जो डोगरा भाई बहन है वो भी तो जम्मू आ गए हैं छोड़कर। अगर 2022 में उनको कश्मीर छोड़ना पड़ा तो 1990 में क्या स्थिति होगी। तो जो लोग तो ये कहते हैं कि कश्मीरी हिंदू पंडित डरपोक हैं या वहां से भाग के आए, उनको अपना थोड़ा सा दिमाग का इलाज करवाना चाहिए और अपने इस नैरेटिव को चेंज करना चाहिए, क्योंकि आज की स्थिति ने बता दिया है कि राहुल भट्ट जी हों या फिर रेनू बालाजी हों, कश्मीर के अंदर आज भी जो हालात है वो 1990 की बनाने की कोशिश की जाती है। आजकल हमारे जम्मू कश्मीर में प्रॉपर्टी टैक्स की बड़ी चिंता हो रही है कि प्रॉपर्टी टैक्स लग रहा है, लेकिन मेरे दिमाग में एक बात थी जो अभी तक मैंने मीडिया में रखी नहीं, आज इस प्लेटफॉर्म से रखूंगा, और आज के बाद ये बात मीडिया में भी रखूंगा। काश हम उस प्रॉपर्टी का भी टैक्स दे पाते जो प्रॉपर्टी हमसे छीन ली गई। आज हम उस प्रॉपर्टी के टैक्स से तो मतलब किसी को भी 200-500 रुपया देना पड़े, 1000 रुपया देना पड़े, तो बड़ी तकलीफ होती है कि अपने घर का पैसा क्यों दे टैक्स। तो हम जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग डर रहे हैं और लोगों में है कि टैक्स क्यों दे, टैक्स क्यों दे। लेकिन उस प्रॉपर्टी का क्या है जो प्रॉपर्टी आप लोगों की जला दी गई, काश आज हम उसका टैक्स दे पाते। काश मेरे भाई कश्मीरी हिंदू पंडित उस टैक्स को आज उस टैक्स को हंस के 3 गुना देते अगर उनकी प्रॉपर्टी उनके पास होती, जिसके बारे में कोई बात नहीं करता है। और मुझे लगता है कि उस प्रॉपर्टी को जल्द से जल्द आप लोगों तक वापस मिलना चाहिए, और हंस के हम प्रॉपर्टी टैक्स भी देंगे जब वो प्रॉपर्टी हमारी जो छीन ली गई थी हमें वापस मिल जाती। मैं कुछ यही 2-4 बातें करने आया था, और ये ट्रेजेडी जो है 1990 की या 89 की आज तक चलती आ रही है। इसलिए हमारे पीएम पैकेज एम्प्लॉयज, मेरे भाई बहन हजारों की तादाद में जम्मू के रिलीफ कमिश्नर दफ्तर में बैठे हुए हैं, और वहीं से 5-10 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर डोगरा एम्प्लॉयज भी वहां बैठे हुए हैं, और दोनों की परिस्थिति एक जैसी है। और जस्टिस की मांग जहां पर डोगरा एम्प्लॉयज कर रहे हैं, वहां पे कश्मीरी पंडित एम्प्लॉयज भी कर रहे हैं। अभी कुछ दिन पहले एक और फरमान जारी किया हमारी जे&के गवर्नमेंट ने, वो ये कहा कि अगर कोई सोशल मीडिया पर एम्प्लॉय लिखता है तो उसकी नौकरी जा सकती है, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई हो सकती है। ये फरमान तब जारी नहीं हुए जब ओपनली कश्मीर से, मैं बिल्कुल भी इस बात से बोलने से पहले हिचकूंगा नहीं, कश्मीर से ISIS के झंडे फेसबुक पे लगाए जाते थे और पाकिस्तान के नारे लगाए जाते थे, तब ये कभी भी कानून या ऐसे फरमान जारी नहीं हुए। जब आज हमारे पीएम पैकेज एम्प्लॉयज ने एक हैशटैग दिया, रीलोकेशन ओनली सॉल्यूशन, और उस हैशटैग में इतनी पावर थी कि उसने एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को ये बोलने पे मजबूर कर दिया कि आपने ये हैशटैग यूज किया तो आपकी नौकरी जा सकती है। तो मैं अपने भाइयों को ये जरूर कहूंगा कि अगर वो ना भी यूज कर पाए, मैं उस चीज को अपनी न्यूज के माध्यम से जरूर आगे लेकर जाऊंगा और उनकी आवाज बनता रहूंगा। और मैं एक बार फिर से धन्यवाद करूंगा कि आप सभी लोगों ने मुझे न्योता दिया, एक डोगरा को कश्मीरी हिंदू पंडितों की इस त्रासदी के ऊपर बोलने का मौका दिया। इसके लिए धन्यवाद। राम राम, जय मां शारदा।
Thank you so much, Ashish, for your support as always. We have got some time. I had one question for Bhatt Sahab. बट साहब राहुल जी की डेथ के बाद आपको गवर्नमेंट से कुछ सपोर्ट मिला या इज देयर एनीथिंग आप कम्युनिटी से कुछ पूछना चाहेंगे उस बारे में और एनीथिंग यू वांट टू
तरफ से 4 लाख और 1 लाख 5 लाख
आप बैठिए आप बैठिए
अच्छा 5 लाख मिल गया 4 लाख प्लस 1 लाख बाकी कोई
बाकी और
गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से
कुछ दिया नहीं गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से और कुछ नहीं
गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से
हाँ जी बोलिए ये प्रदीप जी है प्रदीप दत्ता जी है वेल नोन जर्नलिस्ट कैन वी गिव हिम द माइक प्रदीप जी एक मिनट
जी और दोनों का कातिल एक ही है लेकिन एक फैमिली को 22 लाख दिए जाते हैं एक को 5 लाख दिए जाते हैं आप बताइए कि कैसा जस्टिस है
शेम
क्योंकि वो भी उस फैमिली को जिसको 22 लाख दिया उसका केस हमने इस तरीके से फॉलो किया पहले क्राउड फंडिंग करेगी उसमें अनुपम खेर जी अशोक पंडित जी उन्होंने क्राउड फंडिंग करके उनको पैसा दिलवाया थोड़ा उसके बाद जब हमने ज्यादा किया तो मुर्मू जी वाज द लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर दे कॉल्ड हिम एंड गिव 20 लाख बट मैं ये सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ कैसे इनको क्यों कम मिल रहा है मतलब कि ये होना चाहिए ऐसा था कि अगर ट्रेजेडी सेम है तो सबको सेम मिलना चाहिए मुझे लगता है इसके लिए वॉइस उठानी बहुत जरूरी है मुझे मालूम नहीं था आपका 5 लाख वाला
Yeah, that's why I asked him that question because, like you said, कुछ लोगों को इतना मिलता है. You know, it's like different people's lives have different value in the eyes of the government. That's what it looks like, Pradeep ji. No, thank you for bringing that point. If anyone has any other question they want to ask before we conclude, किसी को कुछ पूछना है तो हाँ जी बोलिए, माइक देंगे आप?
नमस्कार मारा तुंदन सारनी चरणन मंच मोन नतमस्तक गच्छित प्रणाम तो विशेषकर बिट्टू जी इमोजन पन सुपुत्र दुत माज कशीर खतर तो आज यमन छुस बह ये पन्ने तरफ कि बस कशीर मंजी युंद पुत्र बनित यछान यमन हर तरीके सेवा करें पांस सत्य पुत्र मिलित क्या ये पुत्र आसे सह कमाय पांस तह माने जिंदगी हुंद बचपन पेठुक अरमान अगर सिर्फ मर्दन हंदन मजारन पे गो वदने तो अकिस मर्दस बदल 10 पुत्र पैदा करोख न तो तिमन मुर्दन हज श्रद्धांजलि मनाव तमो 10 पुत्रों सहित गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी महाराज का कहना है 4 मरे तो क्या हुआ जीवत कई हजार। ये सारी मेरी बहनें माताएं आज संकल्प करें और जो मैंने कश्मीर में संकल्प करवा के 15 साल के बाद एक दंपति से पुत्र पैदा किया और आज वो गुरुकुल शिक्षा प्राप्त कर रहा है, उसकी शिखा है, उसका तिलक है, उसका जनेऊ शानपट और ये जो मेरी वेशभूषा है ये खाली मैं आपके सामने दिल्ली में नहीं पहन रहा हूं। मैं रोज प्रभात फेरी युजन पर्वतस मज लॉकचार गसान सह आज बह करान बिट्टू जी बह यसान वन 5 लक्षों सत 10 लक्षों करोड़ बज रक्षों सत क्या अगर तुम अख पुत्र बहुत अख मंदिर तत खड़ा करान अगर 1400 बट लड़क गसन पैदा तिम 1400 मंदिरन हज प्रॉपर्टी 30 तुह पे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया गवर्नमेंट ऑफ जम्मू कश्मीर योस मे 2007 पे तत युस मंदिर अख नफर वन बहुत गोमुत अत हेत 1 करोड़ रुपये लगो तिमन मंदिरन पे आज तुस बह यूनिवर्सिटी वैदिक कल्चर छोग टेकिच महिमा वन खतर तत तैयार। आज सो बह यछान तुह बे वन बह यम सात प्रभात फेरी करान तम सात लूख दायरे बार बंद करान दपान यह आव मारनावने मगर ये बह मूदुस तो मे सत खड़ा गश तो सह कत मर यह सब यसान क्या बचपन पे में तमन्ना बहाव प्रैक्टिकली भगवद गीता मज भगवान वनान यत यत आचरित श्रेष्ठस तत्त एवो इतरा जना स यत प्रमाण कुरुते लोका तत् अनुवर्तते. Whatever a big man does in the society, it becomes an example for the common man to follow. And I am example for that, which I was trying to give to my whole community, that I am doing it in Srinagar, Kashmir. और आज मैं आपके सामने दिल्ली में आया हूं इसलिए बताने के लिए हमें पैसे की जरूरत नहीं, हमें एक एक पुत्र की जरूरत है. जो मां गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी को एक एक पुत्र दे सकती है और पंथ रचियासी खालसा वीर योद्धा कहावन गए, हमें वीर योद्धा चाहिए, भले ही वो कलम का ही योद्धा क्यों न हो. लेकिन मैं आपको यही बताना चाहता हूं 2007 से हमने जो मंदिर खड़ा किया उसमें पुजारी वॉलंटियर है, उसको कोई तनख्वाह, उसको कोई रिलीफ नहीं मिलता है, लेकिन आज भी वो वहां पर सवेरे शंख 4:30 बजे बजाता है. जब हम पहली बार बजाते थे तो पत्थर आते थे और एक दिन आया कि फूल बरसे.
Thank you, Mara. Sorry, we are.
तो ये मैं बिट्टू जी से प्रार्थना करूंगा, मैं पुत्र की तरह आपके लिए वहां ही हूं.
Thank you so much.
हरे कृष्णा.
Thank you so much.
सारे बोलिए हरे कृष्णा, हरे कृष्णा, कृष्णा कृष्णा, हरे हरे, हरे राम, राम राम, हरे हरे. पंचवाद पांडवाद छठा नारा.
Thank you, Mara. Thank you so much. On that resounding note, will end this session. Again, I would like to thank Bhatt Saab he came all the way from Jammu this morning. We are very obliged. Thank you to Ashish. He came from Jammu as well. Of course, thank you to Vikas and Ajay Chaudhary, and thank you all for listening. So for each session, we are trying to have a kind of what is our take-home message from this session. The take-home message, obviously, the first one is that we have to talk about genocide more and more. The second message is the resilience which Ajay ji, which Vikas ji, they have shown in the face of adversity. They are marching forwards, trying to get justice for their families. Thank you all for listening again. Thank you.
Thank you, Shafalika. And thank you all the panelists. It was very heavy to hear Vikas and Ajay, and of course, Vittuji. Very, very heavy on everyone. So we just talked about staying connected, Panuin, Equatruzit, Milsarsan, Connect Gasun. The mission Patata Shasani Molum, Magar Asi Manj ke Panin, Equat app Shuru Karmas. Look out, how many of you have downloaded that app? That's very few. So I would appreciate when you go home today, download this app. It's connecting you to your own people, and things like whatever you want to share there, your personal stories, your Kashmir stories, anything, everything that connects us to our roots, you can share there. And Equat group will be having a presentation later in the day to tell you more about it. But it's very simple to download like any other app. And there you'll find so many people that you may not have been connected with for decades. So that's a request from me. We have a young artist here actually in the audience. And would you like to come up, Shivani, for a moment? I just want you to tell us what this painting is about. Just for a minute. Could you give her a round of applause? She makes such fantastic paintings that we get mesmerized, and we ask her, send us one to display out here.
नमस्कार सारनी, मैं शिवानी कौल भट्ट। एक्चुअली सबसे पहले मैं थैंक यू करूंगी वीरेंद्र सर को, जिन्होंने मुझे ये आइडिया दिया कि एक विजन के साथ हम चल रहे हैं कि हम अपने मातृभूमि, अपने नेटिव प्लेस वापस जाएं, उसी खुशी के साथ जिस एक्सटेंट ऑफ दुख के साथ हम वो छोड़ के हमें वहां से आना पड़ा। ये पेंटिंग एक विजन को लेके मैंने बनाई है कि वी आर रिटर्निंग बैक टू अवर नेटिव प्लेस। इसमें आई एम सॉरी, आई एम गेटिंग अ बिट नर्वस। आई होप कि मेरा ये एफर्ट आप सबके दिल को छू जाए। वो मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ा रिवॉर्ड होगा। थैंक यू सो मच।
एक वो पेंटिंग थी जब हम अपना एक बैग लेके निकले, भगाए गए थे वहां से, और एक ये पेंटिंग है शिवानी की, टेलिंग अस हाउ वी शुड गो बैक। ये जो हमारी फाइट है ये यहाँ खत्म नहीं है, जब तक हम जिंदा हैं, जब तक हम जीवित हैं, ये चलती रहेगी। एटलीस्ट मेरा तो ये प्रण है। मुझे नहीं मालूम आप में से कितने इसको सपोर्ट करते हैं, लेकिन मेरा ये प्रण है, जब तक जान है तब तक ये लड़ेंगे हम। थैंक यू। So again, another panel of wonderful, eminent panelists. You've heard them, you have admired them, and today you'll be seeing them face to face, and they'll be sharing their points of view with us. This panel is being moderated by Mohan Vanchuji, who has come all the way from New York, our New York coordinator. Mohanji, please come up on the stage. And may I request Anand Ranganathan ji. Ashwini Upadhyay ji. Do we have Mohanji? Okay. Ashok Banji. And of course अजय भारती जी। उत्पल जी मुझे याद दिलाते हैं, उनको लगता है कि मैं भूल गई, कैसे भूल सकते हैं? So the floor is all yours. Let's नमस्कार।
Give them mics also in case.
Okay.
Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our panel, Ethnic Cleansing to Extinction. A very warm welcome to our esteemed panelists. Let us give them a big round of applause. Kashmir. This is the land that has been the fountainhead of Hinduism since times immemorial. It was a flourishing society that was home to Adi Shankaracharya, Panini, who wrote the Ashtadhyayi, the treatise on grammar, Patanjali, who wrote the Yoga Sutra, Ayurveda, Abhinav Gupta, who wrote the Natya Shastra and was the inspiration behind Kashmir Shaivism. Sharda Peeth, the spiritual and philosophical headquarters of Vedic school of thought. It was what Harvard and Oxford are today. But it attracted the best brains in India who wanted to stay there. Students would say, Namaste Sharada Devi Kashmir Purvasini, and take 3 steps towards Sharda Peeth in the hope that they would go there for their advanced studies. And the list goes on, and I won't spend too much time going through the list. Unfortunately, over the last millennium, Kashmir has been under a dark eclipse. Its indigenous people, the Kashmiri Pandits, most of us are here, have been the target of ethnic cleansing and have been systematically driven out of our homeland. Our Kashmiri Pandits are living in exile in many camps in Jammu, and we have a threat of becoming extinct if we do not do something right away to settle ourselves in our homeland. We don't have a fire of revenge, but have the fire to keep our culture alive. We are very fortunate to have amidst us a distinguished panel. Each of the panelists are luminaries in their respective fields who will shed some very important light on this subject. They all have a huge following, which can really become a multiplier, a force multiplier for our civil society movement. It is certainly our hope that we can come up with a way forward from the panel discussion. Although our esteemed panelists do not need any introduction, I would like to say a little bit about them by way of introduction. I'll introduce them in alphabetical order, so that's to be respectful to them. So first of all, let's welcome Mr. Ajay Bharti. Mr. Ajay Bharti was an RSS pracharak for a few years, and then later on, he was an MLC in the J&K government, and now is a spokesperson of the BJP in Jammu and Kashmir. Next, we have Dr. Anand Ranganathan. Please give him a big round of applause. He's a molecular scientist, writer, author, and political analyst. He writes and appears frequently on television debates on politics, media, and science. His columns have appeared in Swarajya DNA, First Post, News Laundry. He's currently a professor at GNU, and please welcome Dr. Ranganathan once again with a big round of applause. Next, we have Mr. Ashok Bhan, who is a senior advocate at the Supreme Court, a columnist, conflict resolution expert, and a member of several NGOs. Please welcome Mr. Ashok Bhan with a big round of applause. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Ashwini Upadhyay. Mr. Ashwini is an advocate in the Supreme Court and BJP leader. He has the distinction of being called the PIL man of India, having filed more than 150 PILs. His pursuit of PILs has been so relentless that in July 2022, the Supreme Court said they would need to set up a special court for Mr. Upadhyay's PILs. Just some information before we start our discussion. We want to keep the discussions interactive. So even though a question may be directed against, directed towards a panelist, the others can feel free to chime in if they would like to share their thoughts on that subject. So I would like to start with you, Mr. Ajay Bharti. Since you were right there in Kashmir when the genocide happened, all of us are well aware of the dire circumstances of 19 January 1990, when Kashmiri Pandits had to leave everything behind and run for their lives. I actually got it from both sides. My wife's family had to run in the middle of the night, leaving everything behind, just taking, a little bit of money and gold that they had. And they ran away, and the very next week they found out that the house was burned down to the ground. From my side of the family, we were told that there are terrorists living in your home. And you can well imagine, we didn't try to get them evicted. So I got it from both sides, and I'm sure all of you have similar or worse stories. But what we want to do is to speak with Mr. Ajay Bharti so that you can tell us how the Kashmiri Pandits were feeling at that time when the genocide happened. Some Kashmiri Pandits say that they were aware of what was happening. Some say we didn't know what was happening. We kind of had an inkling, but we weren't sure. So if you could share your thoughts, Mr. Bharti, on what was happening, that will be great to set the tone for the panel discussion. And please feel free to either come on this podium, or if you'd like to speak from there, that's fine too.
Thank you, Mohanji, and thank you and congratulations to both GKPD and JKVM for organizing such a nice and impressive event, and also inviting me to share my views with such an eminent panel, particularly those whom we watch every day on TV and in fact wait to watch them in the evenings. I don't think any Kashmiri Pandit had any confusion about what was happening in Kashmir. As Sadhguru in the morning or even later as the day progressed, including Ajayji, hinted at certain things from the very beginning, particularly after 1931. We are aware that a properly planned, a systematically executed and efficiently packaged this process of ethnic cleansing was happening in Kashmir. And the master of this was Sheikh Muhammad Abdullah without any hesitation, and his organization. There, it is not just our feeling, it is the evidence, and that from his own writings. We can quote pages together, everybody amongst us knows, even the world knows, but sometimes it gets pushed under the carpet. Now, all of us must have read Atish Chinar, particularly the Urdu version. Sheikh Abdullah is so clear about his, even though we know that his autobiography was written by Muhammad Yusuf Taig. That is another sort of joke. But he writes from the very beginning what was his in mind. This includes when he meets Begum Abdullah, what he tells to Begum, and Begum in return tells to her before, at the time of marriage. He writes on page number 195 in this Chinar कि बेगम ने कहा कि आप इस्लाम की खिदमत में निकले हैं, मैं भी इस राह पर आपके साथ कुर्बानियां देने को तैयार हूं. Mind the words, it is written in Atish Chinar. And also page number 200, पढ़िए उस पर लिखते हैं कि मैंने अपने बच्चों का नाम किस लिए रखा, फारूक, मुस्तफा, तारिक, कहां से इंस्पायर होकर नाम आए. याद करिए नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के हेडक्वार्टर का नाम मुजाहिद मंजिल. So it was not the intent only, it was declared openly in every sense of the word and in acts also. That was mentioned here, the big landed abolition act in 1950s and also subsequent processes. हम सब ने सुना है कश्मीर पटी से वना 550. How to eliminate this, how to marginalize, how to exclude this from the mainstream, this minuscule minority. And this was packaged as a modern day reform, and we were presented as villains. In every respect, we were presented as villains. The community was presented as villain, and stories were good, and anything which we had done good, that was ignored, that was not spoken about. Things which we had not done, they were presented to the rest of the world as if we were the atrocity, we had committed the atrocities on the other side of और जो वापसी के कदम है उसमें जो स्टेप वाइज हमको चलने की बात है, और ये क्लियर करना है कि हम स्कैटर्ड उसमें नहीं रह सकते हैं, और उसके लिए जो आवश्यक होगा सरकार की तरफ से मदद भी होनी ही चाहिए, लेकिन कम्युनिटी को भी अपनी तरफ से इनिशिएटिव लेना होगा। इस छोटी सी बात के साथ मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूँ। नमस्कार।
Thank you, Ajay ji, for painting a very detailed picture of what the situation was in Kashmir. I'd like to next come to Dr. Anand Ranganathan. Dr. Ranganathan, Kashmiri Pandits are scattered over 5 refugee camps. The rest are scattered all over India, and a large number of them overseas. One full generation was born outside their homeland, living in exile. Now, as they say, it just takes a couple of generations, and you can wipe out that culture if it's not, rooted in their homeland. Well, we are very close to it. And we've been wanting to go to our homeland, but it has not been possible, even though we've been outside for 33 years and counting. You expressed your anguish by saying, and I quote, "What kind of country is this where Jammu and Kashmir can settle 40,000 Rohingya Muslims, but not 7 lakh Kashmiri Hindus?" You have also said, and I quote again, 3 years to 2019, 3,686 law and order incidents in Kashmir. 3 years after 2019, the number is only 430. Terror attacks have been reduced by 40% since 2019. Then why only 5,000 Kashmiri Pandits have been brought home, of which 25 have been killed since? On another front, Pakistan has been reduced to a mere footnote in our Indian script. So indulge me, please. I want to know when the government could pull off this miracle of Article 370. Why does it seem to be dragging its feet in rehabilitating the Kashmiri Pandits? We are getting the impression that the government lacks the will to bring them back. So we'd like to hear from you, Dr. Ranganathan. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. When I came here, I was told that Lashkar-e-Toiba has given a threat to the organizers of this Kashmiri Hindu Global Conference. Judge Falcone, the famous Italian judge, once said, "He who doesn't fear death dies only once." The Lashkar-e-Toiba and its cohorts only have to look at the audience and the faces here, young and old, women and children and men, to see that all of you will die only once. Yeah. Many others before me have spoken the truth, the tragic way in which Kashmiri Pandits and Hindus are thought of, are labeled as cowards. It is a tragedy of this country that such labels are put on Kashmiri Hindus. Was it cowardice that made Vijaya eat the rice laced with her husband's blood? Was it cowardice that allowed Girija to be sawed alive after being gang raped? Was it cowardice that led Shri Utpal Kaul to wrap his 1-month-old son in a jute sack and escape from certain death? Every year, my good friend Aditya, his son, shows me the bus ticket that Utpalji bought on 19th Jan 1990. And I've always wondered when I look at that ticket, Every year he takes it out from under the mattress, shows it to his son. What did it mean for a father to have kept a bus ticket for 33 years? Was it to remind himself of that horrific journey, of his clasping tight his wife and his young children while he sat lost thinking of what he had left behind? Was it to remind himself of how he was counting every passing minute, counting every passing milestone to safety? Was it to remind himself of that blurred instant in the bus that contained within it the image of his struggles ahead? Or was it to remind himself that he needed to be strong, that this was a cruel, unforgiving country, that his struggles were his alone, and that he shall have to fight them all by himself? Was it kept under his mattress all this while? Did that bus ticket take the weight of his unbound sorrow every night of every day of every month since January 1990? No. He kept it to remind himself that from now on, in his mind, that bus ticket was his adversary, and that he shall look at him straight in the eye and tell him that he was down but not out, that he was undefeated, that he shall pick himself up and find work and educate his children and bring food to the table and greet every new day as he did the last, with a smile on his face that he shall not be conquered. And today, when the father slipped his hand under the mattress and found that bus ticket and gave it to his son, he could almost have said, "Son, I pass this on to you now. It is yours. Now you take care of it. For it must be preserved for our future generations. They must never forget that a man's body may be forced to flee, but never his spirit. They must never forget who we are and where we came from. We are Kashmiri Hindus, son, and we stand today on our feet, and one day we shall take the journey back home. We are not cowards." In one sense, ladies and gentlemen, Kashmiri Hindus are children of Mahatma Gandhi. Not only because he is the father of the nation, but also because his vision is on the cusp of being realized. While preaching to those affected by the pre-partition Hindu-Muslim violence, he had urged, and I quote, "Hindus should not harbor anger in their hearts against Muslims, even if the latter wanted to destroy them. Even if the Muslims want to kill us all, we should face death bravely. And if they establish their rule after killing all Hindus, we would be ushering in a new world by sacrificing our lives," unquote. Every single time a Kashmiri Hindu passes on a currency note, the same Mahatma sniggers at him, as though perplexed why he hasn't yet sacrificed his life to usher in a new world. Well, the Mahatma need not snigger. His vision stands realized. The new world has truly been ushered in. Terrorists are targeting Hindus settled in Kashmir, but not the Hindus visiting Kashmir. Tourist footfall in Kashmir this past year has been the highest ever, a staggering 16 million. Business is booming. Registers are ringing. Tourists are safe. They want the Hindus to flee, but then return later as tourists. They want the Hindus to come as tourists and fill their coffers, but not settle in their own land. As Kashmiri Hindu Sushil Pandit, himself a victim of ethnic cleansing, says, quote, "Tourism in Kashmir funds jihad. The Hindus are funding their own demise," unquote. How on earth can we watch this unfold and not do anything about it? What kind of a country is this where one can settle 40,000 Rohingya Muslims in Jammu and Kashmir, but not 7 lakh Kashmiri Hindus? There is no other way of saying it. We live in a nation of broken mirrors. where you possess neither a shadow nor a reflection if you're a Kashmiri Hindu. We live in a nation that waits for death to rid us of our remembrances. Please wait a little more, just a little. 33 years have gone, but we haven't progressed from ugly, inhospitable transit camps that dot the Kashmir landscape. At Sheikhpura, Natnusa, Veerwan, Vesu, Matan, Hall. In Anantnag's Vesu transit camp, Kashmiri Hindus who want to flee because they fear for their lives are being kept locked up. They can't even step out to buy essentials like milk and medicines. Is this the kind of freedom promised to the land's original inhabitants, while the Rohingyas enjoy unfettered movement in the near vicinity? According to Home Ministry data, only 17% of the promised houses for Kashmiri Hindus have been completed in the last 6 years. Only 5,928 Kashmiri Hindus have been appointed through the Prime Minister's job scheme. The number of Kashmiri Hindu refugees is 700,000, a figure derived from the data provided by the government of Jammu and Kashmir that says 83,200 families fled Kashmir in the aftermath of the Kashmiri Hindu genocide. 5,928. 5,928. I shall leave it to the mathematicians amongst you to subtract this number from 700,000. To an extent, the Kashmir Files, the recent film by Vivek Agnihotri, has tried to reset the Kashmiri Hindu narrative. And that is why so many are rattled by it. Many prominent Kashmiri voices, the politicians, the intellectuals, writers, poets, all those who stayed silent even as the Kashmiri Hindu genocide unfolded right before their eyes, they called for a ban on the film. To them I ask, can there be reconciliation without remembrance? Crime without comeuppance? Can there be death without deliverance? Can there be justice without Nuremberg? Why do they want to hide the truth about the Nadi Mark massacre that the film truthfully depicts, where terrorist Zia Mustafa lined up 23 unsuspecting Kashmiri Hindus and shot them point blank, and as he was escaping, he heard a baby cry, and his comrade goaded, "Ye karnua chupe." And then the baby became the 24th victim. Why do they want to hide this? Why do they want to hide the truth about Girija Tuku, who was raped and cleaved in two by a mechanical saw while she was still alive? Why do they want to hide the truth about B.K. Ganju, who hid inside a rice barrel when jihadis came looking for him after his Muslim neighbor informed on him? Ganju was shot dead. Rice laced with his blood was fed to his wife Vijaya. Why do they want to hide the truth about slogans raised from mosques on 19th January 1990? Raliv, Saliv, Galiv, convert, run or die. Death to Kafirs, Pandits go but leave your women behind. Nizam-e Mustafa. Why do they want to hide all this? And what's this other side of the genocide that they demand should also be shown? That Yasin Malik, assassin of squadron leader Khanna, loved Damalu? That Bitta Karate, killer of 42 Kashmiri Hindus, was the son of a shawl weaver? That Zia Mustafa, perpetrator of the Nadi Marg massacre, was a compounder at a hospital? I'll tell you why they want this truth to be hidden. Because they realize that the Kashmir Files is not just a film. It is a Proustian collection of memories of Girija, of Ganju, of Dinanath, of tens of thousands of Kashmiri Hindus who were betrayed by their own friends. They might have taken away home, but they can never take away from them their words. For their entrapment in a film may fool us into believing they have a physical form, a form that can be destroyed when the film is destroyed. But the words existed much before their prisons did. Words never die. They always survive. In times of terror, we wrap them and we hide them like our ancestors did. And it for 3,000 for them to be uttered again, but uttered again they will be. And when they are, their words will echo in the valleys of violence where people only know how to light Molotovs. And these words will make them light diyas again. To be sure, I do not care about Islamists and the politicians forgetting about those words. What bothers me is that our government, our judiciary, our society has forgotten them. How can these pillars of our democracy forget those cries of Girija, those laments of Dinanath? How? Hearing them, those words, those haunting voices, one feels lost for hope, wondering whether the fabled arc of moral universe would ever bend towards justice for the Kashmiri Hindus. Remember that 3 years ago, the Supreme Court diabolically rejected reopening cases of criminal atrocities against Kashmiri Hindus because, quote, too much time had elapsed. That's correct. Justice is now weighed against time. A month ago, the same Supreme Court reiterated its previous stand, that of not opening cases of atrocities against Kashmiri Hindus. Governments come and go, and we shout and we make 100 excuses, but we can never get away from the fact is a ball hurled high into the air. He hangs there, frozen in time, translated into a photograph, denied motion, suspended impossibly above his native earth. He awaits the inevitable moment at which the photograph must begin to move and the earth reclaim its own, unquote. When will that photograph begin to move? Mind turns numb at the very thought that a nation is going about this business for 30 years while 500,000 Hindus have been reduced to refugees in their own land. Is this what a so-called Hindu Rashtra is supposed to do for Hindus? We are the only country in the world that allows this across parties, across governments, right or left or center. 3 years to 2019, 3686 law and order incidents occurred in Kashmir. 3 years since 2019, the number is only 430. Terror attacks have reduced by 40% since 2018. But then why is it that only 5,000 Kashmiri Hindus have been brought home? And of those few who have been, more than 25 have already lost their lives. Making Kashmir files tax-free was great, but remember your dharma. It is to make sure 7 lakh Kashmiri Hindus are brought home. Time is running out. A refugee accepts his fate and the humiliation that comes along with it, for he must worry about his new life. He forgets how to complain, and that is a fatal mistake. Arundhati Roy, that totem of the left, once cushioned the crimes of Maoists by calling them, quote, Gandhis with guns. Well, Kashmiri Hindus are the Gandhis without guns. And that is a singular reason why no one cares for their plight in this country, because this nation hears complaints through the barrel of a gun, not the ink of a pen. This nation believes inaction is a medicine. It believes time heals. It believes wounds do not fester. It believes the exiled never returns. This nation, as I said, waits for death to rid its people of their remembrances. This nation wishes the Kashmiri Hindus all happiness and joy in the afterlife. Kashmiri Hindus are the Jews, but unfortunately, India is not Israel. They call Kashmir the Switzerland of the East. Wrong. It is the Srebrenica of the East, and it will remain so till such time every Kashmiri Hindu is returned home. Every single one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ranganathan, for that very scintillating speech. It's touched the hearts of several of us, and how apropos you described the situation that we're in with lots of passion. Picking up on where you left off, regarding the curative petition filed by the Roots in Kashmir into the mass murders and genocide of the members of the community during 1989-90 and subsequent years by Pakistan-based terrorists, and the reasons for non-prosecution of FIRs of the crimes. Like you said, the Supreme Court dismissed the petition, saying 27 years had passed by and the evidence is unlikely to be available. I know we have two eminent lawyers, advocates in the Supreme Court right here. So I would like to pose this question to both of you, either of you, whoever one would like to speak about this first, Mr. Ashwini Upadhyay and Mr. Ashok Bhan. We would like to hear from you what your thoughts are on the way the case was presented, and is there anything that can be done differently so that we can get a different outcome? So over to you, Mr. Ashok Bhan.
Sorry. Namaskar to everybody. I want to preface the answer with a short intervention. We are here gathered in large numbers from across the globe. And we are not only a hall full of Sai auditorium. We are 7 lakh Kashmiri Pandits who are spread all over the globe. But today I wish to say that having been forced to exile from Kashmir, we all take it, Anandi, as a very severe insult to the collective conscience of our community. Mind you, I will repeat. It's a serious insult to the collective conscience of our community. How do we avenge that? I saw just now Dr. Surinder Kaul relegated in a corner seat there. Now he has gone out for a while. And I was developing a thought that is this not a form of avenging our insult? Gathering here in this hall, expressing ourselves with lot of intellectual fervor, but underlying that fervor is a deep protest. Protest against bigotry, protest against communalism, protest against hate, and above all, the protest against the killings and exile of Kashmiri Pandits. It's a very somber occasion for me, for the reason, you'll excuse me if I in between say something on in Kashmiri, because I'll translate it later. You said Lashkar gave us a threat for not holding this conclave. And they used lots of languages and slang that we are identified with: A group, B group, C group. But Lashkar does not realize
that they are the settlers in Kashmir. They are not the aborigines. The aborigines is this community, yath beh kashir pٲٹھۍ چھُس وَنان أسۍ چھِ پتہٕ بٔڑۍ. اَسہِ چھِ پرمپرا, اَسہِ چھِ history. آز چھِ أسۍ 33ہِم ور مناوان پانس. ہماری 33ویں ہے آج. 33 سال ہو گئے ہمیں مرے ہوئے, دبے ہوئے, سہمے ہوئے, مگر ہم نے نہ کانسٹیٹیوشن کا دامن چھوڑا, نہ بھارت کا دامن چھوڑا, نہ بھارتیتوا کا دامن چھوڑا. ہم ڈٹے رہے ایز پیٹریوٹس, اور ہم آج بھی اسٹرگل کرتے ہیں فار an idea of India in Kashmir. And that idea of India in Kashmir is a mirage for union government and 130 crores of Indians until Kashmiri Pandits go back with dignity. It's a failure. अगर हाँ आप पंचांग देखेंगे 5000 साल से बहुत ज्यादा हमारी परंपरा है, और हम जिस पंचांग को फॉलो करते हैं अपने डे टू डे ट्रेडिशंस में, डे टू डे रिचुअल्स में, डे टू डे विधि में, वो 5000 साल से हम करते आए हैं, चाहे हम किस हाल में हैं. मगर ये जो एक्सोडस हुआ हमारा 90 में, we consider it, besides the insult to our collective conscience, as a war inflicted on us, and we are the war victims. Mind you, Upadhyay ji, I am giving you a thought process. We are war victims. Supreme Court or no Supreme Court. The world has to take the cognizance of our victimhood as a war victim. The war was inflicted on us, and our exodus, our killing is the consequence of that war. And that around that time, the Indian nation state failed us. And it is failing us today also, 33 years after. We have a question. Kashmiris say that most of the Muslims also left along with Kashmir Pandits. That's a fact. Some of the Muslims were also killed. They were also forced to flee. But how come? After 96, when the governor rule was lifted, the same Muslim so-called migrants returned back. Some of them came to power in Kashmir. They ruled us. It's a big question I wish to pose, and all of us are posing. How is it that they went back, settled themselves within the Muslim milieu of Kashmir, and Kashmiri Pandits as a community is still haunted out in exile? From 96 onwards, when the so-called democratic process started in Kashmir, Abdullahs came to power. Umar Abdullah was doing a job in Oberoi's as assistant manager here when he was a migrant. Mahbooba Mufti was seen in Khan Market enjoying her coffee. And her father was also as an exilee living in Delhi
with the doles of Government of India. Most of the Muslims who went back, got absorbed in the Muslim milieu, were accepted by the same so-called Lashkars and settlers. And why is it that Kashmiri Pandit is not acceptable? Number one. Number two question I pose to myself, as in law we say, when we argue a matter and we have to pose a question to the judge, we can't ask him, my lord, we are posing a question. So we say in our legal parlance, I ask the question to myself. So I ask a question to myself and to you all, because you are not my lords, you are Kashmiri Pandit brethren and sisters. How long a mighty Indian nation state, and in particular, after 2014, that has evolved into a big power in the world, the largest democracy, its economy is flourishing. How come that the managers of this nation state do not take a call, do not exert their will, if on pending agenda issues like creating a Ram Mandir on the disputed site, when the will can be exerted there, why is the will lacking in repatriating Kashmiri Pandits back with dignity, honor, and political empowerment? What is the matter? We don't buy Home Minister's answers. Those are wooden-headed answers. We don't buy some lieutenant governors, what should we call, woolly, wooden-headed, whatever, decisions of bullying Kashmiri Pandit employees on the streets of Kashmir and Jammu. It can't be countenanced in democracy. You have to take a call. It is your call of constitutional duty, your moral duty as a representative of the Indian nation state to take a call and straighten the issues of PM package employees there and settle them with dignity, honor, and with all their emoluments back. I don't buy an argument that they are changing their goalposts every day of their demands. Their demand is genuine, and there is a consensus within the political spectrum of Jammu and Kashmir that whatever their demands, they are just, they are genuine, and justice warrants that they should be resolved as urgently, as quickly as possible. That is the message we are sending from here to LG and to his master, Home Minister in Delhi also. That's number two. Number three. Very painfully, I wish to say, for rehabilitating and return of this community, which is Aborigine, as I said, and you are afraid of those settlers, those urchins, those lumpens, and you want to cater them because they hold 50 constituencies in the valley, and we don't hold a constituency which systematically were taken away from us. We held certain constituencies right from 47. We want those constituencies back, delimitation or no delimitation. We want those constituencies by nomination if you have the will to settle Kashmiri Pandits back in home. And mind you, without Kashmiri Pandits physically present in their homeland, Kashmir, the valley, all your efforts at the national, international level of promoting idea of India in Kashmir is an illusion. It will be defeated at all times. And it's a mirage. Nothing will consolidate without my physical presence in Kashmir. Because Buchus Pata board, Myon Pata Bajar should reiterate Karun, reform Karun. Number 4. I am not an adversarial person politically to what is happening in this country under the leadership of Modi. At the macro level, nation is going in a right direction under his leadership, as long as going is good. But at the micro level of Kashmir and Kashmiri Pandits, what is there for us? Prime Minister, we respect you that you held the hand of Kashmiri Pandits under the leadership of my brother here. But that was done in US. We admire that, we welcome that, we respect that. But back home, you are not willing to talk to us over a cup of tea. What is the matter? And this question I pose both to Utpal and to Ajay also. What is the matter after all? Are we apartheids to Modi? What is his problem? If he recognizes Kashmiri Pandits abroad and sends a signal world over that 370 is okay. But back home, what is he doing to us? I remember it needs more than 56-inch chhati. It needs large-heartedness. And it was Inder Gujral, former Prime Minister Anandji, who said that for this illustrious Kashmiri Pandit community, which has contributed a great deal in the shaping of nation building and democratic, progressive and secular India, if the coffers of the country are to be emptied for them, it would still be a small price to pay. I want Modi to follow this and show double the 56-inch chhati in accommodating 7 lakh people back in the home. After all, we have a legal right, we have a constitutional right. Maybe we will be forced to say that you are failing in your constitutional duty, not addressing the issue of Kashmiri Pandits. You said in the parliament, your home minister said in the parliament, and outside parliament when you made 370 inoperable, you said those who have, for the reasons of militancy, been displaced from Kashmiri Pandits will see to it that they are back in their home. So much time has lapsed. Even you are not granting, your ministers are not granting an audience. What to speak of sending us back home? At least in democracy, there is a jurisprudence of engagement. We may not be electorally relevant, but we have a factorial relevance in the context of Kashmir. That factorial relevance we re-emphasize and reiterate here. As I said, at macro level, we are with Modi. But at micro level, if he continues to go by the advice of this bureaucracy and some of his colleagues on this issue, and mind you, Modi is conscious of our problems. There is a parliamentary standing committee report, which was headed by late Sushma Swaraj. We had put in our best. She has created a document. It's on the shelves of Parliament. Please ask Home Minister to look into it. Create a committee of Kashmiri Pandits. It's not a big deal to meet 20 Kashmiri Pandits of various shades. If you ask Surinder Kaul to do it, he can collect. If he could collect full hall of this, and if he could collect in Houston full Kashmiri Pandits, each one of us will contribute. Mr. Moti Kaul is here, he can do it. Ajay Bharji can do it. Utpal can do it. All others can do it. We can collectively do it. We can select the best of our cream and put across our point of view in a half an hour meeting with Modi, but provided he has time. He has time for all others, but not for Kashmiri Pandits. So therefore, one more emphatic point is that Prime Minister Modi himself, because I'll tell you, we are used to the meetings with Prime Ministers. Maybe हमारी ego level इतनी बढ़ चुकी है कि हम Prime Minister से नीचे बात ही नहीं करते. हमने पंडित नेहरू के साथ बातें की हैं, इंदिरा जी के साथ की हैं, नरसिम्हा राव के साथ की है, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी के साथ की है, और मोदी जी हमारे पास खुद आए हैं और हमारे जो ट्रेडिशनल वस्तु हैं वो पहन के, साफा पहन के हमारे साथ फोटो उठाए हैं. He knows it. He knows the problem of Kashmir. He was involved in Kashmir affairs as a pracharak, as an RSS person. But what is this? Please, we very humbly beseech the Prime Minister, without any conflict. We have no conflict. You are our leader. You are our Prime Minister. We want at micro level an engagement with you so that you appreciate. You called the leaders of mainstream parties, and that ended into a damn skew ultimately. But if you call 20 of Kashmiri Pandits, I think you will be happy, you will be wiser, you will be very happy. So this was my third or fourth point. I'll make an last point because I was posed a question. You know, Supreme Court of India, where I feel proud to practice. When I migrated, I chose no other court but to Supreme Court. It had its intellectual flair. The lawyers there were giants. Like all the institutions in today's context are failing and falling. The judiciary has also become insensitive and it has fallen from the grace. No, you can't say that. I can't say that at least. Please hold your tongues on that, because Supreme Court ultimately is a constitutional court. We went there with a grievance. Our lawyers pleaded very competently. But at one point of time, they slipped when Chief Justice and government pleaded that it should be transferred to Jammu because the major population is in Jammu. Matter was transferred. And in Jammu, we don't have any expeditious hearing. That is one aspect. The other aspect is that it's the lack of teamwork. We wish to score points in filing a PIL. No scoring of points. If 10 minds sit together, we can create a petition which will find a space in the registry of Supreme Court. And we have an advantage of National Human Rights Commission judgment in our favor, wherein we have a definition of our atrocities as akin to genocide. So we can do that. I undertake to do that under my supervision. Some of my team, I'll include Mr. Upadhyay also. But I cannot do it. I have some professional constraint as a senior counsel. Because I am a designated senior counsel, we have some professional constraint. But I assure you that we'll certainly do it, and we'll try to find some space in the jurisdiction again say that Kashmir and Kashmiri militancy is waning. Kashmiri psyche, societal psyche, is undergoing a vanquished syndrome. And that vanquished syndrome is again finds its roots in collapse of Pakistan also. So therefore, what I admire of Prime Minister is that he has opened Kashmir for rest of the country. There must have been some thought process gone into opening of Kashmir. And he has done it, he has accomplished it. Now it is for us to look for the opportunities in the opening up. I should not sound as very great optimistic, but there is a scope. We have to shun our pessimism and reaction politics. We have to be proactive. Proactive in the sense, if Kashmir is open for rest of the world, how do we look into a big opening for ourselves also? I leave that question to you. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Ban, for shedding light on how things are going on in the legal environment. And we'd like to move to another topic now. And that is of the bill that was introduced by Mr. Vivek Tankha from the Congress party in the Rajya Sabha last year, titled Kashmiri Pandit Recourse, Restitution, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act of 2022. And I'll pose this, question to, the entire respectable panelists, whoever would like to address this. The bill has, among other things, 3 or 4 important requirements. There is a request for a one-place settlement in Kashmir. The second is for the place to be given protection. The third is to give the license of the Kashmiri Hindus moving back into this one-place settlement, a license to carry a firearm so that they can defend themselves. And fourth is all sorts of economic incentives, etc., etc. Now, there are many other aspects, but we won't go into those aspects. What we'd like to find out from the esteemed panelists is what is the likelihood of this bill to be passed? Because we hear that it's going to be presented in the Rajya Sabha again very soon in the next coming weeks. What do the panelists feel is going to be the success factor of this bill? So whoever would like to address this. Sure. We have 2 mics, so whichever mic you'd like to use. Okay. However you feel comfortable, from your chair.
I'll answer this. I am an incorrigible optimistic on this. As Surinder Kaul was optimistic about genocide movie, I am also optimistic about it. But Surinder and all of us know that it took them a lot of effort. This bill of resettlement is like making another Kashmir files. It is initiated, it is pending on the table of Parliament. As and when the debate ensues, we have an advantage this time. If we garner support to rope in the BJP public opinion on this, that would be a bonus. But Vivek Tankha and we are in contact on this issue. I have been requesting him that at least from his party, he must initiate a very aggressive debate on this. And initiating an aggressive debate on the resettlement bill will in itself lay a roadmap. And success depends ultimately on the final vote in the Parliament. And I'll assure you that it will not die halfway. It will be discussed, and we must effort and garner support of our BJP friends to help us in creating a debate and discussion on this issue. That is what I can say at the moment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ban. Ashwini ji, I'd like to come to you, or if you'd like to come here, all fine. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this subject and whatever else you'd like to share with us.
इधर लगाना है क्या?
भारत माता की, भारत माता की। हिंदी सब लोग समझ लेते हैं? मैंने सबको बहुत ध्यान से सुना। आप लोग कड़वा मीठा झूठ सुनना चाहते हैं या कड़वा सच? चलो जोर से बोलिए। आप लोग समस्या पे चर्चा करना चाहते हैं या समाधान सुनना चाहते हैं? समस्या पता है। आपको सरदर्द हो और सुबह से लेकर शाम तक आप कहो कि सरदर्द है, सरदर्द है, सरदर्द है, तो सरदर्द बढ़ेगा या घटेगा? बीमारी की चर्चा करने से बीमारी ठीक होती है या मूल कारण को आइडेंटिफाई करके उस पर फिर दवा लेने से? जरा जोर से बोलिए। कितनी देर मुझे बोलना है? नहीं, मेरी 7 बजे की फ्लाइट है, मैं 6 बजे तक बोल सकता हूं। देखिए, आप याद रखिए, हॉस्पिटल बहुत अच्छा हो, डॉक्टर भी बहुत अच्छा हो, लेकिन दवा घटिया हो, तो आपकी बीमारी ठीक होगी क्या? हॉस्पिटल 7 स्टार हो, डॉक्टर सुपर स्टार हो, लेकिन आपकी दवा नकली हो, तो बीमारी ठीक होगी? याद रखिए, बीमारी हॉस्पिटल ठीक नहीं करती, बीमारी डॉक्टर भी ठीक नहीं करता, अंदर आपके क्या जाता है? दवा। हम सब बात कर रहे हैं, सजा हो जाए, फांसी हो जाए, क्या हो जाए, क्या हो जाए। अरे एक व्यक्ति ने बोला 15 मिनट के लिए पुलिस हटा लो, हिंदुस्तान से हिंदुओं को खत्म कर दूंगा। मैं 7 लाख की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं 100 करोड़ की बात कर रहा हूं। 15 मिनट के लिए पुलिस हटाओ, हिंदुस्तान से हिंदुओं को खत्म कर दूंगा। वो वीडियो आज भी यूट्यूब पे है, उसके खिलाफ लोग गवाही देने के लिए तैयार भी हैं, सारा एविडेंस भी है। बरी हो गया कि नहीं? जरा बताइए, बरी हुआ कि नहीं? पता नहीं किस गलतफहमी में है कि आपके हत्यारों को फांसी हो जाएगी और सजा हो जाएगी। किस गलतफहमी में है आप लोग? कड़वी बात सुनना है कि नहीं? मैं मीठा झूठ नहीं बोलता, कड़वी बात बोलूंगा, अगली बार मत बुलाना। केवल और केवल समाधान बोलूंगा। भारत में लोकतंत्र है कि भीड़तंत्र है? सठे साठ्यम समाचरेत, ये कहां का सिद्धांत है? भारत का। जिन देशों ने सठे साठ्यम समाचरेत सिद्धांत को अपनाया, उसके हिसाब से नियम कानून बनाया, वहां शांति है, समृद्धि है, खुशहाली है, जिहाद भी कम है, आतंकवाद भी कम है, माओवाद कम है, नक्सलवाद भी कम है, कट्टरवाद भी कम है, जातिवाद भी कम है। आपने कभी सोचा ये नेता माओवादियों का समर्थन क्यों करते हैं, नक्सलियों का समर्थन क्यों करते हैं? आपके संबंध में कहूं तो आतंकवादियों का समर्थन क्यों करते हैं, जिहादियों का समर्थन क्यों करते हैं? किस लिए करते हैं वो? वोट के लिए। वोट क्यों चाहिए? सत्ता के लिए। सत्ता से क्या करना है? माल कमाना है, यही तो करना है। अगर ऐसी व्यवस्था हो जाए कि आप मंत्री होके माल कमा ही नहीं सकते, इसको कहते हैं रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग। बेसिकली मैं इंजीनियर था, वकालत तो मैं एक्सीडेंटल, वकील तो एक्सीडेंटल हूं मैं। इसको कहते हैं रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग। मैं मारुति में था, यहीं बगल में गुड़गांव में, जब वो गवर्नमेंट की कंपनी थी मारुति उद्योग लिमिटेड, और केवल पैसा कमाने नहीं आया था, सब कुछ छोड़ छाड़ के केवल देश की सेवा करने में सुप्रीम कोर्ट आया। रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग का मतलब यह होता है, आप या तो फॉरवर्ड मूव करो या रिवर्स मूव करो। अगर ऐसी व्यवस्था हम कर दें कि मंत्री हो के भी, विधायक हो के भी फार्म हाउस खरीद ही नहीं पाएगा, लंदन में घर बना ही नहीं पाएगा, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में बंगलो बना ही नहीं पाएगा, तो वो जाति का जहर बोएगा क्या? वो जिहादियों का समर्थन करेगा क्या? अलगाववाद फैलाएगा क्या? हम लोग पता नहीं समाधान पे क्यों नहीं जा रहे। समाधान रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग में है, फॉरवर्ड मूव में नहीं है, रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग में है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट को, हमारे सीनियर बैठे हुए भान साहब, सुप्रीम कोर्ट को कहते हैं कस्टोडियन ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, सुप्रीम कोर्ट को कहते हैं प्रोटेक्टर ऑफ फंडामेंटल राइट। गूगल करेंगे तो आपको 10 जजमेंट मिल जाएंगे। मैं गलत कह रहा हूं क्या? कस्टोडियन ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, आप लोगों ने सुना होगा। प्रोटेक्टर ऑफ फंडामेंटल राइट है, आपने भी सुना होगा। राइट टू लाइफ और लिबर्टी सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट फंडामेंटल राइट है, यह भी आपने सुना होगा। राइट टू डिग्निटी फंडामेंटल राइट है, यह भी सुना होगा। राइट टू कल्चर फंडामेंटल राइट है, यह भी सुना होगा। राइट टू ट्रेडिशन फंडामेंटल राइट है, यह भी सुना होगा। आपकी राइट टू लाइफ, राइट टू लिबर्टी, राइट टू डिग्निटी, राइट टू कल्चर, राइट टू प्रॉपर्टी, सब कुछ चली गई। इसके लिए क्या सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पीआईएल फाइल करने की जरूरत है क्या? जरा बताइए आप, पीआईएल की जरूरत है क्या? पब्लिक सर्वेंट का मतलब क्या होता है? पब्लिक का सर्वेंट। आप लोग क्या है? पब्लिक। एमएलए एमपी क्या है? पब्लिक। और जजेस क्या है? पब्लिक। तो आपने परिवार में 5 आदमी है, उसमें एक आदमी परिवार का सर्वेंट है, क्या उसकी ड्यूटी है कि सब लोग आके बताएं कि सब्जी खत्म हो गई तो ये हो गया, तो गाड़ी पंचर हो गई, तो फला हो गया, तो फला हो गया, फला हो गया? अरे वो परिवार का मुखिया है, उसकी ड्यूटी है देखना कि किस बच्चे की पेट्रोल खत्म हो गई है, किस बच्चे की फीस नहीं गई है, किस बच्चे को चोट लग गई है, किस बच्चे को कुपोषण है, कौन सा बच्चा परेशान है। यही तो ड्यूटी है। आप लोगों के केस में विधायिका, कार्यपालिका, न्यायपालिका तीनों ने ही अपनी ड्यूटी नहीं निभाई, एकदम फेल हो गए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी फेल हो गया, हाई कोर्ट भी फेल हो गया, संसद भी फेल हो गई, और सरकार भी फेल हो गई, राज्य सरकार भी फेल हो गई, केंद्र सरकार भी फेल हो गई। और वो ड्यूटी उनको, उसी ड्यूटी करने के लिए उनको वेतन मिलता है, वही ड्यूटी करने के लिए उनको भत्ता मिलता है। आपकी सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी के लिए उनको वेतन मिलता है, भत्ता मिलता है, गाड़ी मिलती है, बंगला मिलता है, चार्टर्ड प्लेन से घूमते हैं, नौकर मिलता है। आप पब्लिक हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज पब्लिक सर्वेंट हैं। आप पब्लिक हैं, प्रधानमंत्री पब्लिक सर्वेंट है। आप पब्लिक हैं, मुख्यमंत्री पब्लिक सर्वेंट है। आपने कुछ नहीं गलत किया है, गलत उन्होंने किया है, उन्होंने अपनी ड्यूटी ठीक से नहीं निभाई है। एक बात समझिए, ये जो प्रॉब्लम आप फेस कर रहे हैं, ये 1991 की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। कल्चरल वॉर जब से पृथ्वी बनी है तब से हो रहा है। विष्णु पुराण उठा के पढ़िए, नहीं पढ़ सकते हैं तो B.R. चोपड़ा साहब ने महाभारत बनाने के बाद एक धारावाहिक बनाया था विष्णु पुराण, 40 या 45 एपिसोड का है। आप लोगों के केस में पता नहीं मैं क्यों इमोशनल हो गया। एक बार आप लोग विष्णु पुराण को उठा के देखिए, धारावाहिक देखिए, नहीं पढ़ सकते हैं देखिए। भाई देव दानव संग्राम तो आदिकाल से चल रहा है ना, मानव राक्षस संग्राम आदिकाल से चल रहा है, उसका रूप बदल गया। उसका रूप बदल गया है। अब आप उसको रिलीजियस वॉर कह सकते हैं। यह आतंकवाद आज की समस्या नहीं है, आदिकाल से है, और आदिकाल से वही होता रहा है जो हम कर रहे हैं। राक्षस दौड़ाते थे, इंद्र भगवान बचाओ प्रभु, बचाओ प्रभु, बचाओ प्रभु। याद होगा, सीरियल देखिए आप। कभी राक्षसों ने विष्णु की, शंकर की पूजा किया कि हमें देवताओं से बचाओ? बोलिए जरा, कौन कहता था त्राहिमाम त्राहिमाम त्राहिमाम? देवता। हमेशा देवता ही कहें बचाओ बचाओ बचाओ, इससे बचाओ, उससे बचाओ, उससे बचाओ। कभी राक्षसों ने यह नहीं कहा भगवान शंकर से या भगवान विष्णु से कि हमको इनको देवताओं से बचाओ। ये फैक्ट है। आप अपनी समस्या को जब तक केवल कश्मीरी हिंदुओं की समस्या मान के चलेंगे, आपको समाधान नहीं मिलेगा, नहीं मिलेगा। जब तक इस समस्या के रूट काज पे नहीं जाएंगे, रूट काज से आपको परमानेंट सॉल्यूशन मिलेगा। और सॉल्यूशन आपको नहीं करना है, सॉल्यूशन तो संसद और सुप्रीम कोर्ट को करना है, आपको सॉल्यूशन नहीं करना है। हां, समाधान संसद और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में है, लेकिन उनको जगाने का दो तरीका है, सड़क, सोशल मीडिया। तो हाल में हम लोग बैठे हैं, ये हो ही रहा है, सोशल मीडिया में एफर्ट कर रहे हैं, वो हो ही रहा है, लेकिन अब जंतर मंतर और रामलीला मैदान बचा हुआ है, क्योंकि यहां लोकतंत्र नहीं है। मानिए ये भीड़ तंत्र है। और मैं आपको कह रहा हूं एक वकील के नाते, मुकदमा चल भी जाएगा, सजा नहीं होगी। तब तक नहीं होगी जब तक आप लोगों के केस में स्पेशली सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑर्डर करके या संसद में ऑर्डिनेंस लाके सीआरपीसी के बहुत सारे प्रोविजन को बाईपास करने के लिए नहीं कहा जाएगा। अगर सीआरपीसी को फॉलो करके आपका मुकदमा चलेगा, आपको कभी सजा नहीं, कभी आपको न्याय नहीं मिलेगा। इसलिए मैं आज आपके मंच से माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट से भी मांग करता हूं, आपके साथ जो हुआ है वो आजादी के बाद रेयरेस्ट ऑफ रेयर केस है, रेयरेस्ट ऑफ रेयर इंसिडेंट है। तो ऐसे केस में अब गवाहों को ढूंढना, गवाहों के बयान के आधार पे सजा होना नामुमकिन है। एक ही तरीका है, स्पेशली या तो संसद से नार्को पॉलीग्राफ ब्रेन मैपिंग कानून बने और सीआरपीसी के प्रोविजंस को बाईपास करने के लिए एक बाकायदा उसमें प्रोविजन हो कि भाई आपके 1991 के जब नरसंहार हुआ है, इसमें सीआरपीसी नहीं चलेगी। जितने लोग एक्यूज्ड हैं, जिनके जिनके खिलाफ एफआईआर है, इनका नार्को पॉलीग्राफ ब्रेन मैपिंग का टेस्ट होगा और ये अगर एडमिट कर लिए, इनको सजा होगी। दैट्स इट। अगर आप सोचते हैं कि नहीं नहीं नहीं, नॉर्मल कानून के आधार पे, यहां का कानून महा घटिया है, जब ये खुलेआम एक व्यक्ति कहता है 15 मिनट के लिए हिंदुस्तान से हिंदू खत्म कर दूंगा, आज वो विधानसभा में बैठा हुआ है, तो आपको यहां का कानून, ये जो चल रहा है एग्जिस्टिंग कानून, क्योंकि आपके पास न सर्कमस्टेंशियल एविडेंस है, न ओरल एविडेंस है, न मटेरियल एविडेंस है, कुछ भी नहीं है, केवल आपकी कही हुई बातें हैं। तो दो ही तरीका है। अगर मैं कह रहा हूं कि मेरे पिताजी को बिट्टा कराटे ने मारा, तो मेरा नार्को पॉलीग्राफ ब्रेन मैपिंग कर लो, और मैं कह रहा हूं चूंकि बिट्टा कराटे ने मारा, बिट्टा कराटे का नार्को पॉलीग्राफ ब्रेन मैपिंग कर लो। अगर हम दोनों की बातें बिल्कुल ठीक है, मैं कह रहा हूं मेरे पिता को मारा, वो भी कह रहा है हाँ इनके पिता को मारा, उसको सजा दे दो, बात खत्म। अरे उसका किस बात का ह्यूमन राइट भाई? जानवरों का कहीं ह्यूमन राइट होता है क्या? ह्यूमन का ह्यूमन राइट होता है, जानवरों का नहीं। स्पेशली मैं संसद में होता तो आपका विषय संसद में उठाता। मैं संसद में नहीं हूं, मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हूं। न्यायपालिका में एक बेंच होती है, एक बार होती है। हम भान साहब बार के मेंबर हैं। बेंच का मतलब जजेस। हाई कोर्ट का ध्येय वाक्य है सत्यमेव जयते। समझिए जरा, गूगल आप करेंगे, भारत के जितने हाई कोर्ट हैं उनकी जजेस की कुर्सियों पे लिखा रहता है सत्यमेव जयते। सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ध्येय वाक्य है यतो धर्मस्ततो जयः। इसका मतलब सत्यमेव जयते से भी ऊपर है यतो धर्मस्ततो जयः। हमारे माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जितने जजेस हैं उनकी कुर्सियों पे बकायदा लिखा हुआ है यतो धर्मस्ततो जयः, जिससे हमेशा उनको याद रहे, जब वो चेयर पे बैठे उनको याद आ जाए हमको धर्म की जय करना है। और धर्म की जय करने का मतलब होता है अधर्म का। जब तक अधर्म का नाश नहीं होगा धर्म की जय नहीं हो सकती है। आप इसको मानते हैं कि नहीं? तो माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट की दो ड्यूटी हो गई है, धर्म की जय हो, अधर्म का। ऐसी परिस्थितियों में संविधान ने एक प्रावधान है, उसको कहते हैं आर्टिकल 142। वो हमारे माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट को शक्ति देता है कि धर्म की जय करने के लिए, अधर्म का नाश करने के लिए आपको असीमित शक्ति है। लिखा नहीं है क्या क्या शक्ति है, इनहरेंट पावर है, प्लेनरी पावर है। आप जो करना है करिए, जो ऑर्डर पास करना है पास करिए, लेकिन धर्म की जय होनी चाहिए और अधर्म का नाश। आपके पक्ष में धर्म है और वो हत्यारे अधर्म पे हैं। आपकी जय हो, आपको न्याय मिले, हत्यारों को फांसी हो, यह ड्यूटी हमारे माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट की भी है। और बहुत कम लोग इस पे चिंतन करते हैं। संविधान में एक शेड्यूल 3 है, उसमें सबकी शपथ है। भान सर जानते हैं, हमारे मंत्रियों की जो शपथ है उससे भी बड़ी शपथ है हमारे सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजों की। डॉक्टर रंगनाथन से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, कभी आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजेस की, चूंकि आप बहुत अच्छा अंग्रेजी बोलते हैं, हमें तो अंग्रेजी थोड़ा हम कमजोर है, आप एक बार कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर की ओथ और सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजेस की ओथ को कंपेयर करिए, और हाई कोर्ट के जजेस की ओथ और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की मिनिस्टर की ओथ को कंपेयर करिए। वो फॉर्म है, हम क्या क्या ओथ लेते। सांसद और विधायक मंत्री 3 कैटेगरी है ओथ की, फिर चौथी कैटेगरी हाई कोर्ट के जज, फिर 5वीं कैटेगरी सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज। अगर आप ओथ में देखें, क्योंकि मैं ओथ की बात इसलिए कह रहा हूं, कभी ओथ पे चर्चा ही नहीं होती, खासतौर पे कोर्ट में भी उस ओथ पे कभी चर्चा नहीं होती है। बस हमारे माननीय जज एक बार ओथ लेते हैं, उसके बाद वो मुझे लगता है उस ओथ पे दोबारा चर्चा ही नहीं होती। सांसद और विधायक मंत्री ओथ लेते हैं, हम संविधान के अनुसार कार्य करेंगे। जरा अंतर समझना आप, बहुत बारीक अंतर है। हम संविधान के अनुसार कार्य करेंगे। जज ओथ लेते हैं, आई विल अपहोल्ड द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, आई विल अपहोल्ड द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, आई विल एक्ट अकॉर्डिंग टू लॉ। सांसद विधायक है और जज कहते हैं आई विल अपहोल्ड द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। बड़ी शपथ किसकी है? जजों की है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजों की है। आई विल अपहोल्ड द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, मैं इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, इसीलिए सांसद विधायक मंत्री को प्रोटेक्टर ऑफ फंडामेंटल राइट नहीं कहते। हाई कोर्ट जज, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज को प्रोटेक्टर ऑफ फंडामेंटल राइट कहते हैं। सांसद विधायक मंत्रियों को कस्टोडियन ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन नहीं कहते, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज को कस्टोडियन ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कहते हैं। दिस इज द डिफरेंस। आपके केस में तीनों ही फेल हो गए, तीनों ने अपनी ड्यूटी ईमानदारी से नहीं निभाई। मैं कह रहा हूं एसआईटी बननी चाहिए थी। आपको न्याय मिलता कि नहीं मिलता बाद की बात है, न्याय मिलते हुए दिखना तो चाहिए था। दो चीजें होती है, जस्टिस मिलना भी चाहिए, जस्टिस मिलते हुए दिखना भी चाहिए। जस्टिस मिलते हुए दिखे, इस पे भी फेल हो गए। जस्टिस मिलने की बहुत बात की बात है, शुरुआत तो हो जाती, और रास्ता मैंने बताया आपको। एक बात, मैं किसान का लड़का हूं, पहले सीधे बुआई होती है, पहले कुछ और किया जाता है खेत में ना, पहले जुताई, गुड़ाई, निराई, फिर पेस्टिसाइड, फिर खरपतवार को निकालना, उसके बाद होती है बुआई। अगर आप जुताई, गुड़ाई, निराई किए बिना बीज डालेंगे, आपका घर का जो बीज था वो भी बर्बाद हो गया। कश्मीर में जुताई, गुड़ाई, निराई करने की जरूरत है। सीधे सीधे आपको लौटा दिया जाएगा। मैं कह रहा हूं, 6 महीने बाद बोलोगे नहीं नहीं गड़बड़ हो गया कुछ। पहले जुताई, गुड़ाई, निराई, पहले आप ये जो कश्मीर में, वैसे तो पूरे देश के नेता ही करोड़ों के मालिक हैं, कश्मीर में खास तौर पे ऐसा कोई नहीं, ऐसा भी नहीं कहते हैं, क्या पता 2-4 एक्सेप्शन भी हो, बहुत मोटा माल इन्होंने कमा रखा है। बड़े बड़े फार्म हाउस इन्होंने ऑस्ट्रेलिया में बनाए हैं। मैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया की बात इसलिए कर रहा हूं कि मैं जानता हूं, मुझे किसी ने वीडियो शूट करके लाइव भेजा, बोले देखो ये इसका फार्म हाउस, ये इसका फार्म हाउस है। इन्होंने लंदन में बड़े बड़े फार्म हाउस बना रखे हैं। दुनिया के एक एक मंत्री, एक एक मुख्यमंत्री ने 5-5, 6-6 देशों में बड़े बड़े फार्म हाउस बना रखे हैं। तो इसलिए पहले इनकी जुताई, गुड़ाई, निराई, उसके बाद पेस्टिसाइड, इनका पहले इनको तिहाड़ में ठोकना पड़ेगा, इनको जेल में डालना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो फिर ये भावनाओं को भड़काएंगे अपनी पॉलिटिकल माइलेज के लिए। एक बार जुताई, गुड़ाई, निराई हो गई, फिर वहां पे, और उसके बाद भी तुरंत आपको नहीं भेजना चाहिए। मैं तो कह रहा हूं, हमारे पास जाट रेजिमेंट है, राजपूताना रेजिमेंट है, मराठा रेजिमेंट है, सबसे बढ़िया तो बिहार रेजिमेंट है। वो लाठी मारते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं करते, क्यों? लाठी से पिटाई करते हैं। सबसे पहले ये हमारे जो रिटायर्ड फौजी हैं, सिख रेजिमेंट, जाट रेजिमेंट, महार रेजिमेंट, इनको वहां बसाइए। वहां जमीनें खाली पड़ी हुई हैं, हमारे भूतपूर्व सैनिकों को जरूरत भी है, वो रिटायरमेंट के बाद रहना चाहते हैं। सबसे पहले रिटायर्ड फौजियों को आसाम राइफल भी ले लीजिए, बिहार रेजिमेंट भी ले लीजिए, मराठा रेजिमेंट भी ले लीजिए, जो हमारे भूतपूर्व सैनिक जाना चाहें कश्मीर, पहले उनको पहुंचाइए। उसके बाद आप लोगों को मैं क्योंकि मैं कश्मीरी हिंदुओं को जानता हूं। आप लोग गुलाब के फूल की तरीके हैं, आप लोग बहुत, इसलिए मैं तो बिल्कुल नहीं कहूंगा सीधे सीधे आपको बसा दिया जाए। मैं तो कह रहा हूं पहले भूतपूर्व फौजियों को बसाइए। और एक बात जरूर कहना चाहूंगा, आप कल ये सोचना समस्या के मूल कारण पे, एक मां के 2 बच्चे हों जुड़वा, 1 साल के बाद या 3 साल के बाद, 3 साल बच्चा मां के पास रहना चाहिए, 3 साल के बाद एक बच्चे को गुरुकुल में डाल दीजिए 10 साल के लिए। एक ही मां का, एक ही पिता, जुड़वा बच्चे, 9 महीने पेट में साथ थे, और दूसरे को 10 साल के लिए मदरसे में डाल दीजिए। एक बच्चे, जुड़वा बच्चे, एक को 10 साल के लिए मदरसे में डालिए, दूसरे को 10 साल के लिए गुरुकुल में डालिए। 10 साल के बाद निकलेंगे, दोनों में भाईचारा रहेगा क्या? जरा जोर से बोलिए। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा झूठ यही है कि सभी रिलीजन समान हैं और सभी किताबें प्यार, मोहब्बत, लव, अफेक्शन सिखाती हैं। मैं तो कह रहा हूं, एक ही माँ बाप, जुड़वा बच्चे 9 महीने साथ में थे। जिसको गलतफहमी है, ट्रायल करके देख लो। अगर अभी भी भरोसा नहीं हो रहा है, दुनिया से भरोसा नहीं हो रहा है, अरे आपके जैसे ही पारसी थे, आप लोगों के जैसे बड़े शांति से रहते थे, बड़े सफाई से रहते थे, बड़े समृद्ध थे, बड़े खुशहाल थे। मात्र 100 साल में पर्शिया ईरान बन गया। मात्र 100 साल लगा था पर्शिया को ईरान बनने में। 100 साल में गंधार कंधार बन गया, दुर्योधन का ननिहाल। 100 साल में भरत का ननिहाल कैके पाकिस्तान बन गया। 100 साल में तक्षशिला रावलपिंडी बन गया। 100 साल में कैके पेशावर बन गया। और आपको तो अपनी पता है कि 1947 से आके 1991 आते आते आपके साथ क्या हो गया। हम रूट काज पे क्यों नहीं जा रहे? सभी रिलीजन भाईचारा नहीं सिखाते, सभी रिलीजन वसुधैव कुटुंबकम नहीं सिखाते, सभी रिलीजन नारी तू नारायणी नहीं सिखाते, सभी रिलीजन सर्वधर्म संभाव नहीं सिखाते। जब तक ये झूठ बोला जाएगा, ये जो मीठा झूठ बोला जा रहा है, तब तक हम समस्या की जड़ में नहीं जा पाएंगे। इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कड़वी सच्चाई। मैंने एक PIL फाइल किया है। इस देश में 12वीं तक समान शिक्षा होनी चाहिए। 1 नेशन 1 सिलेबस, 1 नेशन 1 एजुकेशन बोर्ड। और बहुत आसान है करना। जब 1 नेशन 1 टैक्स हो सकता है तो 1 नेशन 1 सिलेबस भी हो सकता है। कश्मीर वाला कश्मीरी में पढ़े, गुजरात वाला गुजराती में पढ़े, महाराष्ट्र वाला मराठी में पढ़े, बंगाल वाला बंगाली में पढ़े। जैसे लेकिन केंद्रीय विद्यालय का सिलेबस एक होता है, वैसे ही किया जाएगा। तभी मैं कह रहा हूं, नहीं तो एक बार जाएंगे 10 साल के बाद फिर आपको लगेगा पहले आपसे नफरत की जा रही थी, उसके बाद आपके बच्चे से नफरत की जाएगी। दुनिया का कोई एक स्कूल बताइए जहां मदरसा हो और महिला पुरुष को इक्वल राइट हो। सोच लेना, अभी मत बोलो, सोचना गूगल करके। दुनिया का कोई एक देश बताइए जहां मदरसा हो, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना बची हो। दुनिया का कोई एक देश बताइए जहां मदरसा हो, वहां सर्वधर्म संभाव हो। दुनिया का कोई एक देश बताइए जहां मदरसा हो, वहां नारी तू नारायणी यानी महिला पुरुष को समान अधिकार हो। नहीं हो सकता भैया, नहीं हो सकता। इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं, संविधान का प्रियम्बल कहता है देश की एकता अखंडता मजबूत हो, आपसी भाईचारा हो, धर्म की जय हो, अधर्म का नाश हो, प्राणियों में सद्भावना हो। तो सबसे पहले आपको इस देश में एक देश एक शिक्षा लागू करना पड़ेगा। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड तो बाद की बात है, सबसे पहले यूनिफॉर्म एजुकेशन लाना पड़ेगा। तब जाके हिंदू मुस्लिम पारसी ईसाई सबके बच्चे आपस में प्यार से रहेंगे। नहीं तो समस्या, एक बार आप बस भी जाओगे, मैं आपको कह रहा हूं, मदरसे अगर बंद नहीं हुए 25 साल के बाद आपका बच्चा वहां नहीं रुकेगा। ये आप लिख लीजिए। मैं टेस्ट मैच का खिलाड़ी हूं, 2020 स्टाइल में नहीं खेलता, वनडे स्टाइल में नहीं खेलता। मैं तो जहां जाता हूं 1.5-2 घंटे बोलता हूं, लेकिन समय का अभाव है और मुझे वेब चेक एयरपोर्ट भी पहुंचना है। कल मेरा गुजरात यूनिवर्सिटी में कार्यक्रम है, इसलिए अपनी बात खत्म करता हूं। वंदे मातरम, भारत माता की जय।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अश्विनी जी। जैसा कि आपने बोला, हम जगह जगह देख रहे हैं कि G20 के उपलक्ष्य में देयर इज वन स्लोगन, वन वर्ल्ड, वन ह्यूमैनिटी एंड वन समथिंग एल्स। हाँ, तो उस संदर्भ में why can't we have one nation, one law, as Ashwini ji said? I think it's time to face inward and not address the world. But anyway, we'll move on. We'll move on to our. I know we are coming up on the end of our discussion, so we'll just discuss one more topic that we had, which is the upcoming elections. As Ashwini ji mentioned, we have the responsibility of changing our environment. And as he said, that a politician is a servant of the people, and so are government officials, etc., etc. That we have the power to change things if they're not working right. Now, in the upcoming elections, I have to say that Kashmiri Pandits will be a fulcrum in the 2024 elections. If Kashmiri Pandits are not a factor, then we might as well just walk away. Now, it is clear that the ruling party knows we are not a vote bank. Of course, that's what we've been hearing from everybody loud and clear, that we are not a vote bank, but we have political capital. And here's why. In a meeting that our previous Deputy Prime Minister Advani ji had with Mr. Rakesh Kaul in New York, and by the way, you'll hear Mr. Rakesh Kaul moderating the next session panel discussion right after this one. And Advani ji said, and I quote, "What happens to Kashmiri Pandits is the litmus test for the idea of India." Now, back then, Advani ji knew that this was something that India was moving towards. Now, the Kashmir Files has raised the awareness of Kashmiri Pandits nationally and internationally. Opposition has taken this up. As I mentioned earlier, Vivek Tankhaji from the Congress Party has presented a bill in the Rajya Sabha for resettlement of Kashmiri Pandits, etc., etc. Arvind Kejriwal has said, whether it came from his heart or not, what was being done to the PM package employees is unfair and they should be paid their salary for 8 months. So Kashmiri Hindus, are a alive topic, and different parties are wanting to do something about it. And the position of the Kashmiri Hindus is that, we want the right to justice. And we need the opportunity to live a decent and a peaceful life. But the opportunity is there. There are all these different political parties, whoever wants to put their weight behind it, they will get a lot of attention from the citizens and from the voters. We are very fortunate to have a wonderful set of panelists right here who has a tremendous following on social media and otherwise. And we would like you to be our force multiplier. We are a civil society movement. We are doing what we can, but we don't have the social media following, as Ashwini ji mentioned, that the way the politicians listen to you is when there's something happening on social media and otherwise. So it is our earnest hope and expectation that as and when you have opportunities to share your thoughts, that you will be our force multiplier. I'd like to open the floor to anyone who wants to comment on this thing before we move on to wrapping our panel. So would anybody like to go? Yeah, sure. Ashwini ji has to leave, so we'll wrap up the. Yeah. Okay. So I'd like to thank all the panelists for sharing their thoughts with us. And as is customary, in our panel, before I proceed with the impressions as the take-home messages from today's stimulating interaction, let us give a thunderous round of applause to all the panelists here. Ashwini ji just walked away. This is for Ashwini ji as well. I'd like to take a few moments of your attention to highlight the takeaways. Would you like to say something, Dr. Anand? Please. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so just a very brief comment. listening to the amazing panelists, Mr. Bhan and Ashwini ji, and what they said. I have slight disagreements with that, possibly because I'm not from their profession, and I can be very free with my views. 3 points I'd like to make. Number one, as the Navajo saying goes, you can't pretend to wake a person up, or you can't wake a person up who's pretending to be asleep. And when Ashwini ji talked of the Supreme Court saying, or the logo, Yatha Dharmastato Jaya, the origin of that is really fascinating. I mean, this is the country where the origin of this phrase, this iconic phrase that is the logo of Supreme Court, is on the eve of the greatest battle the world had ever seen. Duryodhana asked Gandhari, said, "Oh mother, you are our blood, side with us, stand with us." And Gandhari said, "Yato dharmastato jaya." If you are righteous, you will win. It is not a matter of blood. It's an amazing, and when I see the pleadings of Kashmiri Hindus, I mean, I am not a Kashmiri Hindu, but yet this cause is so dear to me, and one may wonder why. And the reason for that is exactly this, that I believe in that logo of Supreme Court. This is not a Kashmiri Hindu cause. This is a civilizational cause. When you are destroyed, I am destroyed. There is no two ways about it. This is not your fight. This is our fight. And I just lament that people look at the praises that they get. They analyze the praises that they get, but they don't analyze the insults. I think it's very important to analyze the insults. And to me, insults are of two kinds. One is that you're humiliated, and the other is that you're embarrassed. And this cause, the Kashmiri Hindu cause, has exhibited both these kinds of insult. With due respect to Bhanji, I'd like to say that we as a country have been utterly humiliated. How can, as I said, how can we go about our daily business for 33 years without realizing that Hindus are refugees in their own land? This is utter humiliation. This is the kind of humiliation that invaders subjected on us. This is again not a Hindu issue. This is an Indian Bharat issue. From Somnath to Kashi Vishwanath, from Babarpur to Bhaktiyarpur. This is how the entire population has been subjugated, through humiliation. We are not even realizing that there are refugees that have been driven out for 30 years. What PIL? What kind of application do we put? The second is embarrassment, and that I don't know which one is worse, humiliation or embarrassment. When Bhanji said that we can have a bolus and we can restructure the PIL and we can approach the Supreme Court. First of all, with due respect, again, I keep on saying that there already is a contempt of court charge against me, but let it be. When Bhanji said about the institutions not being the same, and someone shouted shame, and Bhanji immediately said, "No, hold your tongue." I'm sorry, utter shame. Not just shame, criminality. Supreme Court committed a criminality. If I was the judge, CJI, I would have put those judges behind bars. It is embarrassing to file a PIL to go to the Supreme Court. Are you humans or are you animals? In what way are you better than Bitta Karate and Yasin Malik for you to say enough time has elapsed? Why should I hold my tongue? And what will be left of me if I hold my tongue? How will I look at people, my own people, with my eyes? We don't realize. The tragedy is three. One, it is not a Kashmiri Hindu cause. It is my cause. Number two, it is humiliation. And number three, it is embarrassment.
And we keep on looking for roadmap. Roadmap is for bloody PWD engineers and guys who make roads and maps and flyovers. What roadmap do I require? I can't see the problem. On day one, when my government got elected, I should have made sure within 24 hours or a month, forget about damn roadmap. Every one of the Kashmiri Hindus would be rehabilitated.
Yeah, sure.
Why do I need a roadmap? And why do I need Indian Army regiments to go there? I need to look at those adversaries in the eye and say, this is righteous. This is what Gandhari wanted me to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ranganathan. Thank you very much, Dr. Ranganathan, for that spirited, expression of your thoughts.
Charges against me.
Yes, you were talking about, too much time has elapsed. The Supreme Court, in its own, voice, had said, a crime never dies, and yet, we are dying to get justice. So, we have this right there. So, kind of, leaving everybody on a positive note. We've discussed a lot of things today. It's obviously clear we have to move forward, and every day is a struggle. Every day we have to keep on, doing our efforts to get back to our homeland. As somebody said, success is not owned, but it is leased, and rent is due every day. So every day we have to keep working towards our goal, and very soon we will reach, where we have to reach, which is our own motherland. So we appreciate the support from all our panelists, the media, and all of you. May India stand together in this movement of Kashmiri Pandits returning to Kashmir. Thank you all for listening very patiently, and thank you all for the wonderful finalists. Namaskar and Jai Hind. Jai Hind. Jai Hind.
We are going to have a tea break after a while, but don't leave now. We have got Major Gaurav Arya here, so you will have to sit and listen to him. He was supposed to come in the morning. No, don't leave now. As you remember, Major Saab was going to come in the morning, but due to some reason, he has come now. So please be seated. While we get the tables ready, we will listen to Major Saab. So Major Gaurav Arya, so please be seated. Please don't leave because we really need to listen to Gaurav Arya. After that, we will go and have tea. So just be patient for 10-15 minutes. So Gaurav Arya is here. I'll quickly introduce him. He's a writer, a public speaker, and a senior consulting editor of Strategic Affairs of Republic Media Network. Thank you, Major Saab, for taking the time. I won't take much time to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you very much for inviting me here. I am a self-appointed Kashmiri Pandit, and I told somebody I'm a Kashmiri Pandit. This is Arya to naam nahi hota Pandit, to maine bola aaj se hota hai. अच्छा, मैं दो तीन चीजें आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूं, and I'll not stand between you and your tea break, but please bear with me for 10 minutes. Thank you, very kind of you, very kind of you. देखिए, दो तीन चीजें हैं. कश्मीर has always respected strength. ये खासियत है कश्मीर की. मैं हर महीने जाता हूं. Kashmir has always respected strength. So I could not understand what the Supreme Court case was about. Right? If it was about fairness,
there would have been no Kashmiri Pandit genocide. So first of all, what we need to do is start telling ourselves the truth. This is about strength. What will the Honorable Supreme Court say? It will tell the Lashkar-e-Taiba that you are in contempt of court and therefore Pandits have to go back. What are we expecting from the court? I have no idea. What are you going to tell the Jaish-e-Mohammed? So let me tell you 2-3 things. When this entire thing happened, when the Kashmiri Pandits were being killed, raped, massacred, chased out, I would like to say that it happened with the connivance of the central government. Because they knew what was happening. और कितना मुश्किल है, मुझे एक बात समझाइए आप लोग सब बैठे हुए हैं और आप में से कई लोग हैं जो मुझसे उम्र में बड़े हैं, जिन्होंने वो दिन देखे भी होंगे. कितना मुश्किल था प्राइम मिनिस्टर को फोन उठा के आर्मी चीफ को ये बोलना कि जनरल साहब एक भी पंडित को खरोच नहीं आनी चाहिए, मेरा हुक्म है. और दिस इज द ब्लडी इंडियन आर्मी. आप बोलो इनको, ये पाकिस्तानियों को तवे पे चढ़ा देते. लेकिन इन्होंने करा नहीं. They let the massacre happen. It was allowed to happen. We can keep on blaming Pakistan. It's easy to blame Pakistan. I was in conversation with Mr. GBS Sidhu, a former senior, Special Secretary of Research and Analysis Wing. And I interviewed him and Sidhu Saab told me one thing. He says, you know why the Khalistan movement happened in Punjab? I said, why, sir? He says, because of the 1985 elections. Thousands of people died because of an election, because one party wanted to win the elections. देखिए, it's very simple. Kashmir respects strength. वहां पे ताकत की पूजा होती है. और मैं कई बार ये बात कह चुका हूं. Today, people are saying that we should give salaries and all to the Kashmiri Pandits. That is not the solution. जो लोग कश्मीर से गए हैं, जिनके ऊपर अटैक हुआ है, वो तो जम्मू चले गए. आप उनको सैलरी दोगे तो क्या हुआ? आपने सैलरी दे दी, उनके घर पल गए, उनके बच्चे पल गए. लेकिन does that mean that Pandits are going back to Valley? That does not mean that. क्योंकि वो फिर वैली जाएंगे, फिर उनके ऊपर अटैक होगा. और ये सिलसिला चलता रहेगा. Because a non-Hindu valley is what the enemy seeks. आप सबसे पहले ये बात समझ लीजिए. They seek a non-Hindu valley. If that is clear, now I will tell you step 2. I have said it and it became controversial at one point in time. But let me make it a little more controversial. देखिए, unless you arm the Kashmiri Pandits. देखिए, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि कश्मीरी पंडित मरने से डरता है. लेकिन अपने बेटे को क्या बोलेगा कि तेरा बाप बैठा था, उसको किसी ने गोली मार दी, वो कुछ नहीं कर पाया. This is not fair. You die fighting. वो कौन था वो लड़का, राहुल भट्ट क्या नाम था, जिसको गोली मार दी वहां पे? अगर उसके पास AK-47 होती, वहां से गोली चलती, राहुल भट्ट 100 गोलियां यहां से चलाता है, उसके परिवार वाले गोलियां चलाते, तो कोई उनके ऊपर हाथ उठाता? नहीं हाथ उठाता. आपने विलेज डिफेंस कमेटी जम्मू में बनाई, आपने वैली में क्यों नहीं बनाई? आपने क्यों? मैं सिंपल सी बात है, देखिए, इट्स नॉट वेरी डिफिकल्ट इफ यू वांट टू डू इट. Get all the Kashmiri Pandit able-bodied men and women, send them to an army camp for 3 months, train them, and then give them AK-47s. And tell them to fight. And also tell the Indian Army Rashtra Rifles that these 100 Kashmiri Pandit families who are living here, their safety and security is your responsibility. Put in more troops. कश्मीर में सिर्फ एक ही जबान चलती है, AK-47. मैं बता रहा हूं आपको, जब तक नहीं होगा ये मामला नहीं. What do you expect the Supreme Court to do? I don't understand. What do you expect the government to do? I don't understand. मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूं. हिंदुस्तान के, देखिए मैडम, मुझे इतना नॉलेज नहीं है. मैं तो कश्मीर के बारे में इसलिए बोलता हूं क्योंकि मैं हर महीने जाता हूं वहां पे. मैं देखता हूं, मैं इंटीरियर जाता हूं, मैं तराल चला गया, मैं नॉर्थ चला गया, साउथ चला गया, सेंट्रल चला गया. श्रीनगर में मैं कम रहता हूं. आई कीप ऑन रोमिंग अराउंड, आई मीट द कॉमन पीपल. सो 3 मुद्दे हैं. अगर आप वहां पे चले भी गए, वहां पे सोशल इंटीग्रेशन बहुत मुश्किल है, क्योंकि पिछले 25, 30, 35 सालों से, राइट, there is an entire generation of Kashmiri Muslims who have grown up thinking of you as an enemy whom they have never met. उसने पंडित की शक्ल नहीं देखी, उसको नहीं पता कि पंडित कैसा होता है, उसके सींग होते हैं, पूंछ होते हैं, क्या होता है पंडित, यह है कौन? So how do you convince that person who has never had a pandit friend? He has never been to a pandit to the university. ये लोग साथ में क्रिकेट नहीं खेले, आप उसको कैसे कन्विंस करेंगे कि इस बंदे को एक्सेप्ट करो? Kashmiri Pandit has always been the other in the valley. And this acceptance is very hard to come by. Thirdly, I will tell you, I think we are solving this in the wrong manner. There needs to be massive de-radicalization and counter-radicalization in the valley. That is the problem. आप जब तक ये नहीं करोगे ना, आपको पता है कितना ड्रग एडिक्शन है कश्मीर वैली में आज की तारीख में. Massive flow of heroin which is coming from Afghanistan, from Pakistan. And this is happening in Kashmir. I met one Dr. Khan. I will take his name also. Dr. Khan का एक बटमालू में एक क्लिनिक है, and Dr. Khan works with J&K police. Dr. Khan बताते हैं कि because of the social fabric of Kashmir, थोड़ा सा ये हो जाता है कि लोग एडमिट नहीं करते कि वहां पे ड्रग एडिक्शन है. They don't want to admit. And somehow in the mindset of some people, मैं सारों की बात नहीं कर रहा, in the mindset of some people, the problem is that शराब पीना हराम है, लेकिन ड्रग्स के बारे में तो कुछ लिखा नहीं यार. अगर हलाल नहीं है तो शायद हराम भी नहीं होगा, क्योंकि there is nothing mentioned in the holy book about drugs, no, about heroin, चरस वरस के बारे में. तो शराब हराम है तो मत पियो शराब, वो तो गलत है. ये जितने भी पत्थर वाले हैं, ये पुड़िया लेके तो फेंकते हैं पत्थर. एक मैं मिला, एक उसने अपना नाम गलत बताया, मुझे उसका सही नाम पता है पर मैं गलत ही नाम बोलता हूं. उसका नाम अशफाक था. अशफाक पीएचडी कर रहा था अपने, और हम लोग इनोवा पे बैठे हुए, अशफाक पीछे वाली सीट पे बैठा, डाउनटाउन में हम लोग थे. दिस इज 2017 एंड अशफाक इज सिटिंग एट द बैक सीट ऑफ द इनोवा. वहां पे बैठा अशफाक. तो मैंने बोला आपके पैसे कहां से आते हैं? तो मेरे दोस्त ने बताया जो लेकर आया था. ही वाज आल्सो अ कश्मीरी मुस्लिम. ही सेड कि अशफाक भाई के पास 500 स्टोन पेल्टर है. वो पीएचडी कर रहा था. He was doing PhD. He had 500 stone pelters back and call. वो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में बोलता होगा कि आ जाओ, फिर उनको पैसे देता होगा. That is how अशफाक made money. तो अगर हम ये सोचते हैं कि 370-35 से हटा के एनआईए की रेड्स करके हमने कश्मीर में जो मनी ट्रेल था उसको कोल्ड कर दिया, ये अच्छा है. लेकिन जो खून में, जो ब्लड में जहर डाला है ना, वो 370-35 से हटा के कम नहीं होगा. और ये असली प्रॉब्लम है. आपको कैसा, चलिए आपके ऊपर गोली नहीं चल रही, आपके ऊपर गोली नहीं चल रही, लेकिन एक मोहल्ला है जिसमें 100 परिवार रहते हैं. 100 में से 3 पंडित परिवार हैं, 5 पंडित परिवार हैं. यू आर नॉट एक्सेप्टेड. आप कहां जाओगे? किसके साथ बात करोगे? कैन यू लिव इन आइसोलेशन? दैट इज द मेन प्रॉब्लम. You can fight fire with fire. So there are 3 things that I'm saying. Number 1, you need to arm the Kashmiri Pandits. और मैं थोड़ा सा मैं माफी भी चाहूंगा कश्मीरी पंडित भाई बहन मेरे बैठे हैं यहाँ पे. मैं उनसे कहना चाहूंगा ना, ये देखिए, ये आपकी जमीन है, ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की जमीन नहीं है. उधर ये शंकराचार्य आपका है. You have to take back your land and nobody can take it from for you. उसके लिए you have to struggle. मैं समझता हूं कि किस मजबूरी में लोग कश्मीर से जम्मू गए होंगे, वो मैं समझता हूं और मैं उसको मना नहीं कर रहा. लेकिन वी आर आस्किंग फॉर द रॉन्ग थिंग्स. देयर इज नो वे एनी गवर्नमेंट इन द वर्ल्ड कैन प्रोवाइड यू 100% सिक्योरिटी. इट कांट बी प्रोवाइडेड टू द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स. अब क्या बात कर रहे हैं? कैसे हो जाएगा? उन्होंने मार दिया उसको, वो क्या कैनेडी वेनेडी 2-4 उसको गोली मार दी. यहाँ पे राजीव गांधी को मार दिया, इंदिरा गांधी को मार दिया. तो कैसे, हाउ इज इट दैट थाउजेंड्स ऑफ पीपल कैन बी प्रोवाइडेड सिक्योरिटी? It's not possible. Let's be very truthful about it. But what can happen is, in small islands, security can be provided. And forget about love and respect. ये जो है ना कि हमारी प्यार, इज्जत हमारी, forget about that. What you should aim for is fear. जब लोग आपसे डरेंगे, तब आपके परिवारों में चैन होगा. और कश्मीर में लोग डरते कैसे हैं? कश्मीर में लोग AK-47 से डरते हैं. ठीक है? When they know कि अंदर रैना साहब का घर है और अगर हमने पत्थर फेंका तो वहां से गोली निकलेगी, फिर शांति हो जाएगी कश्मीर में. यू कैनॉट. मैं जितना कश्मीर में जाता हूं और मैं जाते रहता हूं, एंड आई कीप ऑन गोइंग एंड आई एम टच विद पीपल. इनफैक्ट आई एम राइटिंग अ बुक on a certain topic in Kashmir. The more I go, the more I'm convinced. There is only one argument in Kashmir, and that is the gun. क्योंकि वही आर्ग्यूमेंट देके आप लोगों को वहां से निकाला गया, और तो कोई आपको कन्विंस करके तो नहीं निकाला ना कि मे बी जम्मू इज बेटर फॉर यू, द क्लाइमेट ऑफ न्यू दिल्ली सूट्स यू बेटर. ऐसा तो नहीं बोला आपको. आपको बोला कि जाओगे नहीं तो मार देंगे तुमको, यही तो बोला. How can you fight one argument with a totally contrary argument? And one last thing that I want to mention is that, मैं पाकिस्तानी भी मेरे कई हैं कांटेक्ट में, मैं उनसे बात करता रहता हूं, और उनको बड़ा एक नशा है ना कश्मीर के बारे में. मैंने उनको बोला कश्मीर कभी किसी को हजम नहीं हुआ. इतना सा है कश्मीर, छोटा सा. कश्मीर विल गिव यू इंडाइजेशन. आज मैं आ रहा था ड्राइव करते हुए, तो मुझे खबर, वो गेस्ट रिलेशन वाला एक रिपब्लिक टीवी का, सर आपका फोनो चाहिए, यानी कि फोन पे आपसे बात करनी है. तो पाकिस्तानी गवर्नमेंट, इट सीम्स 2 hours back there has been a declaration that we cannot any longer pay salaries, so salary of thousands of employees has been set aside. So I called up my friend in Pakistan and I told him one thing. मैंने बोला ये बात सही है? कहता है हाँ जनाब, it's very unfortunate but it's true. तो मैंने उसको सिर्फ एक लाइन बोली. मैंने बोला कश्मीर बनेगा पाकिस्तान, कश्मीरियों से नाता क्या, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह. खुश हो जाओ तुम. कश्मीर ना कभी किसी से हजम हुआ, ना कभी हजम होगा. कश्मीर will sink Pakistan. It will sink Pakistan, and Kashmir is sinking Pakistan. This obsession with, mad obsession with Kashmir is sinking Pakistan. मुझे आपसे बस यही चीज कहनी है कि जितने भी हमारे पंडित भाई बहन हैं यहाँ पे, don't have any hope and any expectation from anybody. Nobody can give you justice apart from you yourself. ये सब झूठ है जो लोग बोलते हैं कि हम केस कर देंगे. और नहीं, चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया क्या बोलेगा कि मैं हुक्म देता हूं कि कल से वहां पे पहुंच जाए और हो जाएगा. इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट. इट हैज टू बी फॉट फॉर. इट हैज टू बी फॉट फॉर. देयर हैज टू बी de-radicalization. There has to be an entire process that takes place in Kashmir. And above all, I call today from a public platform for the arming of the Kashmiri Pandit community. Jai Hind.
Rakesh ji, Karma and Nalini. हाँ राकेश जी, पंडित सब है? Okay, I didn't see him. हाँ हाँ थोड़ा सेटल डाउन हाँ वे बोलो योग सर तो कहवा और क्या शुमाल शुमाल ये मारो नलिनी जी माता माल पेटामुत so we must applaud her. Yes, we must applaud her for her community service. Camera? She was here earlier. I think she is left. Yeah. Zoom in at the bay. Everybody is coming inside. Sinha sir. आ रहे हैं सब लोग अच्छा 2 मिनट Okay, all right. Namaskar once again. I hope you all are refreshed now with a hot cup of kahwa from Nalini ji. So our next session, which will be moderated by Rakesh Kaulji, is from denial to recognition. And may I invite Rakesh ji and the panelists, Padma Shri K.N. Pandita ji, Professor Makarand Paranjape, Professor Amitav Mattu, Shri Rajiv Malhotra, and Shri Sanjay Ganju. Could you please come up on stage and start your session? Thank you.
Michael, oh, that's better. Okay, okay, let me remove this.
Well, I hope we are all refreshed after that lovely kahwa and snacks. I want to welcome our panel, Kashmiri Pandit ji, Raji Malhotra, Professor Amitabh Bhattu, Professor Makaran Paranjape, and Sanjay Ganju. To be a Kashmiri Pandit is to live in a world of constant learning and to experience the bliss that every moment there's learning. And so today I learned that Kashnath Panditaji has written a book, which I was not aware of, where he has identified the 200 Kashmiri Pandits who were killed by the tribal jihadis. And my thoughts turned to my great-grandfather when the tribal raiders came, Kashinathji, into Varmul. They asked, who's the richest Kashmiri Pandit? Well, the richest Kashmiri Pandit had fled. But the number 2 richest Kashmiri Pandit was still there. And his neighbors pointed his house to the tribal raiders. And the second richest Kashmiri Pandit was my great-grandfather. They killed him, but that's not the point. They tied his body behind a horse, and they dragged his body through the entire town. And so the point is not the killing, the point is the terror. But I never really understood terror until my learning movement happened with a great Kashmiri Pandit, Professor Shashi Shekhar Toshkani. I'm sure all of you have had parents who, before they started eating their meal, they would put that hoon mut, right? Take a little bit of rice, take a little bit of vegetable, and put it on the side and say a prayer. And I always had this happy feeling, aren't we wonderful people? That when we eat food, the source of life, we don't just think about ourselves, we even think about the animals. That was my happy state, the Mahatma Gandhi state. Until I understood, after reading Professor Shashi Shekhar Toshkani's book and meeting him, that we also said a prayer. And the prayer, I don't think there is any culture in the world that would say this prayer. I'll give you the English version with apologies to Anupam Kherji. The prayer says, let the world be without terror. And that opened my eyes. For 700 years, we have not been just victims of genocide, we have been victims of terror. That for 700 years, we have ingested this, that before we ate a meal, we would pray to the gods, let the world be without terror. Now you see, terror and genocide can be driven by many things. And that gets very complicated and messy.
from a narrative point of view. Because then people say, oh, you're a Hindu zealot. But there is one lens which is very easy to frame the issue in. And that lens is the economic lens. And with that, I'm going to kick off this panel from denial to recognition. And I will submit to the panel a couple of questions, general questions, and then I will invite each one of you to speak. Honorable panelists, all of you must be aware that a couple of weeks ago, a short seller shook the empire of one Indian conglomerate. In the stock market, that conglomerate lost $100 billion of value. That shook India. The highest in the land came out and made statements. They are attacking India's growth story. Honorable panelists, the genocide windfall profit of the 1990 genocide was $27 billion. The head of India was cut off. Nobody said, hey, you're hurting India's growth story. Nobody said, wow, this is an economic assault on Indians. $27 billion. We never estimated it because it was each family's home, their assets stripped away. Not a word. Not a word. My second observation that I'm very struck by. When Kashmiri Pandits were in trouble last time, a very small number, not this huge conclave with 650 people, a very small number went to Guru Tegh Bahadur. He listened to the Kashmiri Pandits. He said, you know what? Your problem is my problem. In India, for the last 33 years, we have had many people who have made many claims about who they are, but I submit there has not been one as great as Guru Tegh Bahadur. Why is that? Why is that? That India in 33 years has not produced one Guru Tegh Bahadur. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to first ask Sanjay Ganjuju to come. He has been a frontline warrior. He'll come, he'll talk, he'll frame the issue. He'll bring everybody to the same knowledge base. I'm going to follow that up with Rajiv Malhotra. And then I'll follow Rajiv Malhotra with Professor Amitabh Mattu. Then we will have Kashinath Pandita. And then we will have Professor Makarand Paranjape. They'll each speak for 10 to 15 minutes. But you may well ask, when I was asked to moderate this panel, why did I pick them? Why did I pick them? And the reason is this. I only respect and want to be associated with those people who are swatantra. Swatantra. Because only people who are free are the people I want fighting for Kashmiri Pandits. Everybody else will use us, but somebody who's free will support us. And with that, Sanjay ji, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rakesh ji.
In the morning, I was just sharing with one of my colleagues here that had this kind of security been provided to us in Kashmir, probably we would not have been here today organizing this conference. This conference for perhaps would have been on somewhere in Dal Lake, on the banks of Dal Lake. I would not name any particular auditorium, but yes, maybe in Abhinav, that Tagore Hall, yes. So having said that, I'm extremely delighted to be here at this global Kashmiri Pandit Conclave, which is being jointly organized by GKPD and JKVM. The relentless effort which has gone into it under the leadership of Surinder Kaulji, Dilip Mattuji, Rakesh ji, Shifalika ji, Nirja ji, my own colleagues, Kuldeep, Deepthi, Renu, I may miss so many names, Anjana, Satish, Sunil, everybody has, put in a lot of effort to make this happen. And this was not possible unless, because of their effort. It was a huge effort which they had made, and that's how we are here. We had planned this conference earlier in November, but then we gauged that there were some marriages due to which we had to defer it. I think that was a wise decision. We organized this jointly, soon after this Mahashivratri function, the function which we have been annually organizing every year since last 30 years in Delhi. So that function will happen tomorrow. So a day prior to that, we thought we should organize this conference. So I must compliment the entire team of GKPD and GKVM for organizing this, important conference. Because we need to keep our, drum beating. We need to keep on highlighting our issues. So I'm again delighted to be a part of this panel, the eminent panel, the scholars. I think I am the only one who has not written a book. And that too, the scholarly books which they have written. So it's a great pleasure and honor to be with them on this dais. My experience is only what I can speak of. I have no deep knowledge of various subjects which they have probably done research on or read or done articles on. But I would like to share my experiences on the subject. So most of that has already been covered during the day. So I would like to, first of all, like to share the definition of genocide, which in a dictionary you will find out is the crime of intentionally destroying part or all of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group by killing people or by other methods. So the part of killing people due to their ethnic background, that part has already been covered by IJG. I need not, describe that. The kind of horror, the kind of brutality which has been, unleashed on us right since ages, that has already been, described by IJG, and even the previous speakers has spoke on it. But I want to draw your attention on certain facts which we have experienced while we were living in Kashmir. So I always keep on speaking. I need to repeat it again because it should get into our memory. So as a citizen of Kashmir, as a minority of Kashmir, the experiences which we had, and not only me, all of us. So as a consumer, I was always discriminated. As a consumer, I would always get the second-rate treatment from a shopkeeper who was from the majority community. As a student, I was deprived of a right to get into a good university or a regional engineering college or MBBS. That is how many of my friends and colleagues, they had to move out or maybe take some other, lesser, to go for a, rather than MBBS, they would go for BSc or BA. So the discrimination which we were, experiencing on every day basis, my father, my uncle, my, mama or others, they as government employees, what they had to experience because they would never get promotions in their, office. So because they were from a particular community. I think the only time when J&K Bank gave jobs, where J&K Bank jobs, Kashmiri Pandits were able to secure was during Jagmohan's rule. Tell me how many Kashmiri Pandits would get into J&K Bank in 80s or 90s. Hardly 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 out of maybe 500, out of 600. How many MBBS seats would come to this community, though we used to top in the board exams? How many REC seats would come to this community, though we used to top the boards? And how many, community members who could reach the, could become the departmental heads? Has any of the Kashmiri Pandits become the Vice Chancellor of Kashmiri University? Is my question to all of you. Amitabh ji was able to become a Vice Chancellor of Jammu University, but no, he perhaps could not have dreamt of becoming Vice Chancellor of Kashmiri University. K.N. Pandita ji, a world-known scholar. I don't know whether he was even the dean or the department head, because he was from a particular community. So this experience, this was a daily experience which we were, this discrimination, the human rights violation which we are experiencing was on daily basis. Aaj agar kisi ek bachche ko MBBS seat nahi milti hai, the kind of trauma he goes into. Just understand the kind of trauma our boys and girls were going into when they were, deprived of those rightful seats, rightful promotions, the rightful, consumer items. Because we were from a particular community. There was a Pakistan-Hindustan match, and our windows would get damaged. So this is the kind of discrimination, the human rights violation, and because this was serving a particular cause. वो killing से जो अजय जी ने बोला, वो killing तो एक aspect है, but they were depriving of us of our rights because they wanted to, throw us away. This was a plan of ethnic cleansing. This was a plan of genocide, which was unleashed to us in a different way. And this we are experiencing even today. The employees who are working in Kashmir, I have, spoken to many, friends who know them. They went to their seniors and asked them to, while they were working, while target killings were happening, Rahul Bhattji's father, he will also be, witness to that. Probably, maybe Rahul had also approached his seniors that he should be transferred to headquarters. But the kind of treatment they were getting from their seniors or the divisional magistrates or the collectors of those, areas was absolutely inhuman. It's happening even today. So that's why I tell my, friends, those who believe in Kashmiriyat, Ganga, Jamuni, Tehzeeb and all those things, I tell them to distinguish between the two. One is hospitality part of it. One is courtesy part of it. One is business part of it. You have to differentiate between Rajbagh, and you have to distinguish between Habakadar. Because Rajbagh treatment is commercial. It is, career oriented. But when you come to Habakadal, there you are trying to stake your right. So there is a discrimination. There you will get a different treatment. Today, I do business with Kashmir. But that is a different part, because that is a commercial engagement. There they will respect you. They will send you a car. They will accompany you. All those things will happen. But the moment you go there, stake your claim on that land and tell them that I'm going to stay here from tomorrow, just see the treatment. So this distinction has to be made. This is the genocide which we are facing since ages and even today. So my point is that we need to differentiate between this hospitality. Even I go to a small town of India, I go to Raipur, Jabalpur, wherever. We feel that a Kashmiri coming to an airport and picking me and taking me to his house, offering me a kahwa, oh, he is a Kashmiri. Forget about that. That's a small town mentality. Even I go to Jabalpur, a boy will come, my friend will come there, he will spend whole day with me, which I may probably not do in Delhi. Because that's a small town mentality, that's a small town hospitality. So these things have to be differentiated. So don't talk this Kashmiri rubbish. Kashmiriyat is nothing. It is it's basically a term which ultimately helps the majority community to unleash more, harm to us, more genocide to us. ये उनको protect करने के लिए, not to us. And they have been getting protected by this term since ages. तो भी सब करें ये ठीक. So we only have to tolerate. They don't have to, do their duty. So they don't have to treat me as a minority the way I am here in Delhi treating the minority while being a majority community in Delhi. I don't discriminate in jobs. I don't discriminate in my behavior. I don't discriminate in my treatment. But the moment you go to a place like Kashmir or any place where Muslim majority is there, you will find that treatment. So we need to slightly distinguish between these two things, and we have been facing this through ages. I don't have to explain that. That has already been spoken about since morning. The main cause I somehow feel is which we need to understand. Jaise Ashwini ji ne kaha, we need to go to the root cause. The root cause here we need to understand is when you go to Kashmir, please observe two things. The moment you land there, you will see, if you have been there prior to 90, the most masjids in Kashmir have multiplied 20 times. It may be an understatement, but it is more than 20 times. And the mosques are blazing with these loudspeakers right from morning 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. in the evening, or even later than that. So that is the kind of religious, indoctrination being done every minute, every second, and every hour to the population of Kashmir. That is how they are being told what they need to do as a duty towards Islam. So we need to understand that basic problem. The shrinking geography, which Sadhguru mentioned in the morning, that is what is we are experiencing. And we need to understand, because even when I speak in many forums, like recently I was there in one of my community forums, those who did not experience, the life in Kashmir till 1990, they have a different perception. They still talk about Kashmiriya, they still talk about Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, because they have not, as a consumer, experienced the behavior of the shopkeeper. They have not, as a student, experienced the treatment they have met from the institution. They still feel. So we need to educate them, because that is defeating our cause. So this, there are two consistencies I always say. One consistency is from that religion which has thrown us out. They have been consistent from the day it was born. They have to expand. They have to take other religions into, they have to gobble other religions and cultures and geographies. And on the other side, we as Hindus, we are most liberal. That is, I'm not saying that is wrong, but we have to understand this fact. So we are quite liberal, we are accommodative, we are understandable, so we are fighting a religion which is on one side aggressive, and on the other side we are defensive. So how far are we going to, how far is this approach going to help us? Not only in India, but world over, you can see the situation. So we have to deal with this kind of an ideology. So in this kind of ideology, I don't think it is possible for Kashmiri Pandits to go and survive there the way they used to live there previously. So we have been demanding a separate, one place settlement. That is how this can be met out. And that is the only solution we feel that genocide can be met. On the one more, point I would like to highlight here is there are many, advantages of being in a democracy. We are enjoying that here in India, but unfortunately there are certain disadvantages also, and those disadvantages we are experiencing as a community, as a minuscule community. आपने देखा होगा यहाँ पे farmers की agitation है. They brought the entire Delhi to halt. The CA agitation happened there. In 1 year, the entire road was blocked. We can't do that, because, and we are taken for granted. मैं बोलता हूँ अपने दोस्तों को जो हमारे मित्र हैं बीजेपी में, मैं मतलब fraternity से belong करता हूँ. I claim myself to be a proud स्वयंसेवक. But I always tell them that, you know, because sometimes we are being seen, hey, तो शुभन आप बोलते रहते हो, आप क्रिप करते रहते हो, आप ये कहते हो. मैं उनको एक बात बोलता हूँ. मैं उनको बोलता हूँ कि भाई जितने भी दुनिया में बड़ी बड़ी पर्सनैलिटीज हुई हैं, चाहे वो महात्मा गांधी हुआ हो, चाहे वो हिंदुस्तान में नेहरू हुआ हो, पटेल हुए हो, कोई भी हो, आप सबको गाली दे सकते हो, सबको क्रिटिसाइज कर सकते हो. बाबा अंबेडकर, डॉक्टर अंबेडकर, yes, he was a stalwart, he was a great personality, he gave constitution to this country. मगर उसका कभी हो सकता है कॉलर तो टेढ़ा हुआ होगा ना, that can be criticized, ना? But nobody will criticize him because he is representing a particular electoral, community. इसलिए that is where we are at disadvantage. We as a community, we are not able to espouse that. We are not, so we are taken for granted. So what is the solution now? So just 1 minute, Rakesh ji. Sorry, I'm taking a bit long. The solution for our community is that never lies in Jantar Mantar. That is what I always tell my community brethren, activists and leaders, that solution doesn't lie at Jantar Mantar. Solution lies here. Solution lies in Kashmir files. Solution lies in networking. Solution lies in opening up. Solution lies in, going out, speaking to people, mustering support of those who can become a force multiplier for us. That is how we will be able to solve our problem, not by just gathering 25 people and going to Jantar Mantar and speaking about that. So this genocide will otherwise continue and we will be at the receiving end. So if the genocide has to be recognized, we need to create this kind of a fraternity which can support us, help us, and take our issues to the forums where it can be addressed. Thank you.
Namaste. In the interest of time, I've been given 10 minutes, so I'll try to make a few points quickly. I think the issue can be framed in terms of hard power versus soft power. The Kashmiri Pandits have done an amazing job to project their soft power. They have a lot of soft power assets, but the point is that the people with hard power come and brutalize and beat them. That's what it is. And if you look at history, hard power has always beaten soft power. There are very few counter examples. I mean, the Roman Empire was hard power, and their rival was the Greek Empire, which was soft power. The Greeks had art and poetry and drama, philosophy, all the things that the Greeks were famous for. But about 100+ years before the Common Era, in one big battle between the two empires, the Greeks were decisively defeated, became colonized and taken over by the Romans, and that was the end. And then, of course, Romans appropriated all the Greek culture, and that became known as the Greco-Roman culture. So the man with hard power conquers, defeats, takes over, enslaves the other side, who may be very superior in terms of soft power, and so he ends up with both. And that has been the story of the invaders who came with hard power, even though we are very proud that we had mathematics and we had spirituality and we had, poetry. We had all the soft power advantages, but in a battle of civilizations, the hard power wins. I mean, Babur came with cannons. He didn't come because he was philosophically more brilliant or something like that. And the Portuguese put cannons on boats, and that's how they won. So that's been our story. It's also, when a lot of people say, well, this is not the way Hindus think. Well, this is the way Hindus think, because this is what happens in the Mahabharata. One of the debates I want to have with Shashi Tharoor, he's sort of avoiding this. He wrote this book, Why I'm a Hindu, in which he says that he's a Hindu but not Hindutva. So when asked to define the difference, he said Hindutva is the politicization and militarization of Hindu, and Hinduism is really supposed to be only inward, yogi, meditator, bhakti, this kind of stuff. But in other words, what he's saying is avoid the hard power. That's what he's advocating. And but then if the hard power, which is Kshatriyata, is to be avoided, then what is the message of the Mahabharata? What is Shri Krishna trying to do? Why does Bhagwan have to come and advocate the use of hard power because all the soft power failed? And why did Sri Ramchandra come? He had to go and fight the Ravan and with hard power because all the arguments and logic and appeasement failed. So if you want to delete and eliminate hard power from the Hindu ethos, then you are talking about deleting the whole Itihas and the whole Dharma Shastra and the Artha Shastra. So I think we have to do some self-correction as Hindus, because as abstract thinkers, we like to glorify our soft power a lot and assume that this will be enough to survive. If it were a world of philosophers and yogis, yeah, then of course, superior arguments and superior debating skills would be what matters. But it's not like that. It never was. There was never a century in the world when you could say there was peace, world peace everywhere in the world. There was never a century in history. And there is no likelihood of that happening in the near future, in the foreseeable future. So the Kashmiri Pandits have to learn the importance of Kshatriyata. And the problem, I think, if you want to diagnose the past, I think the problem was the loss of Kshatriyata in Kashmir. And therefore, the Pandits left without their Kshatriyas, and the Pandits cannot defend themselves. The Pandits have all the soft power in the world, but they cannot defend themselves unless there is the Kshatriyata, which provides you the hard power. So that's, I think, the lesson I bring. Every time I'm asked to speak at a Kashmiri Pandit conference, I say, why only Pandits? Why not Kashmiri Hindus? You also need your Vaishyas with the economic power and the Kshatriyas with their hard power. All of that you need. And when the Kashmiri Kshatriyas were set aside and the Muslims became the Kshatriyas, and then they started saying, the Pandits, the Brahmins started saying that these are good guys because while there were some Muslim rulers who were very vicious and suppressing and not giving the Brahmins their due. But then there were those who were very nice guys who would give them grants and help them with their temples. And so the Brahmins in Kashmir got into this thinking that, hey, these guys are good. But that was just a ploy to win them over and separate them from their Kshatriyas. So this business of the Kshatriyas, it's kind of not giving the Brahmins not giving the Kshatriyas their due has had the effect of vulnerability. And so when the Muslims came for the Pandits, there was nobody to defend them because they're not in the DNA to go and fight. So this is an important point that I wanted to bring out. Now, what do we do about it? I mean, I have a whole lot, but I'll just get sort of summarize it. First of all, you have to ask whether you're protecting geography or a people. The Ministry of External Affairs is only, the Indian foreign policy is only protecting territory. As long as Kashmir is Indian sovereignty, a part of Indian sovereignty, they don't care about who lives there. I mean, it could be anybody living there, it's part of India. So they're not protecting a certain ethnicity or a culture. This is very important for the Kashmiri movement to say we want to protect a certain culture, a certain civilization. It is not only about real estate. This is an important point that I think hasn't been made. So if you look at models of communities that are very effective in protecting themselves, I have three models. One is the Dalai Lama model, where he has made a big global presence to make sure that his people are not forgotten. And then you have that is the soft power model. And the reason it has worked is because he's had the ability to embed his soft power, qualities inside the Western hard power. He's gone deep into the institutions, gone deep into the people who have power in those countries and converted them, made them into Buddhists in many cases. And so that's a strategy he played over the last 50 years very systematically. I saw that happening. So that's a strategy which we don't have the equivalent of a Dalai Lama for our movement who has the stature and the savvy and the strategic thinking to pull this off. We have many gurus, but they aren't playing this kind of game. They're not into the strategic game of how to use their soft power advantage, their spiritual advantage to kind of embed themselves into the hard power machinery of powerful countries. They haven't thought of it that way. The other example you don't like is Pan-Islam is spreading like crazy, but they are all about hard power, and that's how they're doing it. But then there is a third example. The African American, the blacks in America have finally created a power base for themselves. And they've created, and it's very important to understand that, and I've written a whole book called Snakes in the Ganga, which talks about this whole critical race theory and how they have come up with a sort of logic and a whole social justice argument, and won over the left. The left is combined with the blacks into this new movement, new kind of power. And the Muslims have joined in also because they have claimed that they are oppressed. And believe it or not, but in the United States, the Muslims have won the argument that they are oppressed and the non-Muslims are oppressing them. So this business of who gets to claim they're oppressed and who is their oppressor is very powerful today. And the Kashmiris need to perhaps learn how to play that game. This is a when you talk about, I think our panel was how to get recognition, then the question is recognition where? Recognition in this group, we already recognize it. You need recognition before the judiciary. So you need to be classified as what is called a protected group. A protected group is a legal term in discourse that this group has been harmed and they need to be protected, and there's a certain legal status given, and you should fight for that. You should have that as a call to action that you want from the government. You also want, once you are classified in that manner, as a minority who's a protected community, you have special provisions in the international forums, in the United Nations, in the World Bank, in all these kind of places, and in the Western countries. You could go and file cases that we are protected. I'm surprised that maybe I don't know if it has happened or not, but I don't see visible action from the Kashmiris to the extent required to fight as a minority that has been oppressed by a majority and that wants to claim the same rights as the blacks have in the United States and blah, blah. There's many other such communities who are fighting this battle very successfully. So this is, I mean, I would love to have a longer session, maybe a seminar or something one day, but time is short. And Mr. Mathu and I both have an appointment at 7. We have to leave. So thank you very much for listening and thank you for inviting us.
Namaskar. Let me first acknowledge GKPD, which in the last 2 years has rendered a yeoman service to the cause of the Kashmiri Pandits globally, and my friend Dr. Surinder Kaul and all the other people who are involved with that, Utpal ji and others, Shafali ji, Nirja ji, and other people that I may be missing, but everyone who has played a role in this, many, many congratulations. You've really drawn attention to the cause of Kashmiri Pandits, their cleansing in ways that are more imaginative, creative, and have brought attention to policymakers worldwide. I also want to acknowledge the presence of all the speakers here, especially some of great Kashmiris who are sitting here. Rakesh Kaulji, who has not only is a fantastic author whose books I've enjoyed and read, and I hope he keeps writing, but also a great entrepreneur and a passionate advocate of the Kashmiri Pandit cause. I remember once speaking to him on the fringes of the Jaipur Literary Festival, he says, whenever I see a Kashmiri Pandit, there's a well of emotions that springs in my heart. I just cannot control myself. That kind of empathy, that kind of solidarity is something I still remember. Professor Kashmiri Pandit is, of course, one of our tallest scholars, who is also, as most people don't know, he's a scholar of Persian. I remember once meeting a Hurriyat leader who said he and Kashinath Pandit were great colleagues, but that Kashinath Pandit was a better scholar in Persian than him. And Sanjay Ganjuji, who through his activism and leadership of the Vichar Manch, and I want to acknowledge the Vichar Manch as well, has again done exceptional service for the community. I'm saying this because in some ways this represents a microcosm of the great talent that the Kashmiri Pandits have worldwide. And of course, we have very two distinguished professors, like Raji Malhotraji, who you heard, whose views can be provocative, but always thoughtful. And my dear colleague and great scholar, Professor Makran Paranjpe, who was also the head of the Institute of Advanced Studies in Shimla. Let me ask myself the two questions, Rakeshji, that you asked, because I think it's important to try and discover this puzzle, or at least unpackage this puzzle. Why has India not recognized the grievous cultural and economic and social costs of what happened to the Kashmiri Pandits and their cleansing and their genocide? And the second, where can we find, or why can't we find, a Guru Tegh Bahadur? On the first question, my views are more academic and they always look at history. The Kashmiri Pandits since 47, every Kashmiri Pandit, I grew up in Srinagar, I went to Burnhall School, I came from a privileged family, but every Kashmiri Pandit faced discrimination. A discrimination, a sense of victimhood, but we fought India's battle in Kashmir because we were told that the idea of India rejects the idea of the two-nation theory. And as long as you have a Muslim majority state accede to India and you have the presence of the Kashmiri Pandits, it solidifies, strengthens, catalyzes the idea of India. Through those years, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, we continued to face that battle. No Kashmiri Pandit of my generation thought they had a future in Kashmir. Let me be clear. Everyone was told, if you get a chance, leave. There is no future. So many of us left. I went to England. My brother went also to England. Every one of us who got a chance or an opportunity went away. And the people who stayed back continue to fight the battle for India at the cost of being discriminated against for medical college, or as Sanjay Ganjuji said, or engineering colleges, or transfers, or jobs, or being ridiculed as dal battas, as cupboards, or having to see darkness throughout the city when India won a cricket match, and to hear crackers when Pakistan won a cricket match. And this was not all superficial. I remember going to a Doordarshan program when Doordarshan came to Srinagar in 1972 during the Asian Games. And the first question asked in some Bachon Ka program was, who is the captain of the Indian cricket team? And the answer was, from one small kid, Javed Miandad. So the anchor of the program, of course, corrected him and said, no, it is not true. That's not true. But fact is that everyone faced discrimination, but we fought for India. We fought for the idea of India, and how much we might discredit Mrs. Gandhi today. Fact was, there was everyone who saw in her as someone who was going to protect the interests of the Kashmiri Pandits in Kashmir. Today, people talk about the relationship between India and the United States, and there are lots of people from here, from the diaspora. But you know why there is a still latent anti-Americanism? Because the reason was that we faced pressure at every level from the Anglo-American bloc. It wasn't no country, I mean, few people know this, except for Russia. No permanent member of the UN Security Council recognizes the accession of Jammu and Kashmir to India as final and irrevocable. Am I right, Bhansab? And it happened in 1955 when Bulganin and Khrushchev, Premier and Secretary General of the Communist Party, visited Kashmir. And they went to see this opera, which had been produced by them, written by Dinanath Nadim, directed by Mohanlal Laima, Bombur Yambarsal, which was about a narcissus flower, an innocent narcissus flower, Yambarsal, who was facing the attacks from neo-imperialism. Kashinath Pandit would remember that. But in 1990, the situation changed almost completely. India was totally friendless. The Soviet Union had collapsed. Our economy was in tatters. We had to pledge almost our gold in the international market. We had a weak, fragile government of Vishwanath Pratap Singh. And then even till Narasimha Rao, a minority government who ran it well. But even I remember the governor who was appointed by Narasimha Rao, General Krishna Rao, who was army chief, told me once, he said, the first question Narasimha Rao asked me when I had taken over as governor was, have we lost Kashmir? So of course the general said, sir, as long as the Indian army is there, there's no question of us losing Kashmir. Make no mistake, today, I mean, even as we talk about discrimination, genocide, and cleansing, Kashmiri Pandits are individually members of arguably the most successful ethnic minority in this country, say perhaps the Parsis. But every Kashmiri Pandit is faced with a loss that is painful to describe. And for most others who are not Kashmiri Pandits to fathom. Because returning home for them is not about the atavistic roots of longing, but also about reclaiming a space, a way of living, a way of belonging. In this sense, both personal triumph and collective tragedy face them in equal measure with no signs of an actionable plan for their return. No actionable plan for their return, whether it was the Congress or the earlier erstwhile NDA or now the BJP, I do not see that. But I would like to be enlightened if there is someone who knows what an actionable plan looks like. But to counter Gaurav Arya, because I'm a Brahmin, I can never be a Kshatriya. The intriguing history and the most imaginative part of the Kashmiri Pandit history is in an anomaly in contemporary world. Where would you find, which talks about ideological clashes, violence, competing nationalisms, but where would you find an educated with 100% literacy, mostly professional, materially relatively successful, religiously liberal, at least the Kashmiri Hinduism that I grew up with, politically flexible, microscopic minority inhabiting one of the most conflicted and contested parts of the country. And not one of them picked up the gun. In some ways, you might say, from the perspective of Gaurav Arya, they lived fairy tales, and those fairy tales ended in 1990. And sadly, the Kashmiri Pandits were let down by all the liberal thinkers who thought that they were too microscopic, too much of a minority in many ways to be cared about. And the only person who at that stage reached out to them was Balasaheb Thackeray of the Shiv Sena, who actually allowed them to do what they wanted to do. They didn't want guns. They didn't even want jobs. They wanted their children to get the best professional education. And he reserved seats in Maharashtra through a diktat of the Shiv Sena chief that Kashmiri Pandits will be accommodated. That has transformed the Kashmiri Pandit diaspora. You know, I keep repeating this story because you often like to repeat stories which you want to repeat stories because they don't seem to be stereotypical stories. You'll hear of stereotypes all the time, but as Rakesh ji said, you want to also hear people who are independent and have relative agency and are speaking perhaps contrary to whatever you hear every day. I was advisor for a while with Mufti Sayyid, and I think Sanjay Ganju was present at that meeting with the, when he called all the RSS Kashmiri Pandit leaders for lunch or Vazwan in Kashmir House, and he says, mobile kariyu band, then we'll have a frank, candid chat. The first thing he told them, this group of Kashmiri Pandits, and Ram Madhav was also there, he said, "Tui gave you abad, es gay barbad. You don't need us, we need you." Is that right, Sanjay ji? Today, the loss of the Kashmiri Pandits is a loss for the Muslims, is a loss for India, is a loss for the whole idea of how multiculturalism, tolerance can be a beacon of light for the world. It's much less for loss, except in the sense of nostalgia, except in that sense of losing your home. I know there are people in Australia where I live for 6 months a year who say we never want to go back to Kashmir. There's a friend of mine, Rakhil Razan, he said, I hate Kashmir. I don't want to go back to Kashmir. But they still abide by their traditions. Every Herath, we go to Mount Martha, remember, I eat good food, but every conversation begins and ends with Kashmir. And that is the irony, and that is in some ways reflective of the great tragedy of the Kashmiri Pandits and the Kashmiri situation. Rajiv Malhotra ji made a distinction as a great philosopher and historian between soft power and hard power. Let me club these into a more symbiotic sense. Smart power. And this is not a new definition. There are lots of people who have begun to use, which is a combination of soft power and hard power, or both. Kashmiri Pandits' greatest strength has been their intellect, soft power, ability to actually show the world in different ways, what alternatives look like, how you can connect with the Supreme Being. We cannot abandon that tradition. We cannot decide we want to pick up the AK-47s. What we should do is use the hard power of the Indian state. We should use the hard power of the Indian state, and unfortunately, despite all the tragedies that we have suffered, political regimes measure us today in terms of vote banks, in terms of how many people voted in the last election, in terms of how fractured we are, how there is a different leader for every group. How do we correct this? How do we, there are people who have greater say in the Sangh Parivar, like Utpal Kaul ji, Ashok Bhan ji, Sanjay Ganju ji. But obviously, I feel that even there is some kind of a disconnect with the Kashmiri Pandits today. I see the only way we can correct this is if we are able to not have, the Jantar Mantar approach. We won't be able to sustain it. We are not the Jats of Bulandshahr. We are not the farmers of Haryana. We are Kashmiri Pandits. Let's do what we can do realistically. And that is actually lobby, and lobby like this, and actually build connection with all political parties so that we are politically empowered, first of all. If the Anglo-Indian community in the Constitution of India could get 2 parliamentarians, why can't we do that? 2 members of parliament and similar reservations, not the promise of reservation, but actual reservations. There's nothing in the Constitution of India. Ashok Banji, is there anything in the Constitution of India which could prevent? Mansab. Then secondly is the question of solidarity. I think internal solidarity and external solidarity. I think it's tremendous that you've called me and called so many others from different academic and intellectual backgrounds onto this function. I think all of us, in some measure, with some different levels of intensity, feel deeply pained by the Kashmiri Pandit cause. We have suffered differently, but we all feel for the Kashmiri Pandit cause. It's this internal solidarity that's very important, but it's also, I think we need to build external solidarity. I know there are some ideas being floated that we should now build bridges and identify us as part of the Saraswat Brahman movement, that instead of 5 lakhs will become 2 crores. It's true that when Guru Tegh Bahadur was approached by the Kashmiri Hindus in the 17th century, there were also Pandits from Banaras who went to him to plead against the atrocities being committed by Aurangzeb. So Kashmiri Pandits had built solidarities with groups outside Kashmir and in the 17th century. I think that is important. Political empowerment through lobbying, through greater internal pressure, solidarity from within, and solidarity externally, and finally, do what is being done already, is preserve our culture, preserve our language, preserve the ideas that have made us so special. We are exceptional. Our cleansing, our extinction would be a tragedy for human civilization, much more than just even Indian civilization, because we are special. If you recognize that, and you recognize how important it is for us to survive, not just for ourselves or the sake of our future generations, but for the idea of humanity, then I think that is a collective project that we must undertake, irrespective of our political differences. Thank you very much, sir.
Namaskar. Respected members of community, dear friends. First, I should thank GKPD for organizing this seminar. In fact, Shri Rakesh Kolji had informed me 2 months ahead of it. I'm not going to make a long speech because I'm not going to recount what happened. But I want to confine myself to a few suggestions, which generally I ask myself. Hi, Ken Pandita, should these suggestions be discussed with others, with our friends, with thinkers? That's what prompted me to put down some of the suggestions. We have entered the 33rd year of our exile, as things are. We don't think that justice will be done to us by calling either for genocide or ethnic cleansing those who perpetrated it.
This denial of justice indirectly means prolonging our return and restitution in our homeland. And how long will this go? This phenomena will go. Nobody can see. Nobody can see. Between 1 year and 50 years, nobody can see. But from this phenomena, three basic things have to be kept in mind. One, that the present stalemate will continue for unknown number of years. You must understand that. Number two, that we have two weaknesses. Our community has two weaknesses. One is that we are in a minority, minuscule minority, negligible, what they call negligible minority. And the second is, we are no party's vote bank. In India, we have the politics of vote bank. Right or wrong, I'm not going into that, but we are nobody's vote bank. They don't take us because of our small numbers and indispersible. Now, where do we go from here? Number one, notwithstanding the indifference of a section of political leadership in this country, or establishment or bureaucracy, notwithstanding that, we should take considered initiative of opening channels for interaction. Indirectly, my friend Rakesh Kaul did refer to it in his speech this morning. So the first thing we need to do is to open channel of interaction with the government, with parliamentarians, with echelons of mainstream political parties, with media and opinion makers, and stalwarts of civil society, the think tank included. We have to do that. Whatever be the state of shape of democracy in this country, we'll have to go through the maze of the structure that has been made. There's no escape from that. The point number two, I'm laying stress on connectivity, establishing connectivity with wider. Let us come out of our shell. That's the problem. I have a novel idea. We urgently need to establish, please think, these are just suggestions. We urgently need to establish contacts with some of the mathapatis of important matters in the country. In particular, the pontiff of the Sri Chitrapur Saraswat order, Math. He has already enlisted Kashmiri Pandits as friends and some dedicated members of our community in Pune have already laid the pathway for connectivity and interaction with Chitrapur Mutt. This has to be pushed on a community level. The relevance and importance of this initiative should never be underestimated. You'll find the significance of my words once you interact with the International Association of Saraswat Brahmins. How powerful they are, how organized they are, and what type of initiative they have. And don't forget, they call themselves the descendants from Kashmiri Pandits. I have discussed this briefly in a small booklet on Saraswati. In Pune, some of our community members have laid the foundation of a small organization. Its name is Sangarmal Kashmiri Saraswat Cultural Foundation. This is, I am myself associated with them. And this we did only after 2, 3, or 4 interactions with the Saraswat community in Bombay, in Pune, and elsewhere. And the Mathadipati of Kashi visited Kashmir twice. Last year he visited. He was at Sharda Kendra, and he also sanctioned scholarships for a number of Kashmiri Pandit students, boys and girls, on our recommendation. So he's already informed, well informed about our situation. So that's one. The second point, which I think should be debated by our community seriously, and that is the issue of minority. Many of you know that Kashmir J&K Constitution does not recognize any community as minority. But at the same time, it recognizes the Kashmir majority community as members of the national minority. The strange thing is that when the constitution of J&K was passed by the assembly, it was sent for endorsement to the president, and it first went to the Indian Parliament. It was accepted by, okayed by the Parliament, Indian Parliament, and then the President of India signed it. But look at the dichotomy. Look at the contradiction. Indian Constitution has identified 4 minorities, Muslims being number 1. And the same Constitution accepts the J&K Constitution, which does not recognize any community as a minority community. What can I say? The legal luminaries who are discussing this morning, I think they have a better idea. I would like to make a small digression here on this point. I was in Geneva fighting for many things, including our status as a minority. Mine was a long-drawn battle. And my case was under consideration of the working group on human rights, on human rights, on minorities in human rights. So after I made presentation for 3 successive years, that means 9 successive sessions. In those days, there used to be 3 sessions in a year. Finally, they discussed this matter of Kashmiri Pandits, and they added one more definition to the minority definition. And that definition was a reverse minority. And then in parentheses, they put as Kashmiri Pandits. It is still in the documents of United Nations. And what does reverse minority mean? Reverse minority means a minority which is regionally a minority, but nationally a majority. So we brought this to the notice of the National Human Rights Commission, but they would not listen us. They did not listen to any of our other pleas. So they put it in the cold store. So recently, the Delimitation Commission conducted its work for more than a year and finally submitted its report. We met them a number of times and discussed with them. Finally, they have given us 2 nominated seats, 1 male and 1 female. I have reservations about this nominated. Why nominated? It eliminates us from the process, from the electoral process, for democratic process. And we know that this can be manipulated. That's why I wrote a note against it. I wrote an article also. I wrote a note. I sent them a note against it. About much is talked about the Prime Minister's package 2008. In 2008, Dr. Manmohan Singh had come to Jammu because he was to inaugurate that bus service. He was under pressure, under great pressure. And in that connection, he came. To balance that, he announced the package. And they gave it the name Kashmiri Pandit Rehabilitation Package. We studied that package the same day, very closely, very closely. It's a masterpiece of jugglery, which mandarins can do, which secretaries in PMO's office can do. Master. I appreciate their caliber for deceiving and duping the people. None of you has perhaps read that very thoroughly. I wrote a critique the same day, next day I wrote a critique, a 13-page critique on that package. In that, to put in simple words, in that package, not one, but 5 communities were professionals were identified as sufferers of militants, 5, and Pandits were only 1. There were shikarawalas, there were taxiwalas, there were shalwalas. It means the total amount which was sanctioned, our share was only 1/5 of that share. And they are still holding. And remember, the facilities, the perks, the benefits, which were to go to other 4 identified communities, they have already taken. And they have taken some share of some part of our share also. This is what nobody knows. So I have never put faith in Prime Minister's package. And I have often written trying to clarify what this is. But my community members, honorable members, they just read Prime Minister's package for Kashmiri Pandits and that's all, nothing more. In regard to our culture and icons of culture, etc. You see, our temples, as somebody said in the morning, that if we are able to retrieve the agraharas, Kalhana writes of agrahara. Agrahara means the land, the estates that were the adjunct of the temples and shrines. They are called agrahara. So they were the means of source of sustenance for them. Now they have been snatched. They have been encroached. And in many cases, they have been completely taken away, either constructed schools or mosques or made roads or whatever. I do not know what is the problem with the government of not creating a shrine board for our temples and shrines. If that board had been created, the agraharas, I mean the lands attached to temples, and it's a huge land. We met Dr. Karan Singh in Jammu in a delegation. And he said, 8 मंदिर तो हमारे हैं, वो तो कभी मैं छोड़ूंगा नहीं, बाकी आप ले लो. And all prominent temples of our community, वो उनके खाते में. और उन्होंने क्या किया? आप लोगों को, जो लैंड सतु बरवर्षा में थी, रामचंद्र यतमना, वो बेच दी, मुसलमानों को बेच दी वो लैंड डॉक्टर करण सिंह ने, और भी कई. So when we brought this to his notice, तो उसने वही कहा, हाँ देख लेंगे. But anyway, we must appreciate an effort for those who are striving for Sharda Temple. I don't know whether they will, to what extent they will succeed, that's hope. But I have an idea, if Kartarpur corridor could be opened, why not a corridor for Sharda? That's my suggestion, that we should ask the authorities that they can open a corridor like that. And my information is that the Muslims who are now looking after the Sharda temple in Ganga Valley, they are very they are friendly people. They are disposed nicely towards recreation of this ancient monument and establishment, this shrine. So I left that point halfway, but let me take that back again. The election and this delimitation commission. We told them, we requested them to reserve some seats for us as migrants, reserved MLA seats for the migrants, as according to our population. The State Constitution Committee in 1953 had reserved 24 seats for the Hindus and Sikhs or migrants from Muzaffarabad. And now those people they have been given the now the PR permit, and now they are state subject, and they are asking for a share from those 24 seats. And I understand Home Minister has given them a commitment that they will consider it. I don't know that, but he has not given them so far. So if that is true, then we have a right to ask for seats for migrants in exile. I have one last suggestion. That's for you and for Utpalji and others. Set up a consultative and coordinating committee of 3 members, 1 elected or accepted member from each of the 3 categories. That is the residual. By residual, I mean those who have not left the valley. Number 2, diaspora. Number 3, the IDPs. That means internally displaced persons. Let there be 1 representative from each of these categories, and headed by the chairperson of AICS, New Delhi. And he can associate 1 or 2 members from each of the group. This would be an apex body which later on could proceed with the programs, what they are to be done, what is to be done, or what are the policy matters, etc., so that the whole system is centered somewhere. So these are some of the suggestions which I have made. The rest, there could be many more, but these are some of the primary things I would like. Thank you very much for your attention.
It's been a very long day, and I'm sure that your own stamina, though not your passion for the cause, may have weaned a little bit. I just want to say at the beginning how grateful I am for this opportunity. I want to thank Rakesh Bhai and the organizers. And I also want to say that I'm not a Kashmiri Pandit. I'm here as a student of Sharada. And I believe, thank you. I believe that my whole day that I've spent here has been very productive for me. I've learned so much. I've been taking notes all day. And there's so much to talk about, but since time is limited, I'm only going to focus on 2 or 3 things. The first thing I wanted to say is that nobody has mentioned this, but I guess everybody in this room knows that after 370 and 35 were abrogated, there was a delegation of Kashmiri Pandits who met with Amit Shah ji. This was exactly 2 years ago in February, I think 2020, about 3 years ago, I'm sorry. And there were people in this room who were in that delegation. There was, of course, Surinder Kaulji, Dr. Saab, I don't see him now, but Utpal Kaulji was also there in that delegation, and a number of other people. And they were assured, that all the temples would be renovated and that the Kashmiri Pandits would be rehabilitated in their respective districts as soon as possible. Okay? What happened? What went wrong? Again, we don't have to spell it out, but after that, there was a spate of murders and attacks, and the government got cold feet. They felt that they did not have the wherewithal to protect even the people who are resident there right now. Then what about rehabilitation? That seemed like a distant dream. So the point I want to begin with is that elections are coming up, and we've all talked about, the vote bank politics and the logic or illogic of elections. And how are we going to make this cause a national cause? I think we have a little bit of time now to plan this. And I can say with all sincerity that the cause of Kashmir is not only the cause of Hindus or Hindustan, but it's the cause of an entire civilization. How are we going to convey this message? And if we do, and I'm going to make a very radical proposal just now in 2 minutes, but I'm saying that if we do manage to convey this, then this will translate into getting the attention of the Hindu vote bank, which is very essential for the government to return to power. And I propose today that one radical way to do it, you may not agree, we all may not agree, but suppose we said to the powers that be that the idea of a secular state collapsed in 1990. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. Let's admit it. And let's suppose we said, let me be an honorary Kashmiri Pandit for just a moment, because we are all a part of this great Saraswat lineage, okay? This is the other thing that earlier speakers have said, but Kashmir stands for that medha, that the power, it's not soft or hard, okay? It's much greater than that. And Rakesh ji this morning hinted at it. It's the factory that can create the Bhairavas of the future, okay? So suppose we said that the only way, to secure Kashmir, not just Kashmiri Pandits, is to declare India a Hindu state. Let's just suppose we say it. And let's suppose we say that this, not all Hindus can say for whatever reason, but Kashmiri Pandits can say that. And you have nothing to lose. And of course, there are constitutional mechanisms to make India a Hindu state, but you can say that a secular state has failed in its constitutional obligations, which we've heard throughout the day. But I'm not saying that this is the solution, not at all. There are wiser people than me here. In fact, it's not smart power that Kashmir stands for. I think it's wise power, okay? I think there are smarter people than me here and wiser people, but something similar should catch the attention of the Hindu vote bank mobilizers and catapult the cause of Kashmir and Kashmiri Pandits onto the national agenda. I think Vivek ji, Pallavi ji, and the Kashmir Files has already done this to some extent. I believe the Delhi Files will also be a follow-up. I think we should build on this momentum and make this a national cause. And there are many ways of doing so. I just want to propose one more. I've proposed the more radical, the bolder way, but there's a historical way to do it. The founder of Kashmir is Rishi. We know it is Rishi Kashyap. But if you read the Chachnama, okay, which tells you the story of the invasion, conquest, and destruction of Sindh, and let's not forget that Makran, okay, which is related to Makara, that mythical, creature, Makran, was invaded and conquered within 10 years of the Prophet's death. 632 AD is the death of Prophet Muhammad, and Makran was conquered in 643. What are we talking about? Shouldn't we draw a line that what began in 643 in Makran must end in Kashmir? Or are we going to lose our very head? Jab sar hi kat jayega to kya bachega? The reason I'm saying this is when Makran was invaded, people sitting in the south or in the east or in the west, they didn't think that hamara sar kat raha hai ya hamari bazu kat rahi hai. They said, haan, wahan kuch ho gaya, yahan nahi aayenge. And in fact, Ghazni came 17 times to Somnath, which were the kingdoms which gave him the passage. We are talking about the Sharada corridor. There was a Somnath corridor that he built so that he could come in, take the loot and go back. He must have made deals with all those kingdoms that I won't lay your kingdoms to waste. I'm not going to loot you. I'm just going to go over there and return. Just jump a few centuries, okay? Not even a few centuries. Within 100 years, 712, Multan or Mulasthan, which was the original Martan temple, the sun temple of Multan, was famous because the worship of the sun was common throughout that region. The Mitra worship, the Persians worshiped the sun, and Multan or Mulasthan was one of the most, should I say, revered, frequented, and rich, places. So why shouldn't I want to go to Martan? Martan should be fully restored. Why shouldn't we do it? How long are we going to wait? So what I'm trying to say is when Multan fell, Shankaracharya was not worried for whatever reason, He was more worried about the Buddhists. He was not worried about what was coming from the west of India. A little later, not too much later, I mean, when Delhi fell, when Ghazni came, people in the south were not that worried. But Madurai fell. Malik Kafur came to Madurai. Delhi was conquered in 1192. And within 100 years, Malik Kafur's armies were in Madurai. The Meenakshi temple was desecrated. So what I'm simply saying is that Hindus as well as Indians must recognize that this is a civilizational battle between the Sanatanis and the anti-Sanatanis. And the Sanatanis have shown that they can coexist very peacefully with co-Sanatanis, even with non-Sanatanis. But with anti-Sanatanis, we have to give a befitting response. And the saving of Sanatan Dharma is not just for the Kashmiri Pandits or for the Chitpavan Brahmins, who, by the way, fought. I wanted to tell my friend Amitabh that many Brahmins fought. The Mohyals fought, other Brahmins fought. So there's no reason why there can't be a Kashmiri Pandit regiment. It may not happen because I'm just saying there's no reason. We cannot rule these things out, okay? People will take up the gun at some point or the other when they've exhausted all other means. So to conclude, what I feel is that, let me go back to the topic, which is a brilliant topic, from denial to recognition. This to me is the essence of Trika philosophy. Because recognition is nothing but pratyabhigyan. And denial is not just the denial of genocide, the denial of the self, the denial of the Atman, the denial of the magnificence of who we are is itself a genocide, right? The moment I forget who I am, that I am Brahman or Atman, I've already committed a kind of suicide on myself. And pratyabhigya is the recognition of who I am, right? So what I'm trying to say is today is not a dark moment, my brothers and sisters. It is for me a moment of hope. 1990 was a very dark moment. I think we are fighting back. We are going to succeed because, again, Rajiv ji is not here. He's talking about hard and soft powers. When the Devas and the Asuras fought, who had the hard power and who had the soft power and who won? In the Mahabharata, who had the hard power? Look at the first verse of the Gita, first opening chapter. He tells you all the senas of the Duryodhan and Krishna. Krishna didn't use his weapons. So I think not only truth is on our side, and I want to go back to what Rakesh ji said for a moment, a little while back about the terror. We are the only people for whom even terror is a rasa, you know, because, you know, the Bhayanaka is also a rasa. So when the Bhayanak itself is a rasa, when death itself is the gateway to moksha, I don't think the Sanatan Dharma can ever be defeated. I really feel that, you know. And from the resource of Sat, Chit, and Ananda, we can produce all kinds of missiles, you know, hard power, soft power, smart power, Komal Shakti, Kathor Shakti, whatever we like. From just these three elements of Sat, Chit, and Ananda, we can re-energize, revitalize all the things you've said here, and we'll win this. We will win this war. We will win the civilization war. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We had a very thoughtful panel. Obviously, these are some of the finest minds. I want to thank Sanjay ji, who for the first time in this conclave laid out the discrimination, which is separate from terror, separate from genocide, the systematic discrimination and humiliation that Kashmiri Pandits lived under. That found a very interesting corroboration from Amitabh Mattu ji. I think it's the first time I've heard him say in public that Kashmiri Pandits had no future in Kashmir. That's a pretty dramatic statement. And I want to thank Kashinath Pandit ji. He gave some very cogent suggestions. We'll follow up, sir. We'll make sure we follow up on your 3 or 4 suggestions and reach out specifically to the mutts. We'll certainly do that. Now, I want to just take a minute because I know things are getting late in the night. Kashmiri Pandits are a very difficult community for the world to understand. I have laid out elsewhere, and I want you to have this confidence. We are the most martial community in the world. We are more martial than the Sikhs. We are more martial than the Gurkhas. We are more martial than any of the so-called martial communities. Per capita, we have sent more of our sons into the British Army and the Indian Army than any other community in the world. In India, our sons have risen in the armed forces and served with great distinction. Who can forget? Because their representative is not here, so I have to speak. Who can forget Captain Malla's great heroism? The reason today India has a formidable indigenous radar capability is because his ship did not have good radar. And when he went down, the Prime Minister took an oath, never again. And the first school of radar studies was started at my alma mater, IIT Delhi. I was a student there. Professor Indresan was asked to lead it. It is because of his sacrifice that today India has one of the finest radar systems in the world. Who can forget this young man who bravely for the first time landed a Chetak helicopter on Siachen Glacier to bring back an Indian soldier? Who remembers that when the first time mustard gas was used in Europe, it was a Kashmiri Pandit doctor who was treating the British soldiers, a major in the British Army who died? Who can forget that in the Burmese campaign, it was a Kashmiri Pandit who was affiliated with the British Army and a reporter? It's a big mistake to think that Kashmiri Pandits don't have Kshatriya spirit. In fact, Kashmir is the only kingdom in India that did not fall to invading forces. Kashmir fell to internal subversion. That is the lesson of Kashmir for India. And who understood our Kshatriya power? Hamdani. When Hamdani came, it wasn't about his Sufism, it wasn't about any of that. He told the Muslim king, disarm these Kashmiri Pandits. And it was because of that that we were disarmed as a population. Who remembers that when Noor Jahan wanted to have her guard, she picked a Kashmiri Pandit as the leader of that? I have published a whole series on Kashmiri Pandit warriors, and I'm taking a couple of minutes because I really want to change our self-image. The word Shastra in Kashmir always had two meanings: knowledge and Shastra, blades. We were Shastra warriors. Alamkara, I submit to you, Professor Makaran Paranjape, Alamkara was perhaps one of the greatest poets of Kashmir. So his name is associated with ornamentation as a literary device. Alamkara was one of the fiercest warriors. I would respectfully disagree with Rajiv Ji when he says being a yogi is, sort of being inwardly. My favorite book of yoga from Kashmir was written by the Minister of War. He was the equivalent of General Karyapa. And he wrote Swabodha Manjari. He said, you know what? I'm the Minister of War for Kashmir. I don't have time for Patanjali. I don't have time for Vigyan Bharat Tantra. I need something quick for me and my troops. And he wrote 22 verses. In my eyes, it is the most beautiful, profound book of yoga because it was designed for the military. Who knows that the longest military manual in the world was written in Kashmir by Kashmiri Pandits? I can go on and on, but if there's one thing I want you to go out with your heads held high, it is, we may be yogis, we may be Brahmins, but we are warriors. And I'll give you two more small stories. All of you must have watched movies about the Shaolin monks. They are world famous for martial arts. The man who started Shaolin monks came from Nepal to Kashmir. He was trained in Kashmiri martial arts, and then he went and started Shaolin. And I will end with a story about my grandfather, Pandit Gopi Krishna, the two last great Bhairavs of Kashmir, Swami Lakshmanju, Pandit Gopi Krishna. Pandit Gopi Krishn's mother had told her, this is a very special young man. There are two things that you should do with him. Always put the dark spot. Some of you will remember our mothers used to put dark spots a little bit. And make sure he has a bodhi. Make sure he has a bodhi. He was a student in Lahore. 5 boys in the community started taunting him and said, "Hey Pandit, ye kya bodhi hai?" And one of the guys grabbed his bodhi. Let me tell you again, Pandit Gopi Krishna is probably the greatest yogi of the last millennium. He's the only man who went and addressed the United Nations. He's the only man I know that the New York Times would gladly publish his articles. His obituary was published in the New York Times as long as for Pandit Nehru. He's an extraordinary man that we don't know much about. He was my grandfather. He beat the shit out of all 5 of those boys and he broke the arm of 2 of them. Don't ever think for a minute that we can't be Brahmins and Kshatriya at the same time. The world is our oyster. Thank you.
Thank you, Rakesh ji. Thank you, Padma Shri, Ken Pandita ji, Professor Makarand Ranjpe ji. Thank you so much for your time, your valuable insights. We really appreciate it. So with that, we conclude today's session. Aakh minute di to. Let's end with the Gayatri Mantra. As do it समाप्ति करो गायत्री मंत्र से सबके साथ मिलके. कल फिर मिलेंगे 9 बजे यहाँ पे. आप सब हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे. कल तो 4 सेशंस है और उसके बाद शिवरात्रि महोत्सव है. मने मने नहीं जी, शिवरात्रि महोत्सव है. तो
आप सभी प्रेम से बोलिए ओम. सब नहीं बोल रहे हैं.
ओम
पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णाति पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवा वशिष्यते. हरि ओम तत्सत्. हरे कृष्णा हाथ ऊपर खड़े करने में अगर किसी को थोड़ी तकलीफ है तो मैं उनके चरणों में अपना मस्तक रखकर उनसे प्रार्थना करता हूं कि जैसे मेरे राकेश जी ने कहा कि कोई गुरु तेग बहादुर जी की तरह नहीं है, उनको ये बताना चाहता हूं मैं गुरु तेग बहादुर की तरह काम करता हूं और मैंने ये जीवन पूरा आपके लिए अर्पण किया हुआ है और मैं कश्मीर में जाकर के कार्य और आप एक बार फिर से बोलिए हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. ओम भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं आगे भर्गो देवस्य धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्. हरि ओम तत्सत्. हरि ओम तत्सत्. हरि ओम तत्सत्. कौशिक पक्ष अख पंक्ति मे ब्रोट कन यवान सु पंक्ति वनान वनान करो अस भगवानस आवाहन कैज अछ थोड़ा होश सहित बेहोशी क्या बोहोशी मीन्स फॉल्स ईगो। कई प्रकार के हमारे गलत नोशंस है, हम बहुत ही श्रेष्ठ है। प्राइड हैज फॉल। हम जीवात्मा है, हम उस परमपिता परमात्मा भगवान शिव के अंश है, और ये एक रियल ईगो है। अगर हम सिर्फ एक फॉल्स ईगो के नैरेटिव में रहेंगे, इसलिए एक प्रार्थना आप सबके साथ गाएंगे। होश दिम लग यो, होश दिम पम पोष पादन हासादन हंदी सादो होश युगियन हंदी युग प्राणियन हंदी प्राण ज्ञानियन हंदी ज्ञान नहीं हो चान्य प्रसाद तपच सद साधन हा साधन हंदी साधो हो ब्राह्मण जन्म सारी ब्राह्मण छन मारा मगर जरा विचार करियो ब्राह्मण सज क्वालिटी छन खड़ा खड़ा क्यों ब्राह्मण सज क्वालिटी छन छोट क्यों योतान छटिस शूचस मज तो डिस्क्रिमिनेट करियो खबर कता डिस्पोर्स और यम करियो तो ता जीवन शक्ति प्यूरिटी इज द फोर्स बोलिए शुद्धि ही शक्ति है सो बट तीज बटनी तीज योतान वापस ही तो ता करियो तो खबर कुता ब्राह्मण जन्म क्या तपच सद साधन विष्णु म्यान राक्षस प्रवरस कुन इसलिए राक्षस प्रवरस रिच बचुन देव देवता प्रवरस हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे